Welcome to Poker Fraud Alert Radio. I am your host, Todd Dan Druff. This is being brought to you live and recorded live on March 9th, 2024. The time right now is 11:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. In fact, this show will transition to daylight time before it's over. It's actually going to skip an hour between 2 and 3 in the morning. So there's not going to be a 2:01 a.m. on March 10th as we're doing the show. It's going to jump from 2 a.m. directly to 3 a.m., as which happens every year when you go to daylight savings. So that's not good for me because that means the long show is going to end even later. It's bad enough for me when I end in the morning, when I start at night, which is going to happen again, but it's going to be an hour later than I normally would end. So it's going to have another challenge for me during this lengthy show. It has been a while since we were last on, and I was going to do the show on Thursday. I had a pretty bad headache on Thursday, so I was unable to do it that night. And Friday, I went to visit a listener to Poker Fraud Alert Radio who's been around for a long time, and I've become friends with over the years, and he's in the hospital right now, so I hope he recovers. I hope that everything ends up okay, and it always saddens me to see people who I've gotten to know through the show having major health issues. And of course, with an older audience like we have here, that's a reality that's going to occur. So I hope things get better for him. And he mentioned, in fact, when I was visiting, that radio hasn't been on in a while. It's overdue, he said. And I said, you're right, it is overdue. So here we are tonight, Saturday night, and we do have a free roll. I almost canceled it, and I said, you know what? We aren't doing the show that often these days. I don't want to cancel a free roll. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it at midnight. So you have some time to get in there. And this way, people who didn't know we're going to be on, who might be up at this time, will have some time to notice we're on. And they have until 12:25 a.m. to late register with a full stack. So it's a $50 free roll. It's thanks to attorney Eric Ben-Zamokin. And 25 for first, 15 for second, 10 for third. It is on the No Fraud Online Poker Room. You need a separate account to access that poker room. It needs to be validated in advance. You can find the rules to qualify for the free money at pokerfraudalert.com/free roll. And if you win, DM me on the forum, Dan Druff with a space, Dan space Druff. Or alternatively, you can text me, 775-372-8355. But I really prefer the PM. That's the way I tend to find most of the people to pay. And yes, we're behind with payouts, but they will be made. So if you are bored here, you want to listen live and play some poker in the meantime and not risk any money, that's the way to do it. Be a short field there, so you have a decent chance of finishing in the top 3, starting at midnight Pacific Standard Time. So you have some time to get in there. Almost an hour from now is when the registration closes. If you want to call the show, the phone number, as always, is 775-FRAUD-55. 775-372-8355 is how that breaks out. You can also text that number at any time. And that is the same number, 775-372-8355. If you text me, I will read your text on the air if it's during the show, unless you ask me at the beginning of the text not to read your text on the air. And if you text me any other time, I will not read your text on the air. But I will answer your texts most of the time, no matter when you text me. It's never late or early to text me. You can text me anytime, 24/7. I'll never be bothered or angry that you're texting me at a weird hour. I'm up at weird hours anyway, but even if I'm not up, you can text me. I sometimes notice that I have failed to respond to certain texts. Some are people I text with a lot that I just don't answer them sometimes, and sometimes I'll get a text from a listener I've never heard from before and then not answer him and discover it much later. So if that happens, it's not me ignoring you or deciding you're not worth answering. It's that sometimes I'll receive a text and I'll look at it and I'll either be busy or I'll have just woken up and I'll see it and then I'll fall back asleep and forget that I got it. Things like that will happen. So, like, for example, today someone texted me who first texted me last year, and I never responded to the guy. And I felt bad because he was telling me how he likes the show and this long, detailed text about it, and then I didn't answer, which made me look like a jerk. So I really did not mean that. I responded to him today and apologized for not answering a year ago. He wasn't complaining about it. I just noticed it and felt bad. So if you have texted me and I didn't answer, that's what happens sometimes. So don't worry, I'm not ignoring you. Or if I am ignoring you, I'm pretending I'm not ignoring you. But I'm probably not ignoring you. It probably is just me forgetting to respond. But most of the people I respond to. Just want to let you know that if you want to say something about the show, I'm always open for comments, good and bad. Don't be afraid to criticize something. Do it respectfully, but you can say, hey, such and such segment I didn't like. I didn't care for it for these reasons, and I'll take a note of it. You know, I'm not going to necessarily stop doing that type of segment because you tell me not to, but I do take the feedback seriously. Good and bad. The Mount Charleston line is another number to call and reach me on the show. It is not a number you can text, but it's a number you can call. It's an old 70s rotary phone sitting on top of Mount Charleston, which is about 40 minutes away by car from Las Vegas. Nice place to go in the summer because it's 30 degrees cooler than Las Vegas. And in the winter, it gets snow. 702-430-1808 is the Mount Charleston line. 702-430-1808, the Mount Charleston line. One more phone number to know. That is the call to listen line. It's very simple. You call up and listen. That's all you need. It does not require a computer, does not require an internet, does not require a smartphone, does not require a data plan or a good connection or 5 bars or anything like that. All you need is any phone that can complete a phone call, old or new. Could be an old 70s rotary phone. Any phone that can complete a phone call to the United States can call the call to listen line and listen to the show, and it will never buffer. It will never freeze. It just works. 518-931-1189, 518-931-1189 is the call to listen line. It is free if you can call the U.S. for free, unless you have T-Mobile, in which case it'll cost you 1 cent per minute. I don't know of any other carriers that do that, but just in case, there may be others. But to my knowledge, only T-Mobile is charging for calling the call to listen line, and no, I don't get any of that money. I wish I did. But speaking of money, speaking of me maybe getting money, the show can be listened to in podcast form, which is the way most of you listen to the show. And we're on a lot of different podcasting apps. We're on iTunes, Google Podcasts, which, by the way, is going away soon, but we will be on the new version of Google Podcasts, which I'll tell you about at the time that happens. The TuneIn app, which actually can be used also to listen to the live show. We have 2 entries on there. iHeartMedia, Spotify, which has clickable timestamps, so you can just click on the portion of the show you want to listen to and pick and choose the topics that you enjoy. Bullhorn, which also has clickable timestamps and also has its own call to listen line for the archive, so that's pretty cool. Castbox, and then we're also on Amazon Alexa. Just say, Alexa, play Poker Fraud Alert Radio Podcast. Say it like that, say it slowly. And we're also on Audible, which is also owned by Amazon. But most importantly, we're on YouTube. Starting in September 2023, I put us on YouTube. We had a lot of requests for YouTube, but I said this is too difficult, it's a pain in the ass, it's time-consuming, because everything else I mentioned auto-posts there. I have it to where I post the show up, and these services go get it, so I don't have to manually upload it to any of these places. But YouTube is different. YouTube does not have the capability to do that. Also, YouTube is a video site, not an audio site, so I have to add video to it, and the video is just the Poker Fraud Alert Radio logo up there the entire time, but I have to add that and convert it into a video file, which is time-consuming. So I have to do that, I have to upload it. It adds some extra time to the post-production of the show, but I decided I'm going to do it because a lot of people wanted to listen on YouTube. The second reason I decided to do it is because I can make money once we get monetized. And the good news is we are very close. We are very, very close right now to getting monetized on YouTube. I think it's going to happen from this episode. So once this episode gets posted, it'll probably be in 2 parts. But either way, it'll probably happen after this episode is up for a little bit. We will hit our number of hours required, and we will also hopefully hit our subscriber numbers. So we're very, very close in both ways, but we need to get there in both ways. We need enough subscribers, and we need enough hours listened to. So please, if you have not subscribed to the Poker Fraud Alert YouTube channel, please do so right now. Go to the Poker Fraud Alert YouTube channel. It's very simple. Go to youtube.com/@ the @ symbol, Poker Fraud Alert. That's it. youtube.com/@ Poker Fraud Alert. Click the subscribe button, and that's it. Even if you don't want to listen on YouTube, please do that so we can pass the threshold for subscribers. And also, if possible, please listen on YouTube so we can get our hours listened to and get monetized. And then hopefully I'll start getting some money for doing this show, which is not going to be very much money, but hopefully it'll be enough to break everything even, because Poker Fraud Alert loses money every month. The only way I get any income from Poker Fraud Alert is from the Amazon banner at the bottom. When people click on it and they buy something after clicking on it, then I do get a percentage of the proceeds. I cannot see who bought what, but I can see that things were bought and that I get a commission. So even if it's something embarrassing, I can't tell who bought it. Doesn't matter how embarrassing it is, I cannot tell who the purchaser was. Even if there was a gun to my head, I could not tell you. But I do get a percentage of that. So that's the only thing that's been bringing in money here, but not very much. So the YouTube would help as well. And once we are monetized, I just want to warn you, there will be ads. Not my ads, but there will be YouTube ads on there. So once we're monetized, once you see ads on there, that means we're monetized, and it means that I am getting money from you listening. So that's the good news. The bad news is there are going to be ads. So if the ads bother you, if you can't stand the ads, that's fine. I know ads kind of suck. So if you can't stand the ads, then go ahead and listen to it another way. But if you can, it'll generate money for me without me having to sell anything or promote anything, which is nice, because that's the best way to monetize a show like this. I really don't love advertising things here, because if anything goes wrong, it can make me or the site look bad, or if it's another poker site, I just really can't advertise those, because then I just won't feel free to criticize them. So, for example, I was given an opportunity recently to promote a major online poker site, and I turned it down. I can't do it. I mean, I could, but I don't think that's the right thing for me to do. And it's not a scam site, it's not a site that's just going to take your money and run or something. It's just that I don't want to promote something that I am not going to be able to criticize when it's warranted. And pretty much every online poker site out there these days is deserving of criticism sometimes. If you think about it, just about every single one. In fact, not just about every single major online poker site I have criticized in the last 2 years or so, when they've deserved it. I'm not out to get them, but if they deserve it, I criticize them. So I don't want to feel like I can't do that anymore. I don't want to feel any slight pressure not to. I just want to be completely objective and independent with these matters. So with that in mind, if it's not too much trouble to have ads play once we are monetized, then listen on YouTube. If it bothers you a whole lot, I'd prefer that you listen not on YouTube rather than not listening at all. The most important thing to me is that you listen. I'm not just saying this to sound sweet or saccharine or anything like that. I really do just want listeners here. But secondarily, it would be nice if I got some money out of this too. Anyway, please subscribe to YouTube. YouTube.com/@ Poker Fraud Alert. And I want to thank everybody who has subscribed so far. I know I've been asking people to subscribe on Twitter and on Poker Fraud Alert's forum. So if you have subscribed already, thank you. I appreciate that. And every little bit helps. We do have a chat room, by the way. You can go in there and chat with others. If you're listening live, if you're not listening live, don't bother. I see Bobby Orr's in there. Mike Postle has returned. No, not to streamed poker, though that might happen as well. But Mike Postle has decided to speak out, and he has not spoken out since the interview he did on Mike Madisow's show. He did a pretty lengthy interview on Mike Madisow's show shortly after the whole controversy started in 2019. But now it's been 4.5 years, and he's finally spoken out again, and he did so on Twitter Spaces. So I'm going to play his appearance. It's long. It's going to be a long segment. But I'm going to play his appearance, and I'm going to comment on it. And Veronica Brill already did something similar, but I'm going to give it on my perspective. You know, Veronica's got her perspective. I've got mine. And I differ in some opinions from Veronica regarding Mike Postle. Now, the main point about Mike Postle, I agree with her. But there's some areas I don't agree with her. And there's also some things about her personally involving me that I've been unhappy with over the past year. So I'm going to do my own version of this, because I'm obviously very involved in this story too. Not as much as Veronica was, and still is, but I'm still pretty involved. So we're going to talk about that, and I'm going to talk about an invite that Mike Postle has to a streamed game where he's actually going to be bankrolled if he accepts it. And I'll tell you about an interesting person who might be in the game with him if this takes place. That's our main topic tonight. But we have another big topic right after that. The second big topic, and this is going on right now. This is very recent. It's going on as I speak. Tom Dwan, has been in controversy, and we've heard rumblings about this for a while, but it's really blowing up now, especially because there's a new figure now involved in the whole thing. Haralabos Voulgaris has mentioned over the years that Tom Dwan owes him money. And that's been known. There hasn't been as much discussion about that as there probably should be, and the whole story was never well fleshed out. And that's because Haralabos didn't bother to explain the whole thing, I guess because he didn't want to. But not only has he explained the whole thing now, but Peter Jetten, who is friends, or I guess was friends with Tom Dwan, is now also calling out Dwan for ripping him off. So both Haralabos and Peter Jetten are claiming that Tom Dwan stiffed them out of big money and just simply won't pay, no matter how much money he seems to make at the tables. And now Tom Dwan is fighting back. So I'm going to go over that whole thing. I'll even play a little interview that Tom Dwan did with Chad Holloway, and we will delve into that whole ongoing story, which is started really a few days ago and is continuing to rage. ACR is in controversy once again. This just seems to be over and over with them. First, they did something good by releasing a software update that makes it a little easier for players to detect bots. That was good. But what was bad was that the CEO first posted an embarrassing and weird tweet where he showed himself wearing VR goggles and making it look like he was getting blowjobs. I'm not even kidding. Giving blowjobs. Like, why would you ever tweet that out? But anyway, he does that first. And then the site signed, yes, Tom Dwan. The controversial Tom Dwan, they signed him as a pro after this controversy began. So we'll talk about those issues with ACR. So that is our agenda for today. It's going to be a long show because the Postle topic in itself is going to be a long topic. Well, let's not get going just yet. I'm going to read you some text before we start. From the 609, 3:47 a.m. here on the left coast, and I'll be up with you all night. Let's go. Well, I appreciate that, but how's it 3:47 a.m. where you are? I got the text at 11:47 p.m. Pacific time. It's now 11:57 p.m. So I got the text 10 minutes ago. But the left coast, I would think, would mean the Pacific coast. So how are you 4 hours ahead of me on the same coast? And if you mean the East Coast, that would be 2:47 a.m. Oh, no. He's right. Never mind. So he's half right. It's... Okay. See, we're both confused. He's not on the left coast. The left coast is not the East Coast. So he means the right coast. Unless he's saying the left coast because a lot of the states in that part of the country are on the left. Maybe that's what he means. But the left coast I've heard of is just the left side of the country on a map. I don't know. I always thought of the left coast being the west coast. And in fact, if you think about it, look at the states in the left. You have Washington, Oregon, and California. Those are blue states also. So I think he's not on the left coast, but he's on the east coast. And it is true. It's 4 hours ahead of us right now because of the clock change. In fact, a person in the 905 area just corrected me as well. I said the clock changed tonight, Todd, which I know. I didn't think of that when he texted me. It's the 4 hour difference is weird. I'm like, is he in like Nova Scotia or something? It didn't make sense to me. From the 464, did we update the payout thread for each radio show's free roll results, getting close to a year behind? Okay, so there's two issues with the free roll payouts. One is just I haven't done it, and the other one is Bellybuster hasn't messaged me the results recently. So I'm going to have to ask him again to message me the recent results, and all the results I have, I just have to process and pay. So again, if you want to be paid, please, if you haven't recently, send me a way to pay you. And if it's a crypto address, please send me again a crypto address, because I don't want to send it to the wrong one, because if I send you an old one which doesn't work for you anymore, then the money's just gone. We don't want that. Okay, so thank you for the text. We're going to get going right now. Mike Postle has reappeared. If you remember, which I'm sure you do, in September 2019, Veronica Brill, who was not well known then at all, she was kind of like a local Sacramento/Bay Area poker player, sometimes did commentary on the Stone stream, and she tweeted, but she wasn't a known person in poker. I actually followed her and she followed me, but we didn't interact other than maybe in a few tweets here and there. We had never spoken directly before. I had seen her once at Stone's when I played there, but we didn't interact there. She sat briefly at my table to talk to someone else that she knew there, but I didn't interact with her. So I didn't really know her. I'd never heard of Postle before. I didn't watch the Stone stream. Stone's is a casino and poker room in Sacramento, and they had a stream kind of similar to Live at the Bike, Hustler Casino Live, stuff like that. It was growing in popularity. It was becoming more and more popular. It was bringing in more business to Stone's, bringing in some major players to come play in some Stone's events. So Stone's was really looking up as far as their prospects. Sacramento is not at all a hotbed of poker, but people were starting to come there. Stone's was getting noticed. And something I was not aware of because I didn't watch the Stone stream was that a guy named Mike Postle was just dominating for the last year and a half. This is from early 2018 to mid to late 2019. And he was just absolutely stomping on the games there. And it just seemed like he was making all the right moves. For a while, it was being perceived he was just really lucky. There was even a nickname for him, Get There Postle, that he just always seemed to get there. But he also just seemed to know when to do the right thing. He knew when his opponent was weak and knew when to bluff him. He knew when his opponent was strong and knew when to fold or just put in the minimum amount of money. He just seemed to really have a great feel for everyone at the game, everyone at the table. Now, this wasn't every single stream. There were some streams where Postle seemed to play differently, seemed to play a lot tighter, seemed to not make any of these amazing plays. But any stream where he was making these aggressive and wild bluffs, they just seemed to work just about every time. Once in a while, someone would make a crazy call against his rebluffs. Like they'd bluff him, he'd rebluff, then they'd call anyway, and he'd lose. But pretty much every bluff he did was a correct time to bluff. He was never bluffing into the nuts. He was never bluffing into a very strong hand that was very likely to call him. Sometimes he'd get called anyway by people who shouldn't have called, but just did because they weren't playing well, and they happened to accidentally make the right decision. And sometimes he would make the wrong decision in a small pot, but in big pots, when he'd make big bluffs, when he'd make big moves, big plays, it seemed like he was always right, at least strategically. So people who were watching that stream took notice. But Veronica she started to suspect, along with some other people, that Mike Postle was cheating. She was suspecting that he knew the hole cards of all his opponents, and that's why he was able to play that way. And this became a gigantic story. She posted her allegations to Twitter on September 28th, 2019. I saw these allegations posted to Twitter within minutes of when she posted them. Remember, I followed her at the time. I remember I was lying in bed and I saw this come through. And I almost responded. I almost quote tweeted it. I almost brought people's attention to it. But I thought, wait a minute. I don't want to do that because this is a very serious allegation. I don't watch this Stone stream. I don't know who Postle is, I thought to myself. I know of Veronica, but I really don't know much about her either. Maybe she's wrong. So if she's wrong, I don't want to falsely accuse the guy. I don't want to jump feet first into this and end up being incorrect and sully the guy's name. So I thought, I've got to look for myself before I amplify this in any way. I don't even want to post like this is being alleged yet. So I sat for 2 days and I didn't do anything. I also had things going on those 2 days, so the timing was inconvenient. So I didn't have a lot of time to look into it. Finally, 2 days later, I posted a summary of what was being accused on September 30th, 2019. I posted it on Poker Fraud Alert. But I didn't really post an analysis. I just posted Veronica's tweets and what was going on and the allegations, and then I was posting about what others had analyzed and their conclusions, and I said there it didn't look very good. And I did ask, if he's this great, why doesn't he come down and play it live at the bike? Hustler Casino Live did not exist yet, but I asked, why doesn't he come to like live at the bike, the bigger games, and crush those? Because the way he was playing there, nobody could beat him. Like, he was never wrong. He was just making all the right moves for a year and a half. So I don't care if the players are bad or good. I mean, if you play as well as he did on these streams at Stones, he would crush any game against the very best in the world. So I did ask why he doesn't do that. And I did say this doesn't look good. I did say that Chicago Joey, who did a lot of analysis, what Chicago Joey was just doing is playing the Postle streams on his show and commenting on them. And I was saying, hey, this doesn't look good from what Joey's doing here. But I hadn't yet done my own analysis. I was basically just putting out there, this is what's happening. This is what people are saying. This is what's being accused. Here's some strange hands. Here's some suspicious hands. But it took me a while to really delve into it and come to my own conclusion. And that was a few days later. And by that point, it was a huge story. I mean, in fact, even by the time I posted on Poker Fraud Alert, in those 2 days, it had become a huge story. That's why Joey Ingram was all over it already. That's why Doug Polk was all over it already. That's why Twitter, everybody in Poker Twitter was talking about. It was a huge story, even by the time I made my first comment 2 days into it on September 30th, 2019. But still, this is called Poker Fraud Alert. I had to make my comments, even if I was coming into the whole thing late. So I did. So, in my opinion, from looking at his hands that he played there, to me, it didn't look right. To me, it did look like it was cheating. The process I used to come to that was watching these videos of Stone's live streams, which they had available to watch online, so there's a lot to watch. In fact, I did not have time, of course, to watch 18 months worth of footage of him playing hours every week, and I wasn't going to spend that time. But Chicago Joey spent a lot of time doing this, and I kept turning his show on and off, watching it. And I looked at some of these streams myself, and I just could not find, and I'm still looking for, and I think Postle's probably going to listen to this, and again, Mike, I'm looking for this if you'd like to show me. I could not find even one example of a big hand where he made a big move, a big bluff, when he was behind, and his opponent was very likely to call. Not that his opponent did call. There were some times that he made a big move and his opponent correctly called him, who was ahead of him, and Mike lost. But I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about where an opponent makes some crazy hero call that happened to be correct. I'm talking about something where just about any player would call it. A player has a very strong hand, whether it's the nuts or not, and they're going to call it. And they do, and he bluffs a lot of money into it, and they snap call him. I didn't see one of those. And that's inevitable to happen if you're playing 18 months of live streams and making a lot of aggressive plays. If you bluff a lot, you're going to make some bad bluffs sometimes. It's just going to happen. It's impossible to always be right with your bluffing. But I could not find one big bluff he made, one big move he made, where he was incorrect in the move he was making. And to me, that was very, very suspicious, because even the very best will make those mistakes. And I'm not talking about a tight player here. I'm not talking about a tight guy who only puts the money in when he's almost surely ahead. I'm talking about a very aggressive player who makes big bluffs and big moves when he doesn't have a very strong hand or when he has nothing. So if you're going to play that way, which can be a profitable way to play because you're unpredictable, people have to call you light, but when you're playing that way, you're going to be wrong sometimes. Sometimes you will shoot off right into the nuts. You'll shoot off right into a hand that's never going to fold, that's way ahead of you, or you're drawing dead. That's going to happen sometimes, even if you're a great player. So I didn't see it happen once. Not once. And I've asked Mike. I've asked him for a long time. Show me hands like this. So, at the beginning, he was saying, well, I have to go through all the footage. There's so much footage. Well, 4.5 years later, I still haven't seen it. So that's why I feel the way I do. And I reiterated this recently. And it's logical, show me something like that. Now, I will tell you that I had and still have no dog in this fight. As I said, I didn't know Veronica. I was not friends with anyone who was in that game that alleged that they had been cheated by him. I have never played with Mike personally. I've never met Mike, to my knowledge. I never interacted with him online prior to that, to my knowledge. So I didn't like or dislike him prior to this. I didn't know him. I didn't know he existed. I was not friendly with anybody who was on the other side of this. So I was not trying to support people. And as I think most of you know, and I think even Mike Postle knows this, I'm not someone who's out there trying to get people to like me. I'm not just always joining the crowd so people cheer me along or follow me or give me engagement or my site engagement. I have a non-monetized site that loses money every month and has ever since it started 12 years ago. I also have never tried to be part of the poker cool crowd. I've never tried to go along with what people hope I will say or want me to say. Now, sometimes I'll be on the side that is the popular side because I feel that's the right side. Sometimes that will happen. But sometimes I'm not. A lot of times I go against the grain. A lot of times I piss people off. I will say politically incorrect things sometimes which piss people off. I put myself into controversies sometimes, which will be very polarizing and get people angry. These things have happened over the years with me. So I'm not the guy who's trying to be liked, who's trying to be accepted. That's never been me. And I've demonstrated that many times. So if I disagreed with the conclusions that people were coming to regarding Mike Postle, I would have said so. And I would have laid out why I felt that way. That's what I would have done. But I did not disagree. I tried to look at it with an open mind. I did look at it with an open mind. I just couldn't come up with anything other than the same conclusion everyone else did, and that something was wrong on that stream. About a year later, I got sued for $330 million. I'm not kidding. I got sued for $330 million by Mike Postle. He filed this in Sacramento court. It wasn't just against me. It was against Veronica. It was against Doug Polk and Joey Ingram and Jonathan Little and Phil Galfond and ESPN and Poker News and a few others. I did have the honor of being the oldest person named in that suit. Isn't that nice? It was against about a dozen individuals and entities. Bart Hansen was one of them, too, who was sued. Now, nobody got served. Nobody got served yet. But it was brought to my attention by someone who was a fan of poker, who worked a job that was monitoring court cases for I guess, to bring to other attorneys. I'm forgetting what this guy's exact job was and why he was doing it, but he saw that come across. He saw that was filed, and I was sent the front page of that lawsuit because I was on it, and then I publicized it on Twitter. So it was immediately publicized on the day that it was filed, and then that became a big story, a very big story. And then I had to figure out what I'm going to do. Being sued for $330 million. Do I wait till he serves me and act from there, or do I act right away? Well, first of all, I figured being served was very likely, because why would he do this and not serve me? Why file it at all? It's not like he's showing me a summons but hasn't filed it. Here, he actually filed it with Sacramento court. So I thought, okay, well, the serving of me is going to come next. And when you have a lawsuit like that hanging over you, this can be a problem because you have to disclose this if you're doing any kind of business dealings. It's a very large figure. So this is not something I'm just going to let hang forever. So I decided right away to get an attorney and to fight this. And so which attorney did I get? I'm sure you guys know. The be friend of the show, Eric Benzamokin. And he did a very good job with this whole thing. So Eric automatically accepted service, which he can do as an attorney. He can just contact the other party's attorneys and say, I'm accepting service on behalf of my client, so I don't have to formally be served anymore. So that's what we did. So I did the opposite of dodging the whole thing. I actually went and accepted service before I was served. And then Veronica did the same thing. She hired a different attorney, Mark Randazza, and she did the same thing. And we went on to file what's known as an anti-SLAPP motion, which is basically a motion to dismiss the whole thing based upon the lawsuit being filed to chill free speech, which is getting more and more common these days, those anti-SLAPP motions, where they are available to be filed. But California has anti-SLAPP laws, as does Nevada. This was a California lawsuit being filed in Sacramento, by the way. So then we did give Mike Postle a chance to drop me out of it. And the biggest reason for me to be dropped out of it, regardless of whether Mike was correct or incorrect with this defamation lawsuit, was that I really didn't have any impact on any of this. I joined late into the whole thing, as I described to you guys. And also, I had a much smaller voice than those who were putting it out there. ESPN covered the story. Joey Ingram and Doug Polk covered it very aggressively. And this is all before I got involved. So had I never been born, Mike Postle would have the exact same reputation as he does today. So we told him that. We told him, drop me out of it. And what we asked Mike through his attorney was, drop me out of it, and we will not come after you for any fees thus far incurred, because, of course, as soon as attorneys start doing work on anything, fees get incurred. But basically the offer was, we will eat the fees thus far if you drop me out of this immediately. We weren't demanding he drop the whole thing, just drop me out of it. Because I shouldn't have been part of it. Even if he felt that he was wrongly accused, even if he was 100% right that he was wrongly accused. I'm not saying he was. I'm saying even if he was, I should not have been sued because I was not impactful on this. I was just someone on the side giving my opinion after the whole thing had already blown up. And he knows it. So I shouldn't have been added to this. And I was told later on that it was a friend of his that convinced him to add me on at the last minute. I didn't know that right away, but that's what I was told later, and I believe that to be true. So anyway, because I was not dropped, Mike refused to do it. We went through a whole legal process. I've covered it before on the show, and eventually Mike dropped the case, but at that point you can't just drop the case because the anti-SLAPP motions allow there to be attorney's fees paid to the defendant if the anti-SLAPP motion is granted. So if you drop the suit after the anti-SLAPP motion has been filed, that still has to be heard. And it was, and we basically won by default. Then there was an attorney's fees hearing, and Mike was then ruled to be liable for about $27,000 to Veronica and about the same to me. And how much has he paid since then? It's been years. So how much has he paid of that $27K to me and $27K to Veronica?
0.0.
Yeah. So that's where it stands. That's where it stood for a while. Now, this has been quite some time since it happened. There hasn't been a lot of action since then. He did play some tournament under an assumed name in another state, and there was some attempt to collect that money, but it didn't happen in time, so whatever. It's been pretty quiet for a while. And I'll tell you, I don't think of Mike Postle very much. And yeah, I still want this judgment to be paid. Not forgetting about that. But it has been a while since I thought about him, and you see I don't actively talk about him. Because what is there to say? It's pretty much the same status as always. But he appeared recently, kind of unexpectedly too. It's not like anything happened to bring him out, but he appeared, and he posted some things on Twitter, and most notably he appeared on Twitter Spaces. And it was unscheduled. He just popped on there. The person doing the Twitter Spaces, who goes by Omar of the OTC, he's on a lot of these spaces, but I don't really know who he is, and he's not someone prominent in poker. He was the host of it, and Eden Rocks, who we've had on the show before, he was like a co-host. There was nobody on there who was in speaking mode, because on Twitter Spaces you can either be a speaker or listener. A listener has no ability to interject anything. A speaker can speak at any time. So only certain speakers were allowed there. And apparently this was by Mike's demand. I guess he didn't want anyone on there who was adversarial, that he just wanted to vent and speak his mind there. There were other people who spoke, but they didn't speak very often. And it really wasn't much of an interview. It was more of just kind of a monologue. So I'm going to play you what he had to say, and I'm going to stop it every so often and comment on it. So this is going to be a long segment because he was on there for 2 hours. And if you don't want to hear this whole thing, you can listen in the archives, as most of you do anyway, and skip over to the portions of the show which are not this. But for everybody else, sit back and relax and listen to Mike Postle. Keep in mind, the sound quality it's not terrible, but it's not great because this is him on Twitter Spaces, probably talking through a phone. And, it is what it is with the sound quality. And I will stop it every so often to comment when I think it's warranted.
So, welcome to the show, man. How you been?
Not too bad. Don't change the title, though, okay? We don't need to do what everyone else does, use my name for clickbait. But since Sean is here, I did want to chat with Sean for a bit.
Let me stop for a second. Of course, that's Mike Postle. He loves to accuse me of that, of using his name for clickbait. I'm not the only one he's referring to, but I guarantee I've never once used his name for clickbait. I don't use people's names for clickbait. My site is not about clickbait. I'm 52 years old. I don't monetize my site. I don't care about internet clout. I'm not trying to be an internet cool kid. There's really no reason I would try to do any kind of clickbait. In fact, people were unlikely to go to my site for this story anyway because it was being so heavily covered already by bigger platforms than mine, by much bigger platforms than mine. So people had no need to go to Poker Fraud Alert. What people come here for is to hear stories that are not being covered elsewhere, or things that are being covered much more in depth by me than other sites. But this wasn't one of them. Chicago Joey was doing this 11 hours a day. They didn't need me. So there was no clickbait. I've never done clickbait. Mike likes to think that I'm looking for attention or clickbait, but that's never been me. And especially in a topic that's being beaten to death by everybody else, that was the last thing I needed to do. So just letting you guys know that as we play this.
Why not, right?
Yeah, the floor is yours, bro. Go ahead.
That's Sean McCormack.
Well,
Sean McCormack, he's a speaker there. He is currently director of poker for all MGM properties. He used to be the director of the Aria Room. Not exactly sure what he has to do with all this, but let's hear their little interaction. Mike wants to talk to him for some reason.
I came in and heard, I already forgot his name, spitting the fake news facts. It's still painful to hear. It's still painful to see. I haven't been able to talk for a long time. I really shouldn't be saying anything right now, but sometimes I get a little fired up when, as anyone would, about hearing things that are so off base, and I don't know. It's tough. But since Sean's here, and Sean wanted to speak on it, I kind of wanted to field some questions from Sean. Sean, go ahead, please.
Oh, gee, you put me on the stage here? I don't really have any questions for you, Mike.
Well, I got a lot for you, but I figured I'd let you go first.
This is, you got a lot for me. What did I do? No, but this is your stage, man. They want to hear from you. They don't want to hear from me. Like I said, I don't have any questions for you. We played on the show. I've told people this many times. I played on the show probably 25 times, and you and I probably played together, I don't know, 5 or 6 times. Mm-hmm. And I never saw any impropriety on the days that I played. That's exactly what I told in 2017. It's exactly what I said today. And I'll also go on record, if need be said, that Justin Caritis is one of the nicest people I've ever met in this industry.
All right, let me stop right here. That's interesting from Sean McCormack, who apparently played on the stream, and he said that he played in 2017. Now, I wasn't even aware that Sean had played on the stream, but if he only played in 2017, then that would make sense that he never saw anything suspicious, because Mike was never alleged to have cheated in 2017. He was alleged to have cheated starting in early 2018 for about a year and a half, ending around September 2019. So even if what is accused of Mike is true, 2017 wasn't part of it. I played on Stone's live stream in late 2017. Mike Postle was not there, and I had not heard of him. That was the only time I've ever played on that stream. But yeah, it would make sense that during the time span when Mike was not alleged to have been cheating, that everything will have been fine. So that doesn't really say much. And I think Sean's just trying to be diplomatic here and not get involved in drama.
But to think that he would be involved in anything seems crazy to me. And that's where I left it.
And by the way, he's talking about Justin Caritis, who was the tournament director and also the director of that stream. And I met him, and in fact, Justin Caritis helped me get a hotel room over by Stone's, and he was a very nice guy. Yeah, I liked Justin when I met him. He was good to me and very friendly, and I had nothing but good things to say about him when I left there. But that doesn't mean he's an honest guy. There have been a lot of questions about what his role was in this whole thing and how he could not have known if Mike was guilty. Then how could Justin have been unaware? So there's been a lot of suspicion about Justin. He doesn't work there anymore. But him being a nice guy doesn't really mean anything, because a lot of scammers are nice guys, at least appear to be. A lot of scammers appear to be very friendly and nice and generous, and that's the way they get people's trust. I'm not saying that Justin is or is not a scammer. I'm just saying that him being nice doesn't mean that he's not a scammer. But again, Sean's just trying to be diplomatic.
My opinion is my own. At that point, I don't have anything more to say to it. Back then, I didn't get involved with anybody that reached out to me and said, hey, you want to join this, whether it's a lawsuit or this or that, or just get on a stage or anything. I was quiet. I never said anything. I never got involved. And I still won't get involved. There's no value to me as a person in the industry on my side of the table to give any opinions or anything. I don't have anything to give. So I guess my first question to you would be, like, what have you been doing?
Before he answers that, just to let you know, the bad sound quality there is something with Sean's phone, and Sean's not going to talk very much after this, so if it's kind of brutal to listen to right now, it will improve. Mike's sound quality is better than Sean's, thankfully.
What have I been doing? Well, let's see. How long did it take? How long did it take for the industry collectively to convict me? Let's ask that. How long did it take? Do you remember?
I don't remember. I don't know how long the. Are you talking about like the court stuff, or are you just talking about the court of public opinion?
Yeah, the court of poker opinion. I'll give you a little recap. Veronica first opened her mouth September 28th of 2019. How long after that did it take for? I think the polls were 92 to 94% guilty. How long did it take for it to reach those numbers?
I'm going to guess faster than the actual investigation.
You're right. You're absolutely right. So what I've been doing to answer your question is to be able to go over every single thing, which, going through almost 100 streams at 4.5, 5 hours, whatever they are. And then going hand for hand, actually figuring out the true data. That takes a lot of time, as you can imagine. So what I'm curious about is why did so few question how this so-called data came out in a matter of days, actually less than days, day or two. How did this data come out so quickly when we're talking about over 400 hours of actually being able to compile it?
Okay, so I see what he's asking here. He's saying that there was so much to watch. How did people figure out in a pretty short time how much he was up in the game total? Because that was one of the data points used against him. I think the number being thrown around was around 250K. It was said he won in what was mostly low-stakes games. How could he have been determined to have won that amount if there's 400 hours of footage to go through? There weren't enough hours in the day for them to come up with that so quickly. So he's basically accusing them of fudging numbers because there just simply was no way for them to watch everything in that time. But here's the rebuttal I have to that. And by the way, I wasn't one of the people coming up with these figures, so I don't know if they're right or wrong. But the way people can do it is by fast forwarding, because you don't have to watch Mike thinking what to do each hand, Mike deciding what to do each hand. You can fast forward through the hand and look at the result at the end. You can also mostly disregard the small pots. And yeah, you won't get an exact number, but we didn't need an exact number here. We just needed an approximate number. And also, every so often, Stones is showing on the screen what people's stacks are. So unless Mike is adding money to his stack, which he shouldn't be able to do if he's winning, then you can tell how much he's up in the game. So these were the methods that people were using to get the numbers they did. Now, Mike's friend Everett Caldwell, who started a magazine called Rounder Life, which never really caught on, but it goes way back to like the 2000s. And in fact, Postle was, I think, one of the co-founders, or at least worked on the magazine. He had some association with it too way back then. But Everett Caldwell has been like Mike's Twitter attorney, even though he's not an attorney. Everett Caldwell has just been pushing over and over and over again that Mike is innocent and that all the people accusing him were irresponsible and or malicious in making these allegations, which were either unfounded or just false and they knew it. So he's basically been Postle's biggest defender the whole way, and they've been friends for many, many years, so it makes sense. But if you see anything from Everett Caldwell, you just know he's not a neutral party. This is a longtime friend of Mike's. Anyway, the biggest point that Everett keeps pushing, and he even wrote a whole thing on his Rounder Life site about this, was that the number was off by about a factor of 2, that Mike actually won something like 125K, not 250, and that basically everybody was either inaccurate or lying. And my response to that has always been, who cares? So let's say Everett's right. Let's say Mike won 125K instead of 250K. That was still an astounding amount to win in the number of hours he played there. And it also isn't so much about the amount, it's about how it was won. And that's what Mike is missing here. So Mike says he's spent the last 4.5 years going through hands, quote, hand by hand, and just really delving into the footage because he's had 4.5 years to do it so he can get through these 400 hours. Okay, that makes sense if you're trying to build a defense that you've been falsely accused. But if that's true, then he should be able to show me examples of hands where he made a big-time wrong move, where he bluffed big time into somebody who had a very strong hand that was almost surely going to call him. But I haven't been shown one yet. I'm still waiting. And by the way, just to put a little asterisk on that, I'm looking for that in any stream where he's accused of cheating, because various reports were made about this, and in these reports it was noted which streams were suspicious and which streams were not. So it was not 100% of the streams he played on in that time span that were said to be suspicious. Only some were. So I'm only interested in the ones which are believed to be suspicious streams. And the reason that is let's say, hypothetically, he was cheating, but he was only doing it sometimes because a necessary accomplice wasn't there all the time. I'm just throwing this out there as possibilities. Well, then the streams where the accomplice wouldn't be there, then he wouldn't be able to cheat, and then you can disregard that whole stream. Whatever happens on that one doesn't matter because he can't cheat. So we're looking at the ones where there's suspected cheating going on, where it's alleged cheating going on. So I'm looking at any of those streams where he's been accused of cheating, find other hands in those streams where he makes a very egregiously wrong move for a lot of money. I don't mean where he makes an unsuccessful bluff into the nuts for small money. I'm talking about for big money. And you may ask, well, what counts as big money? Anything that is a fairly large pot where he's putting out a fairly large bet into a hand that's very likely to call him. I want to see that. I want to see an example of that. And I'm not talking about hands where he's flopped something so big he just absolutely can't fold. I'm talking about where he's voluntarily adding to the pot, voluntarily putting in extra money, a lot of extra money, when he has a worse hand. And when it wouldn't make sense to do this other than it being a bluff. I want to see that where he's doing it and he's wrong. Wrong meaning where the person's very strong and likely to call him. And by the way, I'm not looking for player-dependent judges. So I'm not looking for, oh, well, this guy just never folds. So, yeah, a lot of people would fold there, but this opponent just is very sticky and doesn't fold, so why would Mike bluff him? I'm not looking for that, because that's subjective whether someone, quote, never folds. I'm looking for him doing it into very strong hands, which is inevitable after all these hours and hours of play. And if he's been going through this for 4.5 years, then he should be able to present this to me. And if I'm presented with enough of this, then maybe I'll say, hey, well, I didn't see these before, because I haven't seen everything. I'll concede that. I'll say, okay, I never saw these before. All right, well, that changes the whole story. But I've got to see it. I haven't seen it yet. I've asked Everett to show me, and I have not been shown it. So what am I to say here? Let's go on.
Why?
Well, forgive me because it's been a while, but I don't know the exact timelines of when everything came out. But I agree. I will give you this.
This is Sean.
I don't know if I say the word agree, but I'll give you this. When anything happens in our poker industry and it's like something that's, put in a bad light or something like that, has a negative tone, people are always going to gravitate to the worst part of the story first. And then it's crazy, but we have to prove ourselves innocent. So yeah, it probably happened. The pitchforks, I would assume, came out faster than the full investigation.
Yeah. I didn't hear some of that. I had, my daughter was calling. So I missed the first half of that, but I'm going to just guess at what you said. The whoever was talking prior to Sean coming up, they managed to repeat everything that everyone wanted to hear. And when I say that in that those who were involved were putting things together for months ahead of time. Out of the thousands of detectives at home watching Joey Ingram entertain you, I really hate comparing my situation to anything that is significantly bigger, but I mean, how many of you, asking anyone, how many of you believe every single thing that you see in mainstream media? I mean, how much of that is true? When someone or a group of people have almost a year head start to create and spin a narrative and come up with data that is so far-fetched, I'm just, and there's a lot of things I can't say yet.
You're going to keep hearing him refer to things that he can't say yet, he wants to say but can't, etc., plans of something coming up. He's never clear about what those things are, so who knows? A lot of times he's promising things are going to happen, they just don't happen for whatever reason. He said about a year head start. I don't know what he means by that. He could have commented at any time, and in fact he did. He spent hours on Mike Matisow's show commenting, but he just rambled about UB and other things that had nothing to do with this. If I were accused of this, if I were in Mike's shoes, and let's say I were in Mike's shoes and I was innocent, and I had people accusing me of cheating, and I had a lot of people all whipped up on Twitter and on various podcasts accusing me of cheating, and I knew I was innocent, what I would do is, first of all, I would explain all of the hands that I was being accused of cheating and what my thought process was, and I'd explain it very clearly. And then I would find hands that contradicted the narrative, right? Say, okay, I made a great move here and got away with it. You may think, okay, I can see all the hole cards, but hey, look at this one. Look at this one. I just put $2,000 into the nuts. I had nothing. I bluffed into the nuts. They snap called me. I'm out $2,000. Explain that one. Same stream as where you said I was a god who could see all the cards. Why would I have bluffed $2,000 into this? Now people could say back, oh, well, you're just doing this for cover. But we didn't even get that. We didn't get that. So he at any point could have come back with a defense. Or if he didn't want to speak for whatever reason, he could have had friends of his, of whom there were several on Twitter that were speaking on his behalf, friends from the area. They could have done it. But we didn't see that. The only thing we saw over and over was all this talk that there was way too much that was claimed that he won when he actually won half that. But that doesn't matter. Because the narrative was not he won double what any player reasonably should have. The claim was he won way, way more than double of what anyone would have won on that stream, even a good player, and that it just seemed like he was never wrong on certain streams. That's what the claims were. So then, if this is a false allegation, then find counter evidence. You have all those hours of footage. You don't have to find every single counter example, but find one, find two, find five. I'm looking for those. That's what I'm looking for. My mind's still open at this point, 4.5 years later. You want to show me those? Then I'll start to reevaluate. But I haven't seen them yet.
So I'm trying to be careful as I talk here, so it's not really a good idea for me to be really doing this. I don't know what I
say
can.
anything.
There's a lot of things there's a lot of things that I can't say yet because it's being saved for later. But I'm wondering if maybe people can open their eyes to the fact that literally everything that was said, that was spun, that was created, that literally none of it is true. When I say that, I mean the exaggerating, the manipulation, the fabrication, and I mean people hearing an influencer who's got a reputation in the industry scream into a microphone and then automatically believe it's factual. Like, we need to do a better job, I think. 1 second.
Well, Mike, if there's one thing we do here often, it's we have, some fun. We play some games. We do thought experiments. So in my opinion, and I'm just speaking for myself and, from my own following, I'm sure they would agree, which is not insubstantial. We can easily do things here. If you want to run some thought experiments, set up some parameters, and just be heard without being pressed, we'd be happy to accommodate that. I'm being serious.
Yeah.
For what that's worth, if you don't mind me saying so, Mr. Postle.
I'm still working on the how of everything that has taken me years to get the actual research done on. I mean, I was the one accused, and it's taken me, how long has it been to really put things together? Now, granted, that goes beyond the actual the fake data out there, but I mean, if it's taken me this long to even say anything, how can anyone else just hear something after a few days and just, it's the gospel?
I can tell you how, because I saw the whole thing unfold. This allegation was brought out and people didn't know what to say at first. And then they started watching the Stones archives, and they were going through it and couldn't believe what they were seeing. They just saw hand after hand after hand where Mike Postle was making amazing plays that basically no player could make consistently and be correct every time. That's what people were seeing. And as Chicago Joey watched more and more, and Doug Polk watched more and more, and everyone else on Twitter watched more and more, whether it was through these streams or just on their own, people were like, wow, hand after hand after hand after hand, and he's just always making the right move. He's just never wrong whenever it's a big spot. And people took notice. Nobody claimed I watched all 400 hours of footage and therefore Mike Postle's cheating. I don't believe anyone said that because it was not possible to watch that much. But basically everybody saw this and they just were saying, this is just so egregious it jumps out at us. This wasn't subtle. That was the belief of those who watched it. And when I watched it, that was my belief too. And I think anybody would come to that belief. In fact, I think Mike Postle himself, watching someone else play this way, would have come to that conclusion. Because he is a very experienced poker player who goes back to the 2000s. So that's how people came to these conclusions. And they don't have to watch every minute before making these statements. If you just skip through it, and every time you find him in a big hand, it just seems like he's making all the right moves, and you just don't see anything different. Yeah, it starts to really look suspicious. That's what was happening. And of course people are going to comment at that point. Of course people are going to put it all over Twitter at that point and all over the podcast and all over the streams. Because it's very unusual. And it also corresponds with people's biggest fear, and that is, what if these hole card cams are somehow being used to cheat? So it was a big story. It was a huge story. And yeah, it's unfortunate if you are the one being accused and you're innocent. It's very unfortunate. But at that point, you need to spring into action and explain why you're innocent. And show people why you're innocent. And if you just don't comment, well, they're going to assume guilt if everything they're watching seems to point to it. And if they're watching the wrong thing, they're missing the things that are going to exonerate you, then it's up to you or your friends to point this out. It's not up to them to watch a full 400 hours of footage before saying a word. I think that's what he's missing here.
But it's, that's how it is. There's no fun in this if I'm not guilty. So it's what people want to believe. And my question for Sean still escapes me, but I don't know. Let's go with this. Since no one ever thought of this or considered this a possibility, what if everyone decides to look at this with an open mind from here on out, or when the time comes, and realizes or knows that I knew about the accusations against me, the rumors, the I guess inner talks amongst the handful of people who were first involved. I don't know. Would things change if people knew that I knew the entire time about what was being said about me or thought was being done?
No. It would be an interesting addition to the story. And I'll get to this a little bit later because he's going to touch on it a little bit later. And I do have some criticism for some others involved here that haven't really faced very much criticism. But I have some criticism, and he does bring up a good point, as you'll hear later, that if there was suspicions about this before they were voiced on Twitter, then what's up with these people? And that's a good thing to discuss, but that doesn't change whether he was cheating or not. Either he was cheating or he was not cheating. If he was not cheating, then he was falsely accused, and his reputation was ruined when he had done nothing wrong. And that's very bad, and he was a victim in that case. If he was cheating, then he deserved everything he got. And it really can't be anything but one of those two. Because if he cheated even once, then he's a cheater. If he did not cheat at all, then he was innocent and he was falsely accused. It's got to be one of those two. Everybody else's role in this, except for his accomplices, who are pretty much as guilty as he is, but anyone else who wasn't an accomplice but didn't act perfectly in the situation, it's worth discussing them as well, but that doesn't change what anyone should think of him. Let's go on.
Would it also change if people knew, what I guess what I'm about? I'm a smart ass by nature, which gets me into a lot of trouble sometimes, but I'm a bit of a prankster, and I like to play the gotcha moments at times. What if I don't know, what if I was documenting things the entire time for almost a year before Veronica even said anything when she did on Twitter? What if there was a plan A that I knew about, but just wasn't privy yet to the plan B? What if this was an entirely premeditated conspiracy to I can't say that. To do something very nefarious and illegal, way worse than anything I was accused of.
Well, it depends what it is. That would be interesting. I'd love to hear that from him, whatever this conspiracy is, provided it's true. I mean, even if it's not true, I guess I'd like to hear it. But yeah, if there's some bigger thing going on there, he was just a small part of it and people have no idea. Yeah, like, go ahead and blow the whistle. I'd like to hear that. Hope you have evidence, but I'd like to hear that. If the conspiracy is something along the lines of, well, Veronica was falsely accusing him so she becomes more popular in poker or whatever that might be, if he can show that, then fine. Then that would change the narrative, but that wouldn't be bigger than this. That would just be kind of a counter to what was said about him. But he doesn't get into what that is, so let's just go on.
What if... Going back,
sounds like a powerful metaphor, Mr. Postle. Sorry.
That's Eden Rocks.
I've always been a movie fan. I alluded to this with some friends. If anyone has seen the movie, has anyone seen the movie Now You See Me? About the magicians, the Four Horsemen. Have you
Yes.
seen that movie? Eden, Omar.
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. Eden, you see it?
Yeah, I saw it, Mike.
Okay. Well, at least you'll get it. I would.
Oh, I get it, Mike. We're here to. The people want to know the truth, right? So
yeah.
okay.
What I would. The best way to put it would be that it's very comparable to my situation when it comes to the deception, the trickery. There might even be a quote. I don't know if it's from that movie or another, but it's not the magician who tricks you. It's the magician tricks you to or convinces you to trick yourself. And I think it's a good analogy for my situation, because literally everything that has been said, determined as fact, none of it's true. And of course anyone can just say that, but what I can say is that I started documenting things long before Veronica went public. And everything that I have said now, everything that I will say in the future, all of that can be proven because I did document it. And as far as who will be lumped into that is still being determined. It's not a secret that I reached out to Matt Berkey. I told him that I'd be interested in having a conversation with him, but first I wanted to talk, just him and I, and just have a few questions answered. That's it. And he's been unwilling to answer one question that I've had for him.
Let me stop right here. I don't know about his conversations with Berkey. I know he did reach out to Berkey. Berkey had mentioned that too. But he reached out to me recently after this whole thing. He hadn't contacted me before this, but he contacted me after this, after we kind of went back and forth on Twitter. And I haven't really gotten anything useful from him yet. It's kind of gone back and forth regarding how cordial the discussion has been. But I'll tell you this, Mike, who I'm sure is listening. I'll tell you this. You can ask me whatever questions you like. You can present to me whatever you like. And also, anything you ask me to not publish or not share, I will keep my word on that as well. But I'm also not going to be a stooge or an idiot who just repeats what you want me to repeat. I'm not going to do that. So if you're looking for somebody to just become convinced whatever you show them, and you think this is earth-shattering stuff that's going to turn their head around, it's got to be something that really does convince me. But I am open-minded here. I am willing to look at it in different ways. I'm willing to look at everything. And you can't even accuse me anymore of being some friend of Veronica's or someone trying to impress Veronica or whatever the allegation used to be, because Veronica and I don't get along anymore. And you know that, and that's not a secret. So definitely I'm not doing anything for her. So go ahead. Show me what you'd like to show. I don't know what Berkey said. I'm not going to talk about what Berkey did or didn't say. But I'll tell you what I'm going to say. I'll tell you, show me. And that's what I've said to you in private, is show me. So go ahead. I'm open. Show me.
And, it's confusing. Why were none of the most vocal people against me? Why can't they have a conversation with me? Is kind of what I'm curious about. I also reached out to Nick Bertucci. That is true. And I told him that I wanted to have a one-on-one with Veronica. And by that, I mean a one-on-one, question-for-question discussion where she can ask me anything. I can ask her anything. And no time limit. No limit on the questions. When she runs out of questions before me, I did get a response that she would do it, and then after she said that she would, it was she had a demand and then another demand and then more excuses. So I guess I'll put it out there so people know. And get to her, let her know I want to have a fair, simple discussion with Veronica on her and Nick's show. And what I want from that, I mentioned already, just no editing. Unless we agree on it after the fact, but no editing, no interruptions, question for question, and she can bring all her evidence and consult with whoever she needs to ahead of time.
This is actually a good idea. Some were saying she should not do this, because as you heard he was saying, he felt that he wants to go on the Nick Bertucci show, which Veronica co-hosts sometimes, and have a one-on-one, basically like debate with Veronica where he defends himself, where he just wants it live with her, where he asks her questions, she asks him questions, and then the public judges who's being truthful. I think that's great. I think they should do it. I don't know if Veronica's going to do it, but there were some people saying that she shouldn't do it. Some people were saying Veronica doesn't owe him anything. Veronica doesn't need to do this. And I think she was leaning towards not doing it. I know in the past she was saying she doesn't want to platform him in any way, and she does not want to talk to him, and she doesn't want anyone to hear him. And I don't think that's fair. And that seems strange coming from someone who he sued for $330 million. But I don't think that's fair. If he wants to come onto this show, I will platform him. Because I don't like the whole idea of deplatforming someone who's being talked about. I think that's a very bad idea. And you know what? Veronica actually tried to deplatform me last year over something that had nothing to do with her. Over something that, while some people didn't like, wasn't any kind of cheating scandal or anything like that. But she told everybody to stop following me and to deplatform me. She's not saying that anymore, but she was saying it back then, less than a year ago. So if she's deplatforming me, I mean, she is not really a good person to listen to regarding who to platform. But it wasn't just Veronica saying that. We had people listening to this stream, this Twitter Spaces, who were saying that Mike should not have a chance to talk to Veronica, that she doesn't owe him the time. Well, she doesn't owe him the time, it's true, but should she do it? Yes, because she's the one who brought out these allegations against him in the first place. And if she is very confident in what she brought out, then she should do it. If Mike was guilty and she was totally correct, then that would come out from watching the two of them interact. So this isn't something she has to do, but it's very reasonable for him to ask this, basically to face his accuser. Because when someone accuses you of something very serious like cheating, yeah, you want to confront them. Yeah, you want to question them directly. If I were falsely accused of cheating, I would definitely want to get one-on-one with the person accusing me and state why I was not cheating and why they're lying about me. I would want that. So him wanting this here doesn't necessarily mean he's innocent, but it is fair that he wants that. And to say that someone should just be talked about, but they're not allowed to talk. In fact, this Omar of the OTC guy who was running this stream and Eden Rocks, who was co-running it, they got heat for this. They got heat for why would you put on Postle and platform him? Well, look, people talked about Postle a whole lot. And I was waiting at that time for him to defend himself, but all he did was go on that Mike Matisow show and rant for hours and really not say anything of value and not really defend himself with anything coherent. So that was pretty useless as far as anything that's going to shift anyone into his favor. But, that was then. This is now. If he's ready to come out 4.5 years later, albeit, way too late, and albeit after a frivolous lawsuit against a bunch of people who were just trying to cover what was going on, so that was a lot of bullshit, and I got dragged into that, and a lot of other people did too. The time to discuss all that was then, and not to sue people. But, okay, we're past all that now. So now, if you have something, bring it out. And if you want to debate the person who brought it all out in the first place, then that's fair to want to do that. They don't have to do it, but I think it's fair to ask for it, and there's nothing wrong with him asking for it. And in fact, I think it should happen. I think it would be good. And anyone saying that we don't need to give him this attention, we all know what happened, why are we letting him do this, why are we letting him try to cast any doubt, why don't we just let this all go away? I understand that, but the truth is, he wants to speak out, he wants to defend himself, he should have a right to. So he wants to come on this show and defend himself, he can. If he wants to debate Veronica on this show, he can. He wants to do this elsewhere, I think he should. I think she should. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not a believer in deplatforming someone who's publicly accused of something. Now, I'm not saying everything should get a platform. So let's say, hypothetically, this isn't happening, by the way, but let's say this was happening. Let's say Phil Hellmuth's wife divorced him. And then she said, I'm going to tell you a lot of stuff about Phil during our marriage that you guys will find very interesting. Nothing to do with poker, but a lot of personal stories about Phil. Well, if people didn't want to platform that, it would make sense, because it's none of anyone's business. If his bitter ex-wife wanted to slam him about the way he lives his personal life. So not platforming that would be fair. And by the way, just again to remind everybody, this is not happening. Phil's not getting a divorce. As far as I know, he's happily married, but I'm just using it as an example of something that would not be appropriate to platform. But let's say his wife said, hey, well, now that I'm divorcing him, I want to tell you guys about what was happening behind the scenes with that whole UB scandal when he was the main face of the site, that big cheating scandal there. Well, that would be worth platforming, because that would be something relevant to poker that we need to hear. So similarly with this, it's relevant to hear from Mike because there was so much talk about Mike. So that's why we should platform him and let him say what he needs to say. And if he just rambles, if he doesn't say anything of value, if he says a lot of unconvincing stuff or stuff that you can prove is false or stuff that comes off as very likely false and without any receipts, well, then that will speak for itself. So I'm not saying that giving him a platform will prove him innocent. In fact, my guess is right now it won't. But he does deserve the platform if he wants it. So I think that's a thing to say that isn't very fair about don't platform him. If you're going to talk about someone, you need to platform them. If you don't want to platform them, don't talk about them. But there's been a lot of talk these days, not just in poker, but in general, about not platforming this person or that person. And I don't like that at all. Everybody has a right to give their side of things. That's always been my feeling.
And I'll bring some of what I got, and we'll actually have we'll have more of a fair talk, since everything's been so one-sided. And I know it's easy, when someone's silent for a long time, it's real easy to fall back into that narrative of, he's 100% guilty. There's just no way around it. Well, people have been conditioned with quite a bit of confirmation bias to make that a fact. I guess we go a little bit further with it, and remembering some of what whoever that guy was, bless his heart, repeating some of the things that have been said. I never lost any big hands, never lost any hands. There was hundreds of hands that, prove that something happened. No, that's not anywhere near true. What you were seeing in streams that you were seeing, which were, premeditated concoctions of what the magicians wanted everyone to see. Anyone who, says that, oh yeah, I've seen it all. I watched Joey Ingram. No, you didn't see it all. There's almost 100 streams that can be seen, and they're all still up on YouTube for a reason. So anyone who wants to do the work can actually do the work. Now, my side has done that. In the lawsuit, it was claimed that I won 94% of my sessions, when it was actually right on pretty close to my career average of 78%. Historically, I've won 3 out of 4 sessions that I've played.
Okay. A few things to say about that. First of all, the lawsuit he's talking about is not the one I was in. It was the one where he was sued by Veronica and a bunch of people. It was like 80 plaintiffs or something. And they sued Postle, they sued Stones. There was some very, very small settlement. The lawsuit was basically a failure because California law is immature when it comes to collecting any kind of gambling-related damages. There just really is not the law in the books to hold someone liable for something like this. So that's why the lawsuit was not successful, and that's why it was settled for a very small amount of money on Stone's end, and it was just outright lost on the end against Postle. It was never heard to the standpoint where it was determined whether Postle really cheated or not. It was just California law didn't support such a lawsuit being able to be brought forward. So that's the lawsuit he's talking about. But let's get to the whole thing he was saying about the percentage of sessions he won. He said that the lawsuit claimed he won 74 or 94% of his sessions, but in reality he won close to his, quote, historical average of 78% of his sessions. Now, going by number of sessions won is not really very useful as far as poker results. I'm not just talking about Postle. I'm talking about you, talking about me, anybody who plays poker. If you're tracking your results by sessions, then you may end up fooling yourself. Why? Because a lot of players will play for a long time to try to get unstuck, to try to get even when they're losing. And then when they get even, if they get even, then they'll tend to quit. So if you start off losing and you say, oh, crap, I wish I never came here. I want to get my money back. Oh, this sucks. I'm down. Wow, I just want to get out of this. And then if you're lucky enough to get out of it because things turn around and you do better, usually by that point, especially if you've been playing a while, you breathe a sigh of relief. You say, okay, good, I'm out of it. And you walk away usually with like a small profit because you broke over even and that's it. But let's say you have 10 sessions, and let's say of those sessions, 4 of them you just won. You were doing fairly well the whole way, so you won something. You were never down very much or at all. And then, let's say 4 of them you were down, but were able to come back and quit around even, slightly above even. And then 2 of them you lost. Well, that makes it you won 80% of your sessions. It sounds like you did great. But hold on. Let's say the 2 you didn't come back, you just got absolutely clobbered because you kept staying to see if you could win back your money, and you just kept losing more and more and more, and you got in such a big hole, and finally you got disgusted and left, or you ran out of money you brought with you and you left. But whatever it was, you had a big loss in that session. And then you had a second session like that too. So you had 2 very big loss sessions. Then you had 4 break-even-ish sessions, slightly on positive side, and 4 decent wins. Well, if you add up all those 10, there's a good chance that you're still negative. Even though you were 8-2 as far as winning sessions versus losing sessions, you still lost because the 2 losers were so big, and then 4 of the sessions were essentially even, and the 4 that were winners weren't that big. So counting it by session doesn't mean much. If you're a sports team, if you're the Dodgers and you're 8-2 in the last 10 games, you're doing great. In poker, because there's amounts to be concerned with, sessions don't really matter. So I don't understand this historical average crap. It doesn't mean anything. And it also doesn't mean all that much stream-wise. It means a little bit more because the streams are finite in that you can't just stay infinitely until you're down a ton or you get back even. The stream, basically, you play till the end unless you leave early, and then it's just over. But even there, the percentage won doesn't mean that much unless it's so high that it looks funny. So if he really did win 94% of those sessions, that would be suspicious, given how many he played. But again, the way he won and how much he won, those are the bigger things to look at.
Like, it's not astronomical. It's not out of the norm for someone who's been playing for a living for over 20 years to game select well and win like 3 out of 4 sessions. It was claimed that I won over $1,000 an hour and that I was playing 1-3, and I'm glad Sean brought this up. Those weren't 1-3 games. Like, you know, and I'm like, no one wants to talk about that. Why does no one want to talk about how there was anywhere from $10,000 to almost $100,000 on the table with massive straddles and crazy action with some of the area's biggest action players and a lot of players who are successful in life outside of poker who just wanted to splash around and gamble.
Okay, so that's a reasonable thing to bring up, that even though they're playing a 1-3 game, if it's very deep, if there's very big stacks on the table, and there's a lot of very wild and aggressive players, and then Mike's playing back at them in an aggressive fashion, you can have some very big pots that make the 1-3 game play huge, may have it play much bigger than 1-3, and that you can rack up big wins and big losses in such games, whereas at a normal 1-3 no-limit game you can't. That's a good point. The problem is that people aren't just talking about the amount won, and also he wasn't just winning because he was winning these huge pots that got built up huge between deep stacks where he happened to end up on the right side of it. That would be a good excuse if people just said, okay, here's the total amount Mike won in these 1-3 games. Explain that one if he's not cheating. And then he says, well, I can explain it. These were huge pots. The game played very big. So the game wasn't like a normal 1-3. That would be a good answer. But the thing that got everybody's attention, including mine, was how he won these hands, how he won these pots, how these pots got so big. That's the problem here. That's what got everybody's attention. That's what got everybody talking. So the amounts he won, it's interesting. It's worth discussing. It's part of the story, but it's not the main story. It's how he got there. It's how he won that much. And that we're just not seeing an explanation for.
All these streams that have come out in the last couple of years, like if there's any proof as far as that whole narrative, like they should have been dispelled with what's been going on in the streams the last couple of years out there. And then the win total, so the common narrative is.
Wait, hold on a second. He's saying any rumor should have been dispelled by what's going on in the other streams out there. Well, no, that would make the rumors stronger. So it kind of sounds like he's saying that due to the other controversies, like Hustler Casino Live with the Robbie Jade Lou thing, that there were suspicions that she could see people's hole cards, or that someone could and was signaling her, and that's why she played that hand so crazy against Garrett. And that was never really proven either way, because it was only one hand, and there was never a smoking gun. So I'm still torn on that one, whether that was cheating or not. I could go either way on that. But if you want to look at the other streams, you'd say, yeah, now there's suspicions about other streams too. And I think maybe what he's trying to say is there's witch hunts everywhere. But no, it's that people's eyes are kind of open now. Like, you got to watch these streams because there can be bad actors. And there can be. In fact, there was a bad actor on Hustler because he was caught stealing off people's stacks. And that guy had access to the hole cards. So that's a good example of an unscrupulous person who steals that had access to the hole cards. Now, that has nothing to do with Postle's game because that guy wasn't involved in Postle's game, but it is just showing that if the wrong people have access to this information and then they have the cooperation of someone who's in the game, then very bad things can happen. And by the way, I just want to point out something here. I believe that Postle was in a child custody situation around the time this was all going on. Mike Postle had a marriage, I believe it was a marriage, but I know he had a kid with a woman who was once a model for Absolute Poker. And she was a very unstable person. I believe she had a drug issue. Anyway, I believe he was awarded full custody. And that's not very common because they tend not to like to take the child away from the mother. Usually the best the dad is going to do is 50-50. So if the dad gets 100% or close to 100% custody, the mom is usually a real screw-up. And I believe that's what happened here. So I do believe that Postle cares for his daughter. I do believe that his ex had a lot of issues and that he did not feel comfortable with his daughter in the care of his ex, who, to say the least, was living a very irresponsible lifestyle. And I can understand that. I can empathize with that. But, legal defenses do cost money. And, if you're looking for a motive here, that is one possible motive. So he says you don't know what he's about. Well, I don't know what he means by that. He said that earlier in this whole rant he's doing on there. But yeah, we don't know everything he's about. During this whole thing, he's going to pick up his daughter, and I know he has full custody of her, and he was fighting for full custody of her. And if you think of all the deadbeat dads out there that just run off and want nothing to do with their kids, that this is someone who was fighting to have full custody because he felt that his ex was not a responsible person, and he was worried about his daughter in her care. So if you take someone who is feeling it's very important to win full custody for the safety of their daughter, who they love very much and would do anything for, and they're in this game where there's a lot of money being thrown around, and they have a way to cheat in that game. I'm just saying hypothetically. I'm not saying he did this necessarily, but would he do it if he felt that this is the only way he could fund his legal defense? And I know that theory's been thrown around before. I'm not making this up on the fly. I'm not saying this is my theory. I've heard this theory mentioned. So, who knows? But I believe that was going on at that time. And it's interesting to think about. I actually can picture a lot of people doing that if they were in that situation. I'm not saying that I would. I'm not saying that it's right. It's not right. You can't cheat innocent people even if it's for raising money for something that you need for the sake of your kid. But, some people will say, I'll do anything for my kid. So, just something to think about here.
He won 250 to 350,000 just playing 1-3 no limit, and that's impossible. Well, that's not anywhere near true. The games and Sean, Veronica, others who played, Dave Tuckman came on and said, man, if I would drive and go play this game every single week if I could, like, why would you want to do that if it was just a normal 1-3 game? The reason is because it was one of the best games on the entire West Coast, and a lot of people knew that. So, but as far as that total, and Matt Berkey was one that I reached out to. Go ahead, sweetie. Go ahead and go inside. One of the reasons I reached out to him is because he's been the only one in the last, few years who did the work to find out how much I really won and, getting the actual correct data out there. He's the only one who's come out and said, he won 150,000. Matt Berkey, said that, whether that slipped out or he didn't mean to say it. He said it, and no one thought twice about even mentioning it. Matt Berkey and Phil Galfond were, Phil especially, were going to, come up with their findings. They did do all the work. It was crowdsourced and put together, and I know what the findings are because I've done that as well. So
we're half an hour in. We haven't gotten anything that was useful as far as him defending himself. We keep hearing why he didn't win as much as was claimed he won, which isn't very important. If it were a factor of 7 times or something, yeah, sure. If he won 30,000 and they're saying he won 250,000, yeah, that's a pretty significant error, and then that's worth discussing. If it's 150 instead of 250, who cares? I mean, why do you keep raising this point over and over?
Why is that not being talked about?
Because it doesn't matter.
Mike, would you want to field any questions now or no?
No.
Okay,
I just got
no problem.
fired up early.
Yeah. No.
By the way, that was me asking if I could come on and ask some questions. I was frantically messaging them saying, let me on, and then Eden just asked if he'll field some questions. Maybe others were too, but Mike did not want to field any questions.
Listening to someone spew about, I guess I equate it to someone having, I guess you name your 3-letter news source that you might listen to, and just having that repeat while you sleep, and then waking up and quoting it as if it's that's true because I heard it. Like, I guess I want to challenge some people to do some critical thinking and revisit some things, and then I'd like them to reach out and have a talk with me.
Okay, here I am. Let's do it. In fact, you have talked to me since then. You've messaged me on Twitter DM. I'm waiting. Hit me with the info. I'm ready to do the critical thinking. I'm not being sarcastic here. I am ready to do it. I was ready the whole time. But whether you think I was ready before, which I was, but if you don't believe that, that's fine. I'm ready now. Please believe me. Do it. I'm ready to do the critical thinking.
Berkey, you're one of them. I asked you. I said, hey, let's just have a simple conversation, just you and I. No cameras, no microphones, no attention, no clicks. Let's just have a little chat, and, we'll go from there. And no response. You would think that anyone, especially someone who, fabricated or manipulated or straight up lied about things, or had my name in their mouth over and over, would welcome the chance to have a man-to-man discussion, however you wanted to have it, and try and find some common ground or compromise on the truth of some things.
Let me point out something here. Now, I don't have the same reach as Berkey does. I don't have the same reach as Joey Ingram or Doug Polk. But I do have some reach. And people do tend to listen to what I have to say about poker scams and scandals. If I were to come out and say, you know what, I've looked at this information and I've changed my mind, I think Postle's innocent. If I were to do that, Twitter would blow up. Poker Twitter, at least, would blow up. I mean, it would become a very big story that Todd Dandruff would tell us of PokerFraudAlert.com is now defending Postle, especially after Postle sued me. That would be a very big story. So you don't need Berkey necessarily, if he is ignoring you. I don't know if he is or not, but if he is, you don't need him. You don't need these other people. I'm telling you, I'm willing to do it, but it's got to be something convincing. It can't just be what you would like me to say is convincing. So if you're going to show me you won 150K instead of 250K, I'm really not very interested. I'm going to tell you that in advance. If you're going to show me a lot of hands where on the same stream you were accused of cheating, that you were doing it all wrong and shooting off money left and right with incorrect bluffs, well, then I will start to rethink about my opinion. And if I come to the conclusion after rethinking my opinion that you either didn't cheat or it's kind of too difficult to tell and everyone was too certain about it, I'll say that. I'll say what I really believe at that point. But I haven't been presented that. So what I'm telling you here is that you don't need Berkey to do it. If I do it, it'll get plenty of attention. Trust me. But I'm not going to do it unless I'm convinced. I'm not going to say anything I don't believe.
Joey Ingram, he knows. I've had a few conversations with Joey. He would admit that he got a little excited and went overboard a little bit. But that's okay, because I don't really hold anything against Joey, because he's an entertainer. It's what he does. And people like to be entertained, and they like wild stories, and they like cheating scandals, as everyone in the industry knows. They're obsessed with it. So, when it comes time to actually, do the work and find out whether someone did something or not, it's no fun when the evidence points the other way,
It's more fun when everybody's saying one thing and you can show the other way. I like doing that. I like busting the common narrative and showing that all the sheep were believing the wrong thing. Those are the most fun stories to cover for me, because I don't care about internet clout. I don't care about popularity. And I will go against the grain. He probably doesn't remember this, but there was a story going around that the Rio parking lot, when the World Series of Poker was there, was unsafe, and that people were getting mugged. And in fact, there was one guy who definitely did get mugged, and it was seen that he was there in the parking lot injured, and security was around him. And everybody got very scared that there were muggings of poker players in the Rio parking lot, which was admittedly dark and kind of scary sometimes late at night. So while everybody else was going on and on and on about how the security is not good enough and this is the Rio's fault and they have to be ashamed of themselves, blah, 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 I found out by looking into this myself that the person who was mugged was trying to make a drug deal in the parking lot, and that it was a drug deal gone bad, that he was trying to make a drug deal and he got beaten up and his money stolen in the process of that. Now, that's not good, but that's a little bit different than criminals roaming the Rio parking lot to mug poker players just trying to walk to their car. There's a very big difference. So if you're going to go make drug deals in the lot and you end up dealing with some really bad dudes who beat you up and take your money, well, as I said, these guys should be arrested and prosecuted for it, but at the same time, that's somewhat your fault as well for entering a drug deal in a dark parking lot with shady dudes. So at that point, that's a very different story. So I put out the true story, and I went against everybody else who wanted to bash Caesars, who wanted to bash the World Series, who wanted to bash the Rio. And I could have done that and gotten a lot of attention going on and on and on about how awful the Rio is and how terrible the security is and how Caesars doesn't care. No, I put out the truth. I put out the truth because I wanted people to know the truth. And that's what I do. But sometimes the truth is what most people are saying. So if the truth is not what everybody's saying here, then he needs to show us.
But Sean, we'll have another chat soon.
Hey, Mike, I'll tell you this.
I got a little
buddy.
more of a clear head.
I'll tell you this, buddy. Sorry, I missed like 2 or 3 minutes there in the middle. I had my boss's boss called, and unlike Matt Savage, I can't just send my boss the voicemail. But if you bring me anything and you want me to look at something, I give you my word. I will look at it fairly, professionally, using my expertise from my side of the table. Whatever. If you want me to look at something, I will look at it unbiasedly. For the most part, through all of this, I've remained pretty neutral because I just don't find value in getting involved. Am I perfect?
Mm-hmm.
No, of course not. Of course not. The pitchforks have been there, buddy. So, if I even myself am not perfect, I might have thrown one myself.
That's Sean McCormack again.
But, I will say it in front of everybody here. When we played together, we were friends, and I still have no opinion on the big subject that matter. I know you to be a good dude. And like I said, I'll give you a fair shake if you bring anything to me. I think your story should be told. Whatever way you want to tell it, you should get your voice out there. But, if you want to hit me in the back channels, I know you've hit me up before and we've talked. I'm not going to throw any pitchforks at you or anything like that. And if you want me to look over anything, I will. And full disclosure, I'm friends with everybody on the other side. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, Sean McCormack is a very diplomatic guy, so he's probably not the right one to go to here. And the full disclosure that he's friends with these people on the other side, it's good he put it out there. But you know who isn't friends with everybody on the other side? You know who might be totally neutral here? Well, maybe not totally because I got sued for $330 million, but as neutral as I can be under the circumstances. But you know who's not friends with everybody on the other side? You know someone who has a problem with your main accuser, not about how she treated you, but how she treated me. So, yeah, I know who you should go to.
So it's not like, but I will look at whatever you want to bring me unbiasedly.
Well, I definitely appreciate that. I mean, as you know, I've been trying to do that for a while, especially since I played my first tournament in almost 4 years. I guess it was about a year ago now. Obviously something happened that was pretty surprising and hurtful, and I wanted to discuss that with you. And I know that you and Veronica are very close, and I know when she's in anyone's ear, it's something that needs to be addressed one way or the other, because if not, you're going to keep hearing about it. So I get it, but I just want. I guess I reached my breaking point tonight. I just want. I want questions to be asked Yeah, I believe it was, I actually heard I was listening to the space that Eden did a long time ago where Sean, you came in at the end and, talked about me a little bit in regards to what happened after that final table, that tournament that I played. There's some of the questions that need to be asked are like, why was Veronica beyond adamant, that absolutely no one in the poker industry give me any sort of platform to, tell my side of the story?
That's a good point. I agree with you. This is one where I agree with you. I said it earlier. I'll say it again. I agree with you. You should have a platform. I also wonder why Veronica really does not want you to have a platform. I think you should. I think she should discuss it with you. And even if she doesn't want to be part of it, maybe she just is done with the whole topic and doesn't want to talk about it. Okay. But I don't see why you shouldn't have a platform. If you want to defend yourself, I think that you should be able to. And I've heard Veronica say that you shouldn't have a platform, and I don't agree with that. But that by itself doesn't make you innocent. It's a little bit peculiar to me, but that does not make you innocent. You have to show your innocence at this point, because what everybody has seen points to guilt, and it makes sense.
Or, provide evidence of documentation of what I have. Why is that? And in my experience, when one side is telling a story and that side doesn't want the other party to speak, it's usually because they're either hiding something or lying about something, or both. Of course, in this case, it's both. But, it's like, why is that? And I mean, I could rattle off, if I had everything in front of me, I could rattle off about 50 different questions that could be asked where, anyone with any desire or partial intelligence, should be able to see it and say, wow, yeah, like maybe that is something, we need to look at.
By the way, I just want to point out here, we just jumped an hour. We just went from 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. It just, bang. It's just gone. There's no 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. hour. It's just instantly 3 a.m. So I can tell you absolutely nothing happened between 2 and 3 a.m. on March 10th, 2024 during this show. Nothing happened. You missed nothing. Sorry, let's go on.
I was not planning on saying anything. I've actually been told still not to say anything. I've been close to my breaking point multiple times. A lot of it is, I have people on, who've done a lot of work for me or helping me quite a bit, and I respect their opinion and what they want me to do, which of course is to not say anything until the time is right. But at the same time, I really wish that people who know me, people who, played with me on the stream, like you, Sean, I really wish, people would reach out to me and ask me some questions. Like one thing that's baffled me for the last 4.5 years, since all of this happened, I've been surprised that a lot of friends, close friends, and people I've played with never even thought to reach out to me. I can't wait to have conversations with anyone who wants to have one, that's tied in somehow. So I'm hoping we can make that happen at some point. Though I know some don't want to have that tough conversation. with me, especially since everyone thought that I retreated to a basement somewhere and I've, just been hiding out when that's nowhere near the truth. It's takes a long time. I have a lot more respect for the legal system in a sense, because it does take a long time to, put everything together from an investigative standpoint, especially when it's something as large and broad that involves quite a bit, like my situation.
This doesn't make any sense to me. You don't need to do a full investigation of your own situation and take 4.5 years before coming out with anything. You can go to the most important stuff first and put out an initial defense and then say, I'm still looking at things, guys. I'll put more out there as I come up with more. But just to go silent doesn't make any sense to me.
Speaking to that, since it was talked about earlier, and I know you touched on it, Sean, this whole narrative that, the DOJ and the California court system doesn't know anything about poker and laws need to be changed and whatnot. No, that's not necessarily the case. The case against me was brought in front of a judge who took the time to hear it, and he asked for evidence to be provided for it to continue. And when that evidence was provided, it was basically nothing. And the judge laughed, asking if there was anything else, because there was absolutely no evidence whatsoever.
I wasn't there for this, but that's not what I was made to understand had occurred. What I was made to understand had occurred is that just simply was not the mechanism to recover funds in a case like this. That you might be partially correct, that there was no direct evidence of cheating, first of all. It's not like someone actually caught you with the whole cards on your phone and got that taken in a picture or documented or whatever. There was no actual 100% proven documentation of cheating. There was just some very strong suspicion based upon a bunch of factors. And second, there was not any kind of arrest that was about this. So perhaps that was brought up in court. But even with that, I don't even believe people could have collected, because there just is not that mechanism in California law. California law makes it very difficult to collect money due to something related to gambling that went wrong between two people. Between a person and a casino, or a casino and a person, there is, provided it's not on Indian land, but person to person, there really is not California law about that. Or if there is, there's very little, and it wasn't enough for this case. So that was why it didn't have to go anywhere. You didn't win in a court of law where the judge said, hey, you know what? It was not proven that Postle cheated, so therefore Postle doesn't owe anything. That's not the way it went. It was just basically, you guys haven't presented anything where the law would allow you to continue with this case, so it's over. That's what happened from my understanding.
And the reason there was no evidence whatsoever is because everything that was in that court filing that was provided as proof against me, not a single word of it was true. Not a single fact, data point. Having Doug Polk quoted as saying that, winning 20, 30 big blinds is just absolutely extraordinary. That really didn't do anything, because even non-poker players know that, especially when you get streams nowadays, or even in our case, when we played on the stream, Sean, we're, just because we're playing 1-3, the blinds don't matter. We could have been playing, we could have been playing 10 cent, 20 cent, or 10 and a quarter. It would have been the same game. I wanted to say some things that I know I couldn't say, so I was trying to reword that. The case against myself, and especially Justin and Stones, was thrown out because what little evidence they had was so far fabricated, so easily proven, that it was an absolute waste of time for it to continue. I represented myself, and I didn't care one way or the other if the case continued or not, because a big part of me wanted it to continue. Here's another question. In my defamation suit, I gave everyone, especially Veronica, the opportunity to go forth and go through discovery. People, why would I do that?
What? We didn't get to that point. You're saying you gave an opportunity. Everything has to proceed in a certain order in these civil cases. It's not like you gave us the opportunity to go through this and we refused. In fact, you kept delaying everything. The reason those legal fees got jacked up, I have people asking me this all the time. How is it possible that an anti-SLAPP motion to a case like this was $27,000 worth of attorney's fees? And I said, because there were a million delays that we didn't want. He kept delaying it over and over. I didn't want this delayed. I wanted this done. I wanted this over as soon as possible. That's why right away I hired attorney Eric Benzamokin. That's why we accepted service before I was actually served. And that's why we filed the anti-SLAPP motion in lightning fast fashion. In fact, I was shocked how much work he did and how quickly. But we did it. And I shouldn't say we, it was more Eric doing it. Yeah, I was just the client. He was the one doing all the work. And we just kept trying to put an end to this. And it just got dragged and dragged and dragged. And Mike fired his attorneys. And I won't rehash the whole thing now, but we didn't get to the point where there was discovery and we're turning it down. That just wasn't what happened. And then eventually Mike dropped the case. So I don't know what he's talking about here. Now, we would have gotten to some kind of discovery had it gotten to that point, but it didn't get to that point. We weren't there yet. There was just delay after delay after delay. And if he wants to question that, I can prove it. I can prove all the different delays that occurred here. And it was getting very excessive, and that's why it dragged on for so long before the whole thing was finally dropped. And it was dropped shortly before there was going to be a major hearing about this. So I have no idea. At least the first case I wasn't part of, so I can't say what the judge said or didn't say because I wasn't there. But I was there for all this with a defamation suit. I was one of two people actively defending themselves, me and Veronica. Everybody else was just sitting there because they hadn't been served.
Veronica and others said that, me or, Stone's fighting it. I should have gone through with it, just to be able to prove my side. Well, I gave her an opportunity to prove her side and get whatever she wanted out of me in discovery. And instead of going down that path, the same path that I was ridiculed for not taking myself, when given that opportunity after, what happened? She went the route to squash it. Why? If you want information and you want answers, why wouldn't you go through and get it?
Okay, I can answer that one. I'm not Veronica, but I can give you that answer here. Why would you squash it? Because you're being sued for $330 million. Don't you think you'd want to squash that? Come on. There are times in life to prove a point. There are times in life to do what's practical. This is the latter. When someone is hitting you with the $330 million lawsuit, you don't say, you know what? It can be dropped and I can get the other side to pay my attorney's fees, or at least get a judgment against them for that, or I can just drag this out so I can prove my point. Yeah, which is the better option here? To dismiss the $330 million lawsuit and get the other side to pay your attorney's fees, or just keep going forward with it and keep spending money on the attorney to prove a point? So yeah, when someone hits you with a frivolous lawsuit, you file the anti-slap motion if that's available in your jurisdiction, and if it really is the type of lawsuit which is frivolous and which would be dismissed through an anti-slap motion. Like, that's what you do. That's what you do when you're sued, is you get it dismissed if it's frivolous. And you do whatever you need to do that's legal to get it dismissed. That's exactly what any lawyer would tell you to do. To say, why would she want to get it dismissed? Like, come on here. That's not a very good point at all.
Well, I mean, I know why, but yeah, poker players are very, very intelligent, especially the top players. There's no doubt about it. But when it came to this, there was almost no critical thinking at all. And I don't know, maybe we can make that. Maybe we can make that happen now, at some point. Maybe maybe the spitting of, it was impossible for me to win at the rates that I won at, and he won every hand, and there's hundreds of hands that prove it, and maybe those narratives can finally be looked at and said, okay, yep, we got that. We didn't get that one right. Maybe we can make that happen soon. Actually, we will make it happen soon. I just wanted to give a little head start on it. See if we can get those same detectives that are out there saying that it's case closed. Maybe we can get some of them on the case and see if we can match up the facts and everything that was said.
No, see, you're not going to get that because the situation's over. The situation's old. So if you want to reopen this, you have to present something compelling. You can't say, well, here I am 4.5 years later. Guys, go investigate this again. Go watch hundreds of hours of footage again. You'll see you missed something. That's not how it works. If you've got something to show people to prove they're wrong, then show them.
Know everything that's been said. I have about 12,000 screenshots and downloaded podcasts and interviews and streams and YouTube whatnot. Like, I've got it all documented. I can't wait to go back through it with everyone who said what they said and provide evidence on each side, and we'll see whose side was correct, or who's telling the truth, and who is more interested in attention or clicks or followers or donations or profit. Maybe we can get someone to help out with that.
Someone
Omar said he'd do it. I heard him say it earlier.
Yeah, it's kind of our thing. I don't know how much you pay attention to spaces, but here at Skid Row, it's kind of our thing. I got about 12 guys in the back channels that
I'm not sure who that is. Someone there in the spaces is talking here.
We enjoy it. It's kind of quirky thing, but yeah, man, we're unbiased. I am for sure. I think I see the way these clicks roll. You know what I mean? And they push their narratives. Not saying anything about this case, but other cases they push their narrative, and everybody piles on, and things are said that's not what was said, and then it's passed as gospel. So yeah, I'm definitely I'm biased, and as you know, Eden is the good host, but yeah, we're on it, man. The guys are on it. We were getting bored anyways.
Well, Spaces isn't my thing. I've only tuned in, a time or two randomly, especially when, I've got I do have a lot of friends out there who do listen to random things, and I hear about it, I so-and-so is talking about you, or so-and-so is, still spitting the same fake news garbage that that's out there as if it's 100% true, and so I'll tune in, and that's kind of what happened tonight. I heard something was going on, and then I came in, and the first thing I hear is this guy talking about me winning like Pot Ripper, And I'm just like, yeah, here we go. I mean, do you know that there's people who honestly, truly believe that me winning around $150,000 over the course of a year and a half, playing a game that equates to anywhere from 1020 to 2550. There's people who still believe that me winning $150,000 over the course of a year and a half in that game, in those games, believe it's the same odds as winning the Powerball 11 times in a row. That was one of the early concoctions by the other side.
Pot Ripper he's talking about, of course, is the super user from Absolute Poker that was caught cheating by seeing everyone's hole cards. A scandal that I was unfortunately a victim of as well. Not the Pot Ripper account, but basically the same people behind it. I lost to an account named Grey Cat. But that's what he's talking about, and saying that he's nothing like Pot Ripper, and in fact he won at a much lower rate than Pot Ripper. And he's going on about how they were saying the odds of him being the successful were so long it would like be winning the Powerball 7 times in a row, the Powerball lottery. Well, no, I don't agree with that statement, but again, it's how he won. It's how he just never seemed to put a lot of money in from behind in those streams where he was making aggressive plays. That's what is super improbable to me, unless I'm shown otherwise.
To create something that I had to learn quite a bit about, which is confirmation bias. And when you have the industry's finest all teaming up together to prove a narrative, whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter. You are guilty immediately. And without going too far into that, that's pretty much what happened. And everything that was spun early on, the narratives, we can talk. I'd gladly talk about any of the hands that I played that are in question. I'd be happy to talk about them, when the time is right, and I will. I guess I just wanted to, you caught me at the right time. I've had a severe lack of sleep. I haven't slept in a couple days. And I actually right now I'm pretty close to how I was from a delirious standpoint as I was when I talked to Mike Matisow after I'm sitting with family and ESPN is on, and then I see Scott Van Pelt somehow talking about myself, and I already hadn't slept in a long time. But anyway, I feel pretty much like that when I did the Matisow interview. I hadn't slept in over 50 hours. I couldn't tell right from left, and he called me and said, "Hey, let's just have a conversation." And I fought it for a while. I told him I'm just not in the right frame of mind. I can't do anything right now. I can't even think straight. But he convinced me that it would just be two poker players talking, and we just let it let it roll however it rolled. No rehearsal, just spitting stuff out. Which is what happened. I didn't listen to that. I didn't listen to the Matisow conversation for about 2 years. It was about 2 years later when I finally listened to it, because I was so deathly afraid to listen to it, knowing my, how I was in my frame of mind. But it wasn't quite as bad as I had thought it was in my head. But even though I wasn't in my right frame of mind, I sure as hell, wasn't lying or storytelling. I think you can go back. I think anyone can go back and, pick that apart. And, everything that I mentioned is completely factual. There was a lot of talk about how, I was just making shit up or, storytelling and whatnot. But no, definitely not. But yeah, I feel, I'm very, very delirious right now. I'm probably going to do the same thing I did then. I'm going to wake up when I finally go to sleep and think that, talking on here, it was just a dream. I didn't actually do it, because I'm going to get, my side's not going to be going to be real happy I did this, and that's why, I mean, when I get going, I want to say what I want to say.
Well, it's good to talk,
But,
man. You're not really saying anything that's
yeah, I'm actually just
it's good.
yeah, here on another planet. I don't I don't smoke weed or do any drugs or anything, but I would imagine that I feel pretty close to what it would feel like if I was high or on shrooms or something. I'm kind of feeling like that right now.
Mike, if you don't mind me jumping in here, it's a safe space for you. It's Eden Rocks here. As the
Nothing's
showbiz,
safe with me, Eden. There's absolutely nothing safe with me. That's for sure.
well, we're here to accommodate people, anybody, and it's the truth. And if you want to speak in metaphors, we can prepare those. And I'm being dead serious, because you can say, we could talk about the Magician movie, just how you want to say it, and the people are here to listen. And if you don't want to take questions,
I
just want to try to make you comfortable, Mike. Don't feel bad. You know what I mean? We're just here to listen.
Watch that movie. Now You See Me. There's a second one as well. And
it's a good one. You ever see my profile picture? I got the ace of spades coming out of my sleeve. But anyway, sorry. Back to you, buddy.
Oh yeah, it's all right. Yeah, I mean, I'm no magician, but I did have some magician hopes to for something to come out of this, what became of the so-called cheating scandal. But yeah, I mean, that's because I can't say too much, and I'm like fighting internally over what I can say and what I can't say. I guess what I would suggest is to watch that movie and just think of me as I don't know, one of the horsemen, I guess, when it comes to what everyone thinks is 100% factual and there's absolutely no refuting it. You were sold a lie, very much so, and eventually, when the time is right, I'll be able to prove it.
Well, we're here for you, Mike, if nobody else is. But Omar, wouldn't you say, now that he's come here, I wouldn't be shocked if the people that start getting back to you on those bigger platforms, Mike. But we're always here for you if something doesn't work out.
Yeah, there's been multiple platforms that have offered me a good sum of money to come on and talk, and I've turned them down. I actually had a lot of this stemmed from, I had a guy that I know who came onto a Spaces yesterday and defended me and wanted to talk about me. I found out about that after the fact, but in some of the discussion and what was said during that process, I don't know. I got to thinking about it and stewing over it, which is why I haven't slept. Part of the reason why I haven't slept in a while. But then I heard about this Spaces going on, and then I hear the repeating of the same. I don't know what else to call it other than fake news. I know that's the common term, but no one can really put themselves in my shoes, because no one has been lied about or accused of multiple things, and and then the facts behind it. No one's been just put through the ringer nonstop quite like I have, and
yeah, that's true that you were criticized very, very heavily on Twitter and on the podcasts and on the forums, and it was just about all against you. Very few people in your corner. That's true, but that doesn't mean you're innocent. So in cases like that, whether fair or not, the burden is on you to change people's minds. Now, if you present the counter evidence, if you present your side, and everyone is just unreasonable, and the mob just wants blood, and nobody wants to listen, and you're presenting a very compelling case, and just nobody's buying it because they just all want someone to attack, then you'd have a good point. But you haven't done that. The only thing we've seen is, I won less than you say I won. That's all we've seen. So you can't complain about how you've been put through the ringer here because you haven't attempted to defend yourself in any coherent fashion. I'm still waiting for it. See, unlike the people who you think want clicks, unlike the people who you think just are stuck on one narrative, I'm not. I've never been. I'm still waiting.
And, so it's really hard to explain, I guess how I feel and everything that I want to say, knowing I have to wait on it. But I thought it'd be a good idea to talk with Sean since he was on, and get some people to maybe do some critical thinking for a change, and see hey, what's true and what's not true. And look, going back to what I heard earlier, Joe Ingram went through every single hand, and there's hundreds of hands that prove that he did something. No, go back and I shouldn't say go back and watch Joe Ingram streams because that's not very educational. But how about tuning into any one of the streams that I was adamant that stayed up.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on. Stop here. What was that sound? I like that sound. That was a cool sound. I'm gonna go back and hear that again.
But how about tuning in?
What is that? I don't think that was his car. What was that? I like that. I want that sound. I want that sound for the show. Yeah, I got to do this one more time. I just like the sound too much.
How about turning? How about turning?
What is that? I can't get past this. I'm just stuck on it.
How about turning?
Okay, I'll stop obsessing over this. Let's go on.
Tuning into any one of the streams that I was adamant that stayed up. Go back and actually think about things in a different light. Think about like one of the things that I hear quite a bit is, well, it's so obvious. He's making it so obvious that he's doing something. Yeah, that was kind of the point. That was. There was a reason for that. There's a reason for everything. Every single thing that I did had a reason behind it. When it came to playing as non-GTO as possible, which I do anyway, so that's not hard. But it's like, why is he doing what he's doing? Why? Like, think about it. I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but I'm not an idiot either. We could touch on. I was the very first person to go to Ultimate Bet higher ups and tell them that something wasn't right and something was going on.
Wait, what? What? This is the most bizarre part of his speech. Because I've already heard all this. I'm going through this again for the show. But this is just so weird, this part. Because I was a big part of that whole thing. And I'll tell you a name I did not hear during that entire UB investigation. And that was Mike Postle. Now, I'm not saying he wasn't on UB. I'm just saying that nobody heard of him. There were a lot of voices about this on the internet at the time, but his wasn't one of them. I don't remember him at all, nor does anybody. So what's he talking about here? It's so weird. He's claiming he was the first one to complain about what was going on UB. Now, unless he did this in private email or to someone he knew. I think he even said he knew Russ Hamilton. But who knows if this is even true. But unless he did this privately, I can't understand this whole part. He's going to go on more about this. Listen.
It just kills me when I hear, oh, he's just an idiot. He's just he's a greedy cheater. Like, I was analyzing the Ultimate Bet stuff for years. Why, if anyone would have had access to anything, if anyone would have known better or know how to, get around it undetected, it would have been me. So I guess think about that one. I'll have more on that later, but a particular person and the couple that she's associated with, who put out lie after lie after lie after false narrative and more to get everyone to believe that something happened. And again, I really hate comparing this to what our news is today, but I think even the most diehard on a certain side can probably agree that our mainstream media is an absolute disaster right now. And hating to compare it, but having to, there were people in poker media who took a page out of the mainstream media playbook to point to, the narratives and twisted facts to really push home that, hey, this guy's 100% guilty.
He's made this reference a few times, comparing his situation to those victimized by the mainstream media. In case you haven't guessed it by now, Mike Postle is on the political right. And the political right has issues with the mainstream media. Now, most of you know, I'm on the political right. And I agree that the mainstream media has become increasingly biased. They used to be only somewhat biased. And then around the time Trump came into prominence in 2015, they became very, very biased, and it stayed that way ever since. And I have seen a lot of instances of that, not just about Trump, but now pretty much anything that is a controversial issue from a political standpoint. The mainstream media is very left biased, and then you have the now Fox News, which has, of course, been around for a while, that is right biased, and then you have a few smaller news organizations that are even to the right of that. And unfortunately, what you don't have is a completely unbiased news channel in the United States, which is too bad, because I wish there was one. That's one I'd want to watch. I don't want to watch right-biased news or left-biased news, even though I'm on the right, because I just want the truth. I don't want a bias thrown in there. But there is a lot of bias. However, that doesn't mean that everything reported by the mainstream media is false. That just means that the mainstream media will salivate to report something that's negative about the right, especially Trump, and that sometimes they will exaggerate, sometimes they will not fact-check very well if it's something against the right, and if it's something against the left, then they will either not report it or very lightly report it or report it with some excuse-making, etc., etc. But that does not mean that if they report something negative about a figure on the right, that it's incorrect. I have seen a lot of reports from the mainstream media about right-wing figures that have been correct, that just aren't very flattering because the person they're reporting on just has done some things that are not very good. I've seen reports on Trump from the mainstream media, which are unflattering yet correct. I've also seen things which are unfair. I've seen some things which are exaggerated. I've seen a big mixture of things. I can't really trust what comes from them because it's hard to tell the truth from the trash when you're watching the mainstream media and there's something that would have political implications, and it's too bad. But again, that doesn't mean it's all false. It just becomes harder to tell. So in the case of this, it really has nothing to do with the mainstream media. But he's not being victimized by fake news. And if he is, then he needs to show how.
Let's wrap it up. Here it is. And it's like, I don't know. I can't wait to, every single poker article that was written, every single writer, the 10,000 plus screenshots I have of tweets and all of that. Like, I really hope everyone is. I hope everyone's prepared to answer a lot of questions that myself and those who've put thousands of hours into this thing have for them. Tell you what, if I did what I was accused of, where I'd be right now? I would be on a private island surrounded by, well, not this, and I'd be enjoying whatever ill-gotten gains everyone thought that I'd gotten.
No, not if you won $150,000 to $250,000. Unless that island has a very, very, very cheap cost of living, that wouldn't take you very far. It's not like you cheated $10 million and you're asking, hey, why am I still hanging around if I was guilty? This is low six figures. So even if guilty, no, you wouldn't have ditched the country and be hiding out, especially because the law never came down on you. Whether you're guilty or innocent, the law never came down on you because the California Gaming Commission is very weak and doesn't give a crap, and even civilly, the law was not mature enough regarding gambling to deal with something like this. So there'd be no reason for you to run off.
Because I did this, I'd like to ask those who are completely 100% on the other side, why did I stay in the same house, keep the same phone number? Why did I stay where I was and spend tens of thousands of dollars on both legal help and help on the side? Why did I do that if I had done something? Why did I not take the $250,000 plus that was offered of me to just admit guilt and say how I did it?
I can tell you that one. That's a very easy answer. In fact, we dealt with this same question regarding Hustler Casino Live, which of course had nothing to do with you, but $250,000 was offered to those people. I don't remember it being offered to you. I remember it being offered to the Hustler Casino Live people. Maybe to you too. I don't remember that part. But it was offered to anyone who would come forward with proof of cheating at Hustler Casino Live, and no one came forward with it. So then people who were on Robbie's side said, there's proof there was no cheating, or someone would have come forward. And I'm like, are you kidding me? If you come forward and admit you were part of it, then you could go to jail. And even if you say, well, I'd be willing to take a prison sentence in exchange for $250K, then there can also be successful civil suits against you for having admitted you did this. Because once you admit you do this, that's a different story. So your $250K could be won in court against you anyway, and you'd be in prison for this once you admit to this. So of course no one's going to admit to this for $250K because you're admitting to committing a crime for a substantial sum of money. So again, using the island thing you brought up, yeah, if you cheated $10 million and you could escape somewhere that they wouldn't extradite you, and then you would admit what you did for some extra money from someone who's willing to pay you for the story, that's one thing. But if you're accused of stealing something low six figures via cheating, and there's no proof enough to convict you or even get arrested, you'd be a fool to say at that point that you did it and explain how. Only a complete moron would do that.
Why didn't I do that? Even if I had done what I was accused of, like, what would have happened to me? Like, what happens in that situation? From what I was told, it would, because I was curious, what happens. It's not a whole lot. If I was a greedy cheater, desperate for money, willing to do something in a game that I was already doing well in, playing a game that I've already played successfully for, well, at the time, 16 plus years. I can't say that either.
I don't know what you are holding back here, but I'll tell you what there is here. There's definitely a motivation to do it, because poker is not a sure thing. You can be a very good player and still lose. You can still go on a losing streak, or you can go on a streak where you're just kind of breaking even. You're spinning your wheels. If you want pretty much guaranteed money, then you have to cheat. So you can't just say, well, I'm doing well, I don't need to cheat. Second, if it is true that you were going through your child custody situation at the time, and that it was very important for you to get full custody of your daughter, which it looks like you did, then you did have a need for immediate money. Or I should say, there's a decent chance you did. So that would be extra motivation to do this, rather than just hope you run well. So I wouldn't attack this from the standpoint of, well, I wouldn't have had motivation to do it. That doesn't make any sense. Now, let's say you had $50 million to your name, and you said, hey, why would I do this? I don't need that money. That money is very small to me. So why would I risk ruining my reputation over money like that when I already have $50 million? Okay, that would be a good answer. But since you don't have $50 million, to say, why would I do it because I'm already winning in the game? Come on. That's not a good excuse at all.
Yeah, don't say anything you can't say, because you could come on here anytime and we shoot the shit.
That's that Omar guy running the space.
Yeah. I'm. This is just like I said, me in a delirious state with 4.5 years of pent up frustration over wanting to finally get things out. I can't tell you how many people close to me have been adamant about, one way or the other, like, get it out there, no, wait. Like, I'm the type to take the Robbie approach. She came out there firing. I wanted to go down that road early on, and sometimes I wish I had, and looking back on it now, it definitely wasn't the right time. Rule of thumb: if you've been accused of something, whether you did something or you didn't do it, first rule of thumb is you shut your mouth. You don't say anything.
No, false. Totally false. The only time that applies is when you are being accused criminally, when you've been arrested and your attorney advises you that you don't want to say anything because it may end up hurting you, that you should let your attorney basically control what is said and what's not said, even if you're innocent, because maybe you'll end up saying something that hurts your defense, even if you are innocent. So that's what criminal defense attorneys always advise and strongly advise to their clients, is to keep their mouths shut once they've been arrested and a case is being built against them. But Postle was not arrested here, and it was not looking likely that he would be, and then it was 100% sure that he wouldn't be. So there is no reason to keep his mouth shut. In fact, especially after some time passed, I believe the statute of limitations was over. Maybe not because of the amount of money involved, but there really was not a criminal thing he had to worry about, except at the very beginning, and then it became pretty clear that nothing was happening. And there was no absolute smoking gun, so that was pretty much that. So if you are falsely accused of something, and there is not a criminal case or a likely criminal case against you, then yes, you're smart to open up your mouth and defend it, especially if you can defend yourself in ways that there's no way it can be used against you, like showing hand histories that would be against the narrative. How could that hurt your situation, even if there is a criminal case being built against you? All you're doing is showing hand histories already on video that back your side of events. So I don't believe this at all. In fact, when people go silent in the poker world when they're accused of something, that always means they're guilty. I've never seen a case in what's getting close to 25 years in poker. I've never seen a case where someone's accused of something very bad and they stay silent and it turns out they were innocent the whole way. I haven't seen it once. Usually silence means I don't want to talk about this because it'll prove I'm guilty, and I'd at least like to maybe keep some doubt in people's minds. But if I confront this head on, I'm going to really look guilty because I am guilty. So I'm just not going to say anything. That's what most people do. They either just completely disappear and run off, or they just go silent. I've never seen once that someone takes that line and then we find out later, oh, wow, so they were innocent the whole way and they just didn't say anything? Wow, okay, well, that really opens my eyes. No. Don't ever see that. The few times in poker there have been false allegations. Usually when allegations are brought public, they're true. That's another thing in poker, that we've seen very few false allegations. But the few times there were false allegations, the person who was accused comes back and explains it, and then everyone goes, oh, well, okay, well, that changes everything. Well, never mind. This story now is not what it first seemed to be, and okay, never mind. We believe you now. That's what tends to happen if someone comes out and lies. But he did not give us an answer.
Gather evidence, you put things together, and then you defend yourself. And unfortunately, it's things have taken a lot longer than I want them to have. That's for sure. But obviously, it's coming. Here I am talking about it instead of being on a private island enjoying supposed stolen funds. It's just.
What is he doing in the background? The banging.
I just thought it would.
He's done that a few times.
Let it be known that.
Is that like a rage banging in the car?
On things, and there's a story to tell, and it's pretty wild.
Then tell it.
People think that the so-called cheating scandal was, that's the only part of the story. It's nowhere near the best part of the story.
Then tell us the story already. What's going on here?
There's a lot to it. And
oh my God.
I have all that. Someone thinks I just destroyed evidence and hid things and whatnot, and no, that's not what happened.
You say destroyed evidence. What evidence is there? Like, let's say somebody came to me and said, all the times you've been playing at Commerce, I know you've been cheating. So don't destroy the evidence. My answer would come in two parts. Number one, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't cheat ever when I play poker. And number two, what evidence are you talking about? Like, I have no evidence to destroy. There just is no evidence. I just go and play, and that's it. Now, I don't play on streamed games there, but he plays on streamed games, so he can't destroy the streamed evidence because that's up on the Stone server. And I don't know if it's still there, but at the time it was there. So, there's nothing for him to destroy there. But what evidence would he be holding? What's he even talking about? The only evidence that he would have would be evidence against him. Like he was texting with someone about doing it. Like, if you weren't doing it, there's no evidence. That's what's strange here about that statement.
I preserved what you think was destroyed, and I documented extremely well. So I guess it's a heads up to like either be ready to defend your actions, or I don't know, maybe have have a talk with me, and let's see what we can work out.
What is that? What's the beat? Bang, 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 bang. He keeps talking about how people should talk to him, see what they can work out. Like, as if they don't, something's going to happen. I think a lot of this is imagined. I don't think there's anything he can do at this point. Much like there isn't anything those who believe they were cheated can do at this point. I don't believe there's anything Postle can do at this point, whether or not he was wronged here with these allegations. He's already attempted to bring a defamation suit. He dropped it. He has not refiled. I believe the statute of limitations to refile is done. He can't bring new action based upon that stuff. Really, I just don't see how anything that he were to bring legally could work here. There's also the matter that he owes $54,000, $27,000 to me, $27,000 to Veronica, that the court would look very unfavorably upon if he's bringing new action. The courts hate things like that. They hate when someone has a judgment against them and then they bring new action against the same parties while dodging paying the judgment. So that right there already very, very much stacks the odds against him there. That's another thing he's battling. So I don't know what he's talking about here. Now, if he does have things to bring, if he does have compelling stuff to show people, then show it. I'm not saying he shouldn't, but I don't quite understand these threats.
Though, I can't say that either. Anyway, my deliriousness is getting to me, so I should probably wrap this up.
Yeah, man.
He's not going to wrap this up, by the way.
Get some rest.
There's plenty more here.
Take it easy. I'll reach out. We got the guys working on it. I got tons of information coming in, so let me get up to speed, and we'll have you come back on. But it's good to talk, man. I'm sure you got a little bit off your chest, and come back anytime. Hit up Eden, and we'll put a show or just come by and hang out. Go ahead, Sean. Go ahead.
Hey, Mike, it's Sean. Did you remember the question you wanted to ask me?
Sean, I'm a bit out of it right now. I don't. Like I said, I've got multiple questions for you, which is why I'd reached out to you previously. There was one in particular that came across my mind when you had jumped up to speak, and that was actually why I was I accepted the invite to come on. I figured it would be a good opportunity to ask you instead of going back and forth and DM or hoping to meet up at some point. But I really you're in a tough spot, Sean. You're close friends with a lot of my detractors, the main one included. So I know you're in a tough spot. So I hope that you can, remain unbiased when it comes to hard facts, evidence, proof on both sides. I hope that, you can, take a hard look at it and make a logical determination based on that. Part of the reason why this is a tough spot is, and this was touched on earlier, there's a lot in the poker industry where, it's just a popularity contest. The topic of discussion was, the GPI awards and the legitimacy of them, and, how, the popularity contest plays a part in it. Well, like, if anyone knows that, it's definitely me. And like me, I'm pretty much a nobody. and I don't have anyone of influence really on my side of things. And the reason for that is because early on, there were a lot of powerful people in the poker industry who, let's just say, went all in on my guilt. And that led to, more and more of, well, if so-and-so says he's guilty, then he's guilty. It's a wrap. There's no need for me to look at anything because, so-and-so said he was, so he must be.
I don't know how others approach this, but I definitely didn't. Now, yes, the poker world in general does not do a lot of investigation. That is, just the average person reading Twitter who follows a bunch of poker players, influencers, whatever, they're not going to go launch themselves into a Mike Postle video investigation. So yeah, they'll listen to the summary being given by someone like Joey Ingram or Doug Polk and believe it if it makes sense. That's true. But I don't think that any of the people that were putting out the information, like Joey Ingram or Doug Polk or even me, were taking that approach of, okay, well, such and such person says it, so I believe it. Now, I know I definitely didn't do that. I didn't say, well, if Joey Ingram says that it seems like cheating, then it's cheating. I would never say that. That's never been my approach. I have never taken the word of any of these people. And nothing against Joey Ingram, nothing against Doug Polk, nothing against anyone who is involved in this. I'm just saying that I would need to see for myself and then come to my own conclusions. I will supplement that with what others have to say and their opinions, especially if it's people I respect, but I'll never just say, well, if this person says it, it's true. And in fact, there's been other stories that have nothing to do with this one where someone who's known to be reliable makes an allegation about somebody else, but they can't provide any proof for whatever reason, maybe just because proof doesn't exist. And the way I approach that sort of thing is, well, okay, this person is reliable in the past, and I can't see why they'd make this up, but we haven't seen this yet, so we can't be sure. That's usually what I say when this sort of thing happens, but we don't have any kind of evidence or proof, but it's coming from someone known to be reliable. So I don't know how these others did it, but I definitely didn't do it that way. And to be fair, I don't think that the other major figures in calling this out just took people's word for it.
And then, kind of what happens from there is, the telephone game happens and, facts become twisted and grown to a point where it's just anywhere near factual. And the problem here, Sean, is that you've got the nobody on one side, and then you've got some of the most popular people in the poker industry on the other side. So, if anyone, has the ability to put themselves into my shoes or imagine themselves being accused of something that they did not do, and you're fighting against an entire industry who played, judge, jury, and executioner in a matter of days, I hope that you can imagine, the kind of battle that is that I have faced. And, for those who, proclaim that I should have, gone the Robbie route of proclaiming my innocence early on, there was absolutely nothing, especially based on what I knew at the time, there's absolutely nothing that I could have said early on that would have swayed any opinion whatsoever.
Yes, there was. Show hands which counter the narrative and show that you were just an aggressive player trying to make reads that sometimes are right and sometimes are wrong. And then at the very least, you would have had a split opinion. That's how Robbie has survived this with a much better reputation than you. Robbie has about 50-50 people thinking she cheated and didn't cheat. I don't know if it's exactly 50-50, but it is pretty split. And that's because she denied it, and it was only one hand. So there really wasn't evidence that she cheated to where people could say, okay, yeah, this looks definite. And at the same time, the whole thing was very suspicious in a number of ways. So it leaves you just kind of guessing. I think at the very least you could have gotten people to that point if you had counter evidence. There would have been people saying, okay, yeah, sure, there's some hands where he bluffed into the nuts, but yeah, he had to do that in order to throw off suspicion. I know we'd have people saying that, and perhaps they'd be right if such a thing occurred, but at least it would start to introduce some doubt. And even I would have thought at that point, hey, you know what? It is hard to say. Maybe this is just an aggressive player who had a lot of good reads, and then, of course, sometimes it's going to fail, and that's what was happening there, but he was still winning a lot of money. Like, I would have been perfectly okay with saying that's a possibility, but I've got to see those hands where you bluffed into the nuts for a lot of money. Because if you're going to bluff so many times for big money and be right, there's got to be times you got to be wrong. And if you're not, that's a problem. So you could have shown that. And you could have found some of those right away.
And I'm pretty sure everyone can agree on that one. When you've got, the so-called investigator of poker with Joey, and then Doug doing his clickbait videos, and Matt Berkey, who curiously came to play at Stones Live for a couple hours on a whim. When you've got intelligent, and all those people are very intelligent, I guess you could just point to everyone I named in my lawsuit, which I can't talk about now, but we'll talk about later as far as, why I did that and the reasons behind it and what my actual plans were for that. Obviously, my plans were not to get a bunch of money. There was something else that I wanted to do.
That's an interesting statement. His plans were not to get a bunch of money. There was something else he wanted to do. Well, that's not going to go over very well in court either, first of all. That shows you're wasting the court's time. Because if you're suing for $330 million, then you should be suing because you want damages for when you were harmed. Now, you can also say, it was to prove something. It was to prove your innocence in a court of law. But it sounds like he's implying here something else. It sounds like he's implying that there was some other goal here, and the courts don't like being used that way. My guess, and again, this is just a guess, was that, remember at the same time, there was some guy who was claiming to be making a documentary about the whole thing, and it was a real documentary maker, this guy. He wasn't just some crackpot. But then the documentary never happened. Well, I don't know why the documentary never happened, but it was at the same time this lawsuit was being filed. So what I thought was that the lawsuit, especially because it wasn't served on anybody, that the lawsuit was just so it can be part of the documentary. So this way the documentary could say, and Mike Postle filed a defamation suit for $330 million against these individuals. And it makes the whole thing more dramatic. And maybe the plan was just file a junk lawsuit, don't serve anybody, get it into the documentary, and then drop it. Something like that. That's just my guess. So that could have been the purpose of it. But interesting, he's mentioning he wasn't trying to get a bunch of money, which I don't know if is true either. Like, why wouldn't he want our money if he thinks we wronged him? But he might be right that wasn't what he was thinking, or he may have even realized the case wasn't going to win, but he just needed the optics of the case existing, and that's why nobody was served. Because months went by, many months went by, and nobody was served. The only two people who got served auto-accepted service without service taking place. So that was very curious. And I did spend some time wondering why that would be. Because it's cheap to serve people. So it's not like it was a matter of cost.
But if you take everyone that I named, you take those who, made the videos and wrote the articles and all that, like, it was an impossible feat for someone like me, regardless of how experienced I am in poker, going back to when I started to the present. There was absolutely nothing I could have done or said that would have changed anything. And what I'm asking you, Sean, this wasn't my question before, but I really hope that you can keep that in mind when we do talk, and I am able to, show you some things on my side that will hopefully cure some of the problems that we have in the poker industry.
The problem, again, with bringing this to Sean is he is an executive at MGM at this point. He's the head of all poker at all MGM properties, at least in Las Vegas. For him to come forward on your side when there's such belief the other way could really hurt his career. So he'd have to be like extremely, extremely, extremely convinced to even go forth and risk his career like that by speaking up on your behalf. Whereas someone like me, I would just have to be convinced enough to where I think it's worth bringing out the reasonable doubt from sort of a counterpoint standpoint. I don't have to worry about any career being affected that way. So he's the wrong guy to choose for this, even if you had a good relationship with him 7 years ago.
Not just the popularity contest, not just the, the biases and the let's just accuse everyone of cheating and not have any repercussions for it. I really hope that's something, when the time is right, that people can look back on and say, we didn't get that one. We really didn't do our best job there. Let's just try to make sure that this doesn't happen again. So that's what I hope we can accomplish from this. When we do talk, of course, there's something else too, but that's what I'm hoping for, and I'm hoping that those who spoke out against me, who branded me, I'm hoping they can, they're willing to either talk with me or be open to doing it, something that's very difficult for a lot of people, which, is admitting that, they might have gotten carried away on something, which is putting it lightly, of course.
Okay, here's what I would do. Let's say hypothetically, Postle either presents publicly or comes to me privately with very compelling information to show that he was innocent. And after looking into it, I go, you know what? I think it's more likely than not that he was innocent and he was falsely accused. So at that point, would I say, you know what? I made a mistake here. I should not have jumped to these conclusions. I should not have said these things about him. I really messed up. I should have investigated better, blah, blah, blah. No, that's not what I would say. I would say, why didn't you show this sooner? I would have said, look, everything I was seeing pointed one direction. And if you knew it was wrong, then you should have presented in some way or had your friends present the other direction. But that didn't happen. So that would be my response is, okay, I've changed my mind now, and now I will present my findings to the people. I wouldn't keep it secret. I'd present my findings, even if it be unpopular. But at the same time, I wouldn't be taking the tone that I messed up or that I'm sorry. Because if this is the case, it's Postle's own fault for sitting on this for 4.5 years and not just presenting the counter evidence right away.
So anyway, that's I guess that's one thing, Sean. I'll get with you on what else it was.
Well, Mike, like I told you, if you send me anything you want me to look at, I will look at it objectively and fairly. And you know me, I'll never make a bad ruling. So if it's something, it doesn't matter. I'm going to look at it fairly. So, and the rest is your story to tell, man.
All right. Well, I certainly appreciate that. I'm certainly not afraid to talk with anyone. I'm not afraid to share information, things of that nature. I don't know. Sometimes it's hard for me to, sit here 4+ years later and just consistently see so many people get things wrong or talk as if they know exactly, what happened in, whatever situation or anything involving me is. It's really difficult to continually hearing that over and over and over again. As good as I do sometimes with distancing myself from that and staying off of social media and not listening to anything, I can't help it, I guess. But yeah, so I guess I'll just reiterate to Matt Berkey, like, let's have well, I don't think Matt Berkey can do anything without the eyeballs and the clicks and the views. So it's probably a waste of time, but maybe
that's why he wins the award-winning show over there, for that very reason, right, Mike?
Yeah, I'm not into the awards and whatnot, so I can't speak on that. But maybe Nick can convince Veronica to have me in, and we can do something that, well, I've been waiting for a long time, and I think everyone deserves to know things that they don't know, and we'll see if this helps convince Veronica to do a one-on-one friendly question for question chat. And I don't think she'd do it anywhere else other than her home turf. So that's why I reached out to Nick to see if we could make that happen. He's let me know her thoughts on why she wouldn't want to do it. So I'm going to say publicly, Veronica, you don't have anything to worry about. Let's just gather what we have and let's ask each other questions. You can ask me anything, and I'll have some questions for you, and we'll do what the people want. I'm usually one to do things in private. I like to talk to people, privately and hash things out privately. But apparently, since I've tried to do that with multiple people within the industry who spoke out against me, and none of them want to talk to me.
Okay, that never happened with me. I don't know about these others, but Postle finally contacted me privately shortly after this speech he made on Spaces. Prior to that, there was no effort to talk to me privately, or publicly for that matter. And when we were going back and forth with some public tweets following these Spaces, he was asking why I never reached out to him. And I said, I did. I tweeted to you. I didn't DM you, but I tweeted to you, and you never answered me. So I took that to mean you didn't want to talk, and you weren't talking to anyone except for Mattisau briefly, so why would I think that DMing you would be any different? Furthermore, he could have just messaged me. He didn't have to wait for me to DM him. And my DMs are open. So I don't know what he's talking about, that nobody was reaching out to him and nobody would talk to him. I tried to tweet at him. He didn't respond, and he never tried to talk to me. I just got sued.
Wonder why. Since no one wants to do it privately, I guess we'll try doing it publicly. So make it happen.
Oh, we could do it right on Spaces. I know Veronica.
Well,
She knows Eden.
I let Nick know that when it comes to Veronica, I'd like to do it. I'd like to do it in person.
Oh, my bad.
And at least when it comes to Veronica, I want her. I mean, if she's going to continuously lie about me, which she's done, since the start of this, or at least until she got confident enough to do it. I want to know. I want to see if she's confident enough to, continually lie about me to my face. I want her to look me in the eyes and do it. So when it comes to her, that's how it'll be. If she doesn't, if she's not comfortable or confident to do that, to talk to me with whatever excuse she has, then we'll figure something else out. I definitely have a plan B and a plan C, so we'll see. But yeah, like I said, I'm not a Spaces guy. I very rarely listen. It's every time I have listened, it's been grown men screaming at each other, trying to get the last word in while cussing each other and putting each other down. And, you can only listen to so much of that. So it's usually me tuning in for a couple minutes and then trying to find something productive to do, which hopefully others are, can start doing that. Put as much time into your personal and family life as you do into being obsessed with poker drama, and your life will be a lot better. I guess that's maybe something some people can do, because it's. I heard earlier that Spaces has been it's been dying and people aren't interested anymore. I think that plays a big part in it. So for you guys, I know you guys are big into it. Hopefully you can help make that happen. I think numbers are down, or people don't care as much anymore, because it's a little too much when it's just guys screaming at each other and going off on each other. Like, I would definitely try to have more productive conversations, more civil conversations, and instead of the I hate you, I'm blocking you and don't ever come back, and then 5 minutes later it's they're best friends again. So, like, I guess that's just my suggestion when it comes to Spaces.
He's actually right about that. There's a lot of internal drama in these Spaces crowds, and that's somewhat of what dragged down the Spaces to where it's not as common anymore. It's not as prominent, because last year, like in the middle of last year, Spaces were constantly running. There were a lot of big names in poker that were taking part. It was a very big part of the poker landscape. And then it started to die down, and now you just don't see them that often. They're occasionally here every few days, but it's the same people. None of them are really big names in poker. Most are just completely unknowns. And then among them, there's a lot of infighting. And there's, one day they're friends, one day they're not friends, and someone's starting a competing space. And for the people who are really dialed in and tuned into the Spaces, then I guess the drama can be interesting. But for people who are kind of outsiders to it, even like me, because I didn't listen to them super actively, you just don't really want to hear it. You don't really care if Eden Rocks is fighting with Coco, and what the deal is with Poker Pro Eric and all these people who are in the Spaces and the drama they're having with each other. It's just kind of squabbling. You just don't care about it. So Postle saying that Spaces seem to be dying, and the suggestion he'd give is to not have all this drama that people don't really want to hear. He's actually right about that.
Maybe you guys can help make that happen, with kind of how it was earlier at the beginning. That Spaces where I got into was one where I was talked about and someone was supposed to go in there and talk and weren't able to, and hopefully once once things start coming out, hopefully others who know information, who know some of what I'm talking about or alluding to, hopefully they can get the confidence they need to come forward with their information. I use a lot of movie references with this, and no, I can't. I won't say that. I don't like the attention. I really don't. So I don't like the attention at all. I just like to do my own thing. I'm just a guy who loves to play poker, loves to play sports and golf, and talk about football and play fantasy football, and go through 1989 baseball cards, and I'm that's all I want to do. People who could read into the game. It was, what was I doing? I was drinking and joking, and it was, I was doing what I like to do and what poker should be. It should be, poker should be more like that. Just going to play and in a casino where you don't have to worry about all the shadiness online, and have fun and cut up and tell jokes and show some bluffs and play non-GTO and blow people's minds and things like that. That's what poker should be, and that's all I want to do when it comes to poker. And then when it comes to this, I have fought with, sometimes I just want to, start a new life and get into another industry and, just, leave poker behind. But, I can't. What happened to me has happened to a lot of people in a lot worse situations. And I think there are times when, if you're strong enough to do it, you should make things right and expose the wrongs that were done and were said, and try and make it a learning experience so it doesn't happen again. What happened to me shouldn't happen to anyone in this industry. I followed the Robbie thing pretty closely. I think most people know my opinion on that one. I could see what happened, and to me, it's pretty clear cut. She's in a lot different position than I am. It's a Beauty and the Beast type of thing. She's the beauty and I'm the beast, and no one cares about the beast. And but at the same time, she went through a lot. I can relate to Nick when it comes to the accusations that were thrown at him, along with others, and I definitely admired Robbie being able to do what she did to tell her side, and eventually I'll do it. I just have to do it in a different way, since my story involves a few years, prior of storytelling, and then almost a full year of planned premeditation to do something that wasn't very good, which propelled someone distinctly into a position, and a lot of people benefited from it. And so I have to find a way to put all that together, which is what I've been working on, and then I have to I have to tell that story.
Hey, Mike, Hope you don't mind me interrupting. I've got an offer on the table. It just came in. It's not a bid. I want to preface this real quick by saying shout outs to Nick Bertucci, friend of the show. So, I'm not trying to undercut him. I'm sure him and Veronica and you would do a fantastic job. Hopefully you can, that comes together. But if that falls through, a second option has been dropped on my desk, as we like to say here on the streets. Sean Deeb is offering for him to facilitate the interview with you, himself, and Veronica, bro. That is an offer that just dropped on my desk that I'm relaying with respect to Sean Deeb.
What do we need Sean Deeb for?
I'm just saying it's an offer. An offer's coming in.
Because Sean has to inject himself into anything and everything possible.
Yeah, we decline that.
If we can get coherent Sean Deeb, I'd entertain that.
So he's making a joke here. There's a Twitter account named Coherent Sean Deeb, which kind of translates Sean's poorly written tweets because Sean doesn't write well. So that was a little joke, but he was saying he does not want Sean Deeb to do this because Sean Deeb injects himself into everything. That's actually not the reason he should object, though I actually agree with his objection. Sean Deeb isn't neutral. Sean Deeb is friends with Veronica. They'll sometimes playfully insult each other on Twitter, but they're friends. So Sean Deeb saying, hey, I'll facilitate this. It'll be me, you, and Veronica together. Sean Deeb is not going to be a neutral third party. He's going to be very much on Veronica's side, regardless of who's right or wrong. So I can understand not wanting the 2 against 1 thing there. This would be the equivalent of Veronica agreeing to do an interview with Postle and Everett Caldwell of Rounder Life. That also wouldn't be fair. So 1-on-1 is fair. 1-on-2 is not fair. So it's not so much that Sean Deeb's trying to inject himself into controversy. It's that Sean Deeb is friends with Veronica and obviously against Postle.
I'm just trying to do right by everybody, guys. Come on.
Hey, since Sean Deeb was brought up, I mean, he was.
Yeah, fuck Sean.
He was. Sean Deeb offered me $200,000 to just admit that I was guilty and say how I did it. I don't know if Sean Deeb remembers that, but Sean Deeb made that offer, and there were dozens and dozens of other offers out there of pitching in specific amounts to either me or my daughter's college education and things of that nature. And I actually with my writing, I'm a lot better writer than I am speaker. I hate cameras, I hate interviews, I hate speaking in public. It's not my thing. But I am a writer. I've I've written a lot. Anyway, I did write a story on how I supposedly did it. Unfortunately, it was fiction. But my plan was to tell my fiction story and then collect the money from everyone who had offered. And
what? What? He went O.J. Simpson by writing a fiction story of If I Did It? You've got to be kidding me. Does he not remember how this turned out for O.J.? Does he not remember how poorly that went over? So now he's going to do it? He's going to do the poker version of If I Did It? And that he would have told that as his story to those who wanted to know? That would just incriminate himself. What is he talking about? Even if there was no criminal case then brought against him, even if it was the statute of limitations is up or whatever, why would you do that? What would be the point? That's so weird. I'd like to see this story he wrote, but that's so weird.
And then go to that private island and sip on beach cocktails for the rest of my days. But yeah, Sean Deeb. So one of my request to Nick was that it just be Veronica and I. Nick could sit between us, and we would just take turns. She can ask me whatever she wants, after I answer and she's satisfied, then I would ask my question, and we would just go back and forth until we were both out of questions. And obviously, we'd be bringing any documentation, evidence, and all that to the table, and we could, tell our side. Now, I was actually pitched I was hit up by a lot of television producers and movie writers and whatnot, and one of the TV shows that was pitched to me was literally a new show, and the idea was brought forth from a one-on-one with her and I, and the pitch was to spend 30 minutes each telling our story, and then the audience would vote on who they felt was either telling the truth or was correct. And I love the idea. Like I was like, yeah, I would love to do that. Unfortunately, I was working with someone else at the time, and I couldn't entertain any other offers. But it just got me thinking, and I mean, my mind goes 100 miles an hour in 100 different directions anytime any of this, I get into deep thought with any of it, and I never know, what I really want to do or what direction I want to go. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that more than anything, even though I've been, told multiple times, hey, you can tell your story for free, or you can tell your story and monetize it. How do you want to do it? And for me, I don't care either way. The only reason I would want to monetize it is so I could take care of, there's people, friends and family that have put, hundreds, thousands of hours into, researching and getting the facts straight and the data points correct and whatnot. And, I want to reward those people for being there for me and helping me when, because my mind hasn't been right in, 10 years, but it's really been out of this world for the last, 4.5 years. So I need a lot of help with that stuff, and I'd like to reward them for it. So, with that in mind, I have to consider that. But at the same time, I've reached my breaking point, so to speak, and I just want something to happen. And when things aren't getting done on a time frame that I want, I guess I just felt like I need to initiate things myself. So that's why I'm here after not hearing back from the two that I reached out to.
Let me stop here. This is kind of an interesting statement he's making, and we're very close to hearing him talk about me. Notice my name has not directly been brought up yet. He was talking about a, quote, guy earlier that I think was me, but it could have also not been me. But he's going to mention me very shortly here in about a minute, maybe less than a minute. But before we get to that, I want to talk about these TV shows. Do you think it's true? Do you think he was actually invited to TV shows such as this one he described, where he and Veronica would each tell their side for half an hour and the audience would vote on who's telling the truth? Well, it's possible. There are a number of TV pilots that are produced and then pitched to Hollywood to try to get picked up. And that does not mean that it's going to be on TV. It just means it's going to get made, and then there's going to be attempts to shop it around. So notice that the show he's describing, if the story's true, which it might be, it never made it to air. I don't know of any show like that, and even he's not claiming that show ever came to pass. So I can easily see, given that this was a pretty big story, that maybe he was approached by someone like this that thought this could be a good TV show, and that he would be a good person to be on one of the episodes. I think it wasn't going to be like a Mike Postle show. I think it was going to be a show with different people on each time, and one of the episodes was going to be him and Veronica. But he turned it down because he had something else that was being pitched. But I don't believe that he had some major opportunities that he just let go. I think he had kind of fringe opportunities that were pitched to him that he was willing to do, but then for whatever reason fell through. Anyway, before we get to the part with me, let's throw on a co-host, because we're getting to that time where it's early enough in the morning that the co-hosts can wake up, at least some of them.
What's happening, Druff?
Trader Ruski, hello. It's 4:45 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time now, and I see you're still waking up as early as ever, even though you lost an hour of sleep.
Yeah, I was up at 4. I gotta go. Got a funeral today in LA. Gonna get down there early, see my dad. But I can't believe you're getting clowned again with no mention of your name, Druff. I mean,
Well, no, but it's about to come. He's about to say my name.
It's coming.
Yeah, no. I thought that happened. I actually missed this part the first time around, and then people pointed out to me that he did mention my name, because when I was listening to it, I was doing something else. I had to miss parts here and there, and I happened to miss the part that mentioned me. So we're going to get to it right now, and I'm finally going to be mentioned by name. I'm so flattered that finally it's happening.
Well, and I hope it's in the context of him when he's talked about rewarding people with money. How about paying the debts and the money he owes you?
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's been no effort to do that, and that's not even being touched on. But let's hear what he had to say about me.
I guess I got a little frustrated with that and decided to prod a little bit and see if we could make that happen. Nick wants to do it. We'll see if you know who is willing to do it. Cue the excuses. She'll have them. I've got a whole list of them that she'll have. Some of which she's given already. But when it comes to her, like, I'm throwing out the triple dare. Like, I triple dare you to do it. Let's have the long-awaited discussion, and let's talk about all the things that have been said for the last 4.5 years, and let's provide our evidence on both sides and see what happens. But as far as you guys are concerned, I know all you guys you guys just want to know if I'm, what I'll do otherwise. Like I said, I guess I'm putting it out there to, I see one of them's listening right now. Todd, you've never reached out to me, not once. It's probably time you do that, if you want, since I'm seeing him here.
So the reason I came up was only because he saw me listening to the space. And as I said earlier, this is just false. I tweeted to him right at the beginning. I got no response. Also, friends of his were communicating with me. Now, more recently, he's claiming that some of these so-called friends were not really friends, but I know for sure one of them was. And that person never said that Mike wants to talk to me. So I don't understand why he's acting like there was no communication or that I wasn't interested in talking to him. It's just a lie. It's just not true. Now, maybe that was his perception. Maybe he believed I didn't want to talk to him. Maybe his friends didn't give the proper message. I told his friends that if Mike wants to say such and such to get a hold of me. Like, I tried, I didn't DM him. That's true. But I did in several other ways, including tweeting at him, including talking to his friends and saying I'm willing to hear from him. Nothing. In fact, even when the lawsuit was beginning, it's not like he said through his attorney, hey, I'd like to talk to Todd about this and we can just drop this whole thing. It was like, no, I'm not dropping it. I'm suing him. Too bad. That's what we got back. At no point did he express the desire to talk to me, and I pushed away. And it's also not true that I made no attempt to talk to him. It's just false.
He's been requesting to go up, but I know we know. I could bring him up, but that's up to you.
I told Berkey, I said before I talk to anyone, except for Veronica, she's in a category of her own, of course. Before I talk to anyone, they have to be willing to do that rare feat of having a private talk with me ahead of time to, someone talking to me will, in a private manner where no one else, and there's no ears, there's no eyes, they're going to talk to me in a different way than they would if they, if they brought me onto their show or, whatever it is. Using, I guess we'll use Berkey as an example.
Yeah, I understand what he's saying, that he doesn't want to just be thrown onto a show like Berkey's or this one and then be peppered with a bunch of questions that are meant to put him on the spot for the benefit of the audience, like believing they're being tough on him. So he's saying, hey, I'd like to talk to these people one-on-one in a personal basis where there's no posturing like that. And I guess he's going to feel out the way he's being dealt with and probably lay out some ground rules if he's going to appear on their show. That's what I think he's trying to say, which is fine. Everybody's got their conditions to appear on any of these sorts of shows. But at the same time, you can't put too many restrictions, or otherwise there's no point of having the person on there.
If I went on Berkey's show, just, out of the blue, what do you think would happen? Like, it would just be, a ridicule fest, just be him talking down to me and trying to discredit me for, anything and everything, and then defending, things that he said that weren't true, and we wouldn't get anywhere. And all it would do is just give him a whole bunch of views and attention. And, that's not going to happen with anyone without the discussion ahead of time.
Well, I don't know about anybody else, but I want to hear more about this now you see it, now you don't, magician, movie, metaphor, crazy script, building people up as a conspiracy kind of stuff. I don't know about anybody else. You're whetting my appetite for intrigue with all that talk, Mr. Postle.
I've told about 5% of it. It's so much. There's so much more to it than I can even describe. The inner workings, what went on behind the scenes, and a year before anyone even realized anything was going on, who all was involved, the talks, the script, so to speak, of, how do we, I can't say that either, but I'll just say that there's way more to it than I can even describe right now, and there's certainly way more to it than anyone realizes. There's a reason why I've been hit up by a lot of people who do things to tell stories in a big way, and I just decided that I wasn't going to do anything until I had the majority of what I needed together, because I didn't want to tell a half story.
So, in case you think what he's talking about here is that there's some sort of major cheating going on there way beyond him, and that he's going to blow the lid off this, you're going to be disappointed, because even though I don't know what he thinks he's going to present, it's not likely to be that. If you listen carefully, that's not what he's saying. He keeps talking about how there was discussion about all this before it was brought out. So basically what he's trying to say, from what I can tell, is that there was a lot of discussion behind the scenes for what he says for a year before the allegations were made on Twitter that he was a cheater, but that he was aware that they were accusing him with each other that he was cheating, and he was pretending Like he wasn't aware of it, but that he was aware the whole time for the entire year prior to when they brought it out publicly. And that while this was going on, and they thought he was in the dark regarding their suspicion, then he was documenting everything they were doing and why they were doing it, and a lot of malfeasance on their side. Now, what could be the malfeasance on their side? If he's not going to be accusing them of cheating themselves, then what could possibly be the malfeasance on their side? Well, of course, he's not going to frame this from the standpoint that he was actually cheating and they just weren't saying anything. He's going to be framing it from the standpoint that he was innocent. So what could be the malfeasance on their side? Well, it could be that they decided that they're going to discredit him for whatever reason. It could be a revenge plot because they were losing to him. It could be just something for attention, either for themselves or for the stream. It could be a way to get back at Stones for some reason and to use him as a pawn. It would be some kind of grandiose conspiracy sort of story where a bunch of people decided to frame him for this for their own purposes, and that they had this plan for a year, and then finally in late September they dropped it all out there via Veronica. And he was aware the whole time it was coming. He was documenting everything. He was waiting for this to happen. And now he's ready to strike back and blow the lid off of all of this. Now, he didn't say any of that. He's said very small pieces that have allowed me to theorize it's something like this. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's kind of what I'm getting from what he's talking about here. Now, is this possible? Well, partially. When I say partially, I'm not saying that I believe he's innocent. I'm saying that I know for sure, because Veronica said so, that there was talk for some time regarding the suspicion that Mike was cheating, and in fact, Veronica claimed she went to Justin Corradis and complained that this was happening, and that he just dismissed her and said, oh, you just don't understand Mike's playstyle. So she claimed, I think at least a few months went by while she was trying to convince Justin and then others of this, and she just wasn't getting far enough, and Mike was still allowed to play, and then bigger names were coming in, and bigger games were starting to run, like 2550, and then she finally decided she had to come forward and say something. That was her story. There have been some questions, such as, if you were getting this sure of the cheating, why didn't you say anything earlier? And the bigger question, why did you bring people into that 2550 game near the end? People like Berkey and others, these people you knew that you were friendly with, why would you ever bring them into a 2550 game when you're pretty sure cheating's going on? And I've never really understood why that happened. Like, I know she said she was being told by everybody that she's crazy and it's not really happening, and she kind of believed them, and then finally came to the conclusion enough to where she went and posted on Twitter what she felt. But still, it's one thing to not want to come forward and accuse someone of cheating. It's another thing to bring people you're friendly with into a fairly high-stakes game where you're strongly suspicious cheating is taking place. So I know that's one of the questions Postle's probably going to ask her. If you thought I was cheating for all this time, why would you have brought Berkey and these other people right into the game, a fairly high-stakes game, for that matter, to get cheated? And that's a good question. And I don't know the answer to that. But that also doesn't mean that Mike was innocent. That just would mean that maybe Veronica was kind of insensitive. But two could be true at once, right? It could be that Mike was cheating and that Veronica was suspicious, but still was okay with bringing people into the game until she had 100% proof. Like, that could be true as well. So that wouldn't exonerate Mike, even if he could prove that Veronica thought it was a cheating game and brought people in anyway. That would make Veronica look worse, and I'm sure he'd like that because he hates her, but that wouldn't make him look any more innocent. Now, if he can present some kind of proof that these people had some kind of conspiracy to frame him for this, and that they were going to gain in some way, and that they were going to push false or mostly false narratives about what was going on there in order to accomplish whatever they thought they were accomplishing. And maybe he had an insider in there that was feeding him texts or whatever, and he has screenshots. Like, if he has that stuff, sure. But notice none of this came out in any of the court filings. Notice that he's never said this before. And now 4.5 years later, he's making these claims. So this is one of these cases where, unless you can show it, it doesn't really mean much. And we've had a lot of grandiose claims from Mike Postle before that didn't go anywhere. Remember the whole thing about the documentary, that it's not only going to shock poker, but that it's also going to shock the world? Shock the world? Like that. No matter what he would say, it wouldn't shock the world, because the world isn't interested in this. This isn't a big enough story for the world. You never want to oversell anything. You never want to make something seem like it's bigger than it is, because then when people do see it, it's a huge disappointment. It's a huge letdown. You don't want that. You want to either accurately sell it or undersell it. So where people then will be pleasantly surprised. And then the word of mouth will be good. But if you want enough eyeballs on it, you don't want to undersell, but you definitely don't want to oversell. But it sounds like, again, that's going on here. And another piece of advice I'll give him is that if he thinks this is going to change anyone's mind, he's got to change people's minds the way they would want their minds to be changed, not the way he wants their minds to be changed. So he can believe that if he can prove he won $150K instead of $250K, case closed, he didn't do it. Well, maybe that's in his mind, but that's not going to be in anyone else's mind. Everybody else is going to say, okay, well, you proved you won less than we thought you won. You won 60% of what we thought you won. Okay, now where do we go? How does that show you're innocent? That's what everyone will say. So if the effort is going towards that, you're wasting your time. The only way you're going to prove anything is if you can either show that some people were in some kind of conspiracy to frame you, or show hands that counter what people are claiming. And of course, nobody is stupid here. As you even said yourself, Mike, the people you sued are all smart people, which I will agree. I will agree that every person in that lawsuit is a smart person. So you're not going to fool any of these people, and you're not going to fool a lot of other people in poker who were not part of that lawsuit, but were closely observing, and are also smart. So you can't show some hand where you bluffed $200 on the river into a very strong hand and got called and lost, and here it is, look, here's a hand I bluffed wrong, ha ha ha, okay, I'm innocent. That's not going to fool anybody, because they're going to say, well, this is peanuts compared to what you were making in the hands you were making successful bluffs. This is a very small hand. This is a small bet compared to the ones that were very large, that were good bluffs, where the person didn't really have it, or where their hand just wasn't strong enough to call that much money. So you have to come with stuff that's compelling, and compelling to them, not to you. And if you can't do that, then there's no point. There's no point to do any of this. People will just mock it. You're just wasting your time. You'll just make yourself look more guilty. That's my advice to you, if you really do have anything to show.
I didn't want to have to say anything or insinuate anything without the evidence behind it. And half of it was easy. There were so many people who wanted to talk about me and the situation early on, that a lot of what I was curious about came out from people just wanting to talk, not being smart like me right now. I'm just rambling, but there was a lot that needed to happen before I could do anything, and so that hopefully answers the question as far as why didn't he defend himself? Why didn't he do this? Why didn't he do that? There's a reason, I promise. And everything that I do say, everything I have said, everything I will say certainly in the future, there will be evidence behind it, there will be, sorry, Veronica, I didn't destroy my phone. I made sure to preserve all of our conversations, all of our threads. And that goes for a lot. And I guess I'll put things out there with what I have behind it to show what happened, the entire timeline.
Yeah, this is sounding more and more like he's going to show a timeline of conversations with Veronica and other people there, and then show like what they were saying as this was all happening before they brought it out versus what they were claiming they were saying and doing. And maybe this will show that some of these people were acting recklessly, or that they didn't believe he was cheating, or at least claim they didn't, and he can cast some doubt in what these people really thought. Maybe people who said they believed he was cheating the whole way, he has texts with them saying, oh no, Mike, I don't think there's anything wrong. I think you're being falsely accused. I think this person's jealous of you. I think this person's paranoid. And they'll say, see, look, this person all the way up until Veronica said something publicly was on my side. Huh? They never said that before. And, yeah, you can bring these things out, and you may think it's a big bombshell, but it really isn't, because maybe some people didn't want to have a direct confrontation with you, or they just didn't want the drama, or they still weren't sure yet, or who knows. But it's not going to mean much. Even if you can show that some people acted irresponsibly with how long they took to bring it forward, and that they're still inviting people to the game and still inviting friends of theirs to the game, and you can ask, if these are good people, why would they invite their friends? These are fair points, but it's not going to make you look any more innocent. It'll just drag them down a little bit. So again, you got to show something compelling on your side here. Dragging the other side's not going to do very much.
And then people can do what they enjoy doing best. They can play detective and draw their own conclusions and get excited about the drama, because that's what the poker industry likes. I don't like it, but I guess it is what it is. So we'll go that route and see what happens. Is Nick in here by chance?
We can drop a line to request on the speed dial to request somebody to get in here. Let me do that right now.
It's no big deal. Don't have to make any special requests. No, I was just curious if he was in here.
Hex, do the speed dial. Hextopian, the co-host, valuable member of the team.
I think he's playing poker at HCL right back to play Monday. I think he still might be on the
Oh, is that right?
Oh.
Well, we can still try.
No, I was just
anyway.
Curious.
Sorry, Mike.
No, it's okay. I just
sounds like we had Colonel Fabersham there.
He comes on here quite a bit. He can elaborate later, I'm sure, after feeling it out a little bit more. So yeah, it's I guess that's it. I know there was a lot more things off the top of my head I wanted to say, mostly in regards to, again, whoever that was speaking before Sean. Any two cards, something like that.
Yeah, that was him.
Every single thing that he said was completely untrue, and I will pay him or anyone a significant amount of money to prove any of it true, because it's not. So that'll be another one for later when it comes to everything that was said prior and proving it. There's no way. I'll throw some offers out there. I'll just say that. Don't believe everything you hear, people. Just because someone screamed it into a microphone on the internet or on YouTube, just because you read it in a news article. Think for yourself and do some research, and don't fall into the trap of just believing what you want to believe, because sometimes that stuff seriously affects somebody's life. And I'm not speaking for myself here. This whole situation and the butterfly effect of how it affected so many people's lives in different ways was, it's unfathomable how terrible it was to a lot of people. Speaking on the monetization, and people who are close to me know I have never cared about having a significant amount of money, and in fact, when I do have it, I usually blow it having fun and creating memories and enjoying time with friends and family. And but one thing I wanted to do that I feel like I should mention now is that the people involved hurt a lot of people, including, one example, Stone's employees. Stone's and the people behind it, the owners and management and the employees, like, they didn't deserve to have accusations brought their way as if they were involved in something. Their incomes were heavily affected by the lies that were told and what was done. And one of the things that I wanted to do was, eventually I wanted to have a I guess a reunion of sorts, and put up a whole bunch of money into a free roll, and have those people who were affected be able to play in it and have some sort of recovery of how their lives were affected. They weren't involved in any way, shape, or form. Just using one example, and there were employees there that had to they had to change jobs, lost their jobs, had to move out of the place that they were living in, move out of the area, all because a small group of individuals, where only one had the I can't think of the word, the audacity, the other ones weren't. The other ones knew better than to do it. They found the one person who would do it, and for that person and those responsible, it certainly was not fair to anyone whose lives were affected the way they were. And that's, again, just one example. And going back to Justin Caritis, like, seriously, if you're out there still talking bad and negative about someone with as much class and honor and just the sheer opposite of what was accused of him, like, you just have no idea when your words and your accusations affect someone's life like that. Like, I just don't have words for it, like, other than do better. The poker players are smart. You guys should know better, so do better. It's not I hate to use the innocent until proven guilty thing or narrative, but some really shitty things happen in the poker industry, but man, ever since my thing, it's been like, there's been absolutely no repercussions to just accusing anyone and everyone of doing something nefarious. And like, we gotta go back to when that wasn't a thing, because you guys aren't the same people that claim to be all about the industry are not acting as if that's the best thing. It's all about self-promotion.
Okay, let me stop it right here. I will say one thing for the poker industry, which has its faults in various ways. But one thing I'll say is there really is not an issue with false allegations. We just don't really have that happening much in poker. There's actually fewer allegations than should be out there. There's a lot of people acting shady that are continuing to get away with things. What we don't see very often is where someone's reputation is ruined and it turned out they were innocent. So if this were a case of that, it would be highly unusual. So it's not like we got this chronic problem where people are claiming they care about the poker industry and then they're just falsely accusing people of cheating left and right. So I don't know what he's even talking about here. And as far as the Stones employees that were affected, I don't know who he's talking about, but none of them were very forthright. And if some innocent people lost their jobs over this, that's too bad, and it's unfortunate, and that shouldn't have happened. But sometimes there is collateral damage when there is a scandal of this size, and the business wants to distance themselves from anyone who could have been part of it. So, for example, maybe anyone who had access to those hole cards was fired because they didn't know who was guilty here, and they thought we got to just clean house and start over. And that's unfortunate, but then he has to ask himself, why didn't he come forward and defend this at the beginning and let everybody be assumed to be guilty based upon what was being seen on the stream? You can say innocent till proven guilty, but this wasn't just like people were saying, oh, we think there was cheating on the Stone stream and there's nothing to go back and check. They had all the videos still up, so people checked and people watched and people believed you were guilty. So it's up to you to rebut that. When you play on a stream, especially when you're promoted as a wonderkind and the greatest ever, and these were your words, by the way, Mike. You said it on Mike Mattisau's show, that this is how they promoted you, and you allowed them to promote you this way. So when you're promoted as the greatest ever, and people start to question things, and then they go back and they look at the episodes, and they're just seeing weird play after weird play, then yeah, they're going to start making allegations. So then it's up to you, who chose to play on a public stream, who chose to be promoted as the greatest ever, to refute that. Not just to stay silent and hope that somehow it'll fix itself. So if you were really innocent here, you handled it completely incorrectly. And that's not our fault. So if somebody who appears guilty acts guilty, then people are going to think they are guilty. You at the very least acted guilty here, whether you're guilty or not. So if you want to correct this now and show what you should have shown us 4.5 years ago, go right ahead. I encourage that. I'm just saying you need to have proper expectations. You need to come forth with things that are really going to convince people, not just what you hope will convince people.
It's all about, what clicks and followers can I get? What kind of attention can I get? How can I, build my clout, whatever.
See, I get that allegation all the time, both from Postle and from others I cover on Poker Fraud Alert. I've gotten that a lot. I'm not saying I get this every day, but people who are accused of something on my site, very often they'll say, oh, you're just trying to get clicks. Why? Where's my monetization? What do I gain from this, from getting clicks? Tell me, what do I gain? Is this some sort of long con here where I'm pretending to run a not-for-profit site and then just one day I'm just going to pound it with ads and make millions of dollars? Because that's not what's happening. Even if I do choose to put ads up one day, it's not going to make very much money. So I don't know what he's talking about here. I know there's others who do make good money from their content, so maybe he's talking about them. But I'm not one of them. That's not my motivation.
To, at the expense of others, which is what, eventually, I called his name out earlier. Eventually we'll have that discussion. But
Oh, I think it's me.
Hopefully, I don't know. I'm just I'm very uninvolved in, have been very uninvolved in poker, and even more so obviously lately. But every time I tune back into it, like, it just gets worse and worse every time I tune back in. Just the drama and the accusations and just the nonstop bickering, and it's not about it's not so much about talking about the best players anymore. It's who can drum up the most controversy and just make things up for the sake of discussing it. And when you do that, sometimes you have no idea how.
Did he fall asleep? What's going on here?
You have no idea how you can be affecting someone's life, their livelihood, everything.
We're almost done here, by the way.
That's a hard thing to. It's a really hard thing to put. It's a hard thing for people to put themselves in someone else's shoes when that's happening. It's just too easy to throw darts at others from behind a keyboard or a computer screen.
Well, we don't want you to go now, Mike. We're here as long as you want to regale us with this kind of thing. But when you're ready for sleep, you should turn into the competitor space, because that'll zonk you right out. Just if I could make a recommendation. Much worse than our spaces.
I didn't think about that one. I usually have other things to help me sleep, but I meant to go a long time ago. I just wanted to ask Sean a quick question, and I guess got me in a mood, and decided to let some things out and see what happens. But there's I don't know. We'll see. I'll see. As far as plans, I haven't decided what route I'm going down yet. But I guess me being on the fence on whether to do one thing or the other, I thought the best way to. Sometimes I need a little convincing later on with myself, where I need to do something to make sure I do the right thing. And I think me accepting the invite to come and speak was to, I guess, open up a little bit and put some things out there, so I didn't change my mind later on, and for example, take an offer that I've turned down thus far to be done and out of the poker industry and not think about it anymore, and take over a friend's business, and that's extremely successful, and just not worry about poker anymore. But I know I can't. Like, I just I've lost too much sleep, and it's on my mind.
Why can't you? So you have an option to take over a successful business of a friend's, and you're turning it down? Why? Like, first of all, you can play poker. You have played poker, in fact, since this has happened. So you could take over the business and still play poker sometimes. And also, you could take over the business and at the same time put out whatever exonerates you. So I'm not understanding that at all.
Yeah, I don't think a day goes by where I don't think about something in regards to this. So, to be able to finally be able to get the truth out there, not just get the truth out there, but to expose the page that was taken out of mainstream media over how to convict someone of something, and get away with it for as long as possible. That whole playbook was definitely put into use. Now, granted, I didn't exactly help things with trying to be a smartass about it and play the gotcha moment, because that was part of what led to everyone's beliefs.
I don't know what he's talking about there. What? A smart ass, a gotcha moment? He just wasn't saying anything.
Oh, don't worry, Bart. You and I will be talking. Or...
message to the Hansen kid.
We'll find a way. Don't worry. Yeah, anyway, I'm going to try and go get some sleep.
Right on. Thanks for coming by, Mike. Anytime you want to jump on, we're usually running. Eden's usually running. Nobody's going to ambush you. Next time you're probably going to have to pick a couple questions, but we could still shoot the shit, talk about anything. We're trying to do entertainment, move away from the screaming and all that bullshit the other guys do. But, But, yeah, we're here, man. Thanks for coming out. It was great, man. Very interesting. Sounded great.
No, I'm... it's going to be one of those things where I'm going to wake up and probably not be able to, to hear this. I'm beyond the delirious state. I guess I just wanted to say a few things since it's been a while. And I guess we'll see. Myself and others are definitely watching and listening. I'm curious on some reactions out of a handful of individuals. Maybe some of them will hit me up and share some notes, or I don't know, just have a conversation, I guess. We'll see. Anyway, I can't make any promises. Like I said, I'm supposed to be working on some things. Whether they, the current things materialize or not, I don't know. But eventually, something will be done. And
yeah, well,
I guess I did this for myself to make sure I didn't choose door number 2 with going elsewhere and giving it up, since I had that offer, which would have been very productive from a financial standpoint. But I decided I'd rather just stay somewhat on the broke side of the line and do what I need to do, and then after that's done, make a new decision afterwards.
Yeah, well, you could always jump on a burner too, right? We're going to be we'll be looking.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I encourage anyone to open things back up. I've had a lot of people hit me up saying, "Hey, we're going to relook at everything with fresh eyes and go over things and interact with you to get information and evidence and whatnot." And so far no one's done that after saying that they would. So we'll see if anyone else is willing to do that. We'll see. Like I said, I'm a combination of both falling asleep from severe lack of sleep right now and delirium. So I'm gonna cut it off.
You could dip out. I think the button's on the top there. Thanks for coming in, and yeah, man, get some sleep.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, Mike. This is HBK here. Welcome to the Omar Show. Thanks for coming in, man. You're always welcome here with Omar, and the show is brought to you by the Eden Rocks Corporation. Just wanted to throw that out there.
All right. Yeah, it'd probably be best to, I encourage anyone to do some fact checking before spewing, and and maybe I don't know. We'll see.
Well,
Well,
I'm on the case, so I'm definitely going to be looking at it,
Right.
and we got guys. So
Yeah, we'll give you a fair shake
We're
over
on.
here, Mike. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, I hope you feel like you're being treated well, Mike. I mean, Omar and Eden are men of their word, and they protected your speech so you could say your things. So I hope you felt comfortable tonight, and you're more than welcome to come back again.
there was about 20, 25 people trying to get up. Everybody wanted a piece at you, but we don't run spaces like that over here. But
I'm obviously next time I'll be a little more awake. I can't go much further. So
yeah, no doubt.
I'm glad to have a peaceful discussion. Simply answering questions without without attacking each other. I'm willing to do that with anyone. And anyone who knows that's actually had the guts to come and talk to me, knows that. So, we'll see how it shakes out.
Yeah, I'll keep you in the loop on everything.
All right. Yeah, you can hit me up and we'll go from there.
Right on, man. Cool, man. Get some rest.
All right.
Thanks for coming by.
I'm gonna go pass out. Thanks.
Later, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks for coming out, buddy.
Yep. All right,
Take care.
All right, so that's it. Long segment, obviously, because it was over 2 hours with him speaking, and then I was interrupting to speak fairly often. So hopefully this didn't drag on too long. And I pretty much said everything I needed to say there. So we'll see if there's any further developments. As I said, I've talked to Postle a few times in DM since then, but not much has come of it. But before we go on, I do have to present something to you, because there is something more that has happened since then.
Druff, is it possible the 4.5 years could have something to do with like a statute of limitations?
I don't think so. There wouldn't be a statute of limitation at 4.5 years. I'm not even sure what brought this out.
Not 4 years on cheating? I mean, on some of the criminal stuff, if he was found guilty?
I don't think 4 years is anything, and the half doesn't make much sense. So I don't get that.
Well, 4 years is what I was thinking.
Yeah,
I know there are some things that are 4 years.
Oh, really?
I know those have to do with financial.
I mean, maybe it could be, but you'd think he would have come out a few months ago then.
And did he ever play anywhere else? He never played anywhere else, right? Where he was crushing and successful. Wouldn't he be looking for every big game?
Well, yeah, that's what people have been saying for a long time. That's what I've said that too. Like, everybody's been saying, why don't you go everywhere and play in the biggest games if you were crushing this hard at Stones, and it wasn't just a matter of being against bad players, it was that every single read you made was right in a big spot. So even against better players, you're going to kill it. That's what people have said. And
at least Bay Area, there's like games like in Emeryville or Bay 101 has great games.
Yeah.
That was in Sacramento Stones, right?
Yeah, so
or in that area? Yeah, see, there was a lot just right around there that if he was that dominant, he should have been easily going to Bay 101.
Well, yeah, of course. And that was one of the biggest things that was said to him. Why aren't you playing elsewhere? Why aren't you having success anywhere except for on the Stone Stream? And yet on the Stone Stream, the success is so huge. And we haven't really gotten a clear answer other than you don't realize how bad these players were. It's a huge difference between those players and the ones I'd play at a tougher game. So my specialty is beating those players. This is with Doug Polk talking to Joey Ingram. They did some kind of show together. and Mike Postle came up, and Doug has an interesting proposal, which he put out there on this show, and he's serious about it, and it got some controversy. So listen to this.
I mean, when he wants to come clean, I think it's going to be fascinating. I think everything until then, bit of a snooze fest. All right, Mikey, you're listening. I would love to do a one-on-one in-person interview where we're going to go through things. And then I am going to propose something to you right now. How about you come on down to the lodge? I'll provide the bankroll. And we'll do a Mike Postle challenge at the lodge. Total free roll for Mike Postle. And we'll put in a few hundred hours of play. We'll make sure to track everything, and it's done fairly, assuming the players want to play with Mike Postle. And let's just see if he can run it back. And if he can get anywhere close to that win rate, I'm willing to eat my own words as he rakes in my money. You know what's going to happen, Joey? He's not going to win anywhere close to what he won before. He's instead going to not take me up on this, or lose, or win small. He's not going to be the greatest poker player of all time, and I do hope he brings his hat, because there's going to be nothing in that crotch to help him at the lodge. Let's settle this on the felt. I would love to host it.
Interesting. So Doug Polk, in case you didn't quite get that, is offering for Postle to come down to the card room he partially owns, called the Lodge, in the Austin area. It's in a city called Round Rock, and that they're going to hold a streamed game there, which they've held streamed games before at the Lodge, but they're going to hold a streamed game there built around Postle, and that Doug will even give him the bankroll to play with. It'll basically be a free roll for Postle, where if he wins, he keeps the profits, and if he loses, he's losing Doug's money. So it's a free roll for Mike Postle to come play on stream, to play a lot so I can get a big sample size, and that before that, he has to do an interview with Doug where he is questioned about the hands he played on stones and has to give coherent answers. But provided he agrees to do that and does it, that Doug will give him a bankroll to play on stream at the Lodge. They'll analyze all the hands. They'll compare it, both his play and the results, to what he did at Stones. And then everybody can see the truth. So there's been mixed reactions to this. Some people thought it was great. Some people thought this is very interesting, and that maybe Postle will do it because he's getting a free roll. And basically he gets to play poker on Doug's money. And if he somehow wins a lot, then he can start casting some doubt in people's minds. And if he doesn't, he can just say, well, these were better players I was facing, or whatever, insert excuse here. But either way, he doesn't lose because he's using Doug's money. So he can both win a lot of money if he runs well, and he can start defending himself if he happens to do very well. However, some people are saying this isn't fair. People are saying that Doug is offering to actually give a free cash stake to someone because he's an accused cheater. That everybody else in poker who played honestly is not getting a stake to play at the Lodge using Doug's money. But Postle, who is widely believed to be a cheater by people in poker currently, is getting a stake for that reason. So some people are really pissed off that such a thing is being offered, that not only are they platforming Postle, which I think is fine, but that they're bankrolling him too, to play in a game where there's only an upside for him. Like, why does he deserve this, people are asking. And the latter is a fair question, and I understand that part. But I also understand the other side of it, that this will be something interesting to see, and that should clarify things even more. So how do I feel? Doug can do what he wants with his money. I don't like when people say, oh, Doug, you can't give Postle money to go play. If Doug thinks it's worth putting his money on the line to prove to everybody the way Postle would be on a stream that he clearly does not have any kind of influence to control, then, okay, it's Doug's money. He can spend it how he wants. And should he? Well, I don't know. I can see both sides of this, but it doesn't bother me. And in fact, I'll tell you how little it bothers me. I volunteered to be one of Postle's opponents in that game. Yeah. So I tweeted right back to this. I said, if this happens, I'll volunteer to fly out and be one of his opponents. I think anyone he sued for $330 million should be invited. And I believe that. I think the lineup should be people who have some connection to this scandal. People who lost money to Postle, people who were sued, people who covered this aggressively, which pretty much is the same as people being sued. I think that would make an interesting stream. Imagine Postle versus all the people he sued for calling him a cheater. That would be an interesting stream. So I definitely should qualify there, as should Veronica, as should Bart Hansen, as should Jonathan Little, as should Daniel Negreanu, as should Matt Berkey, as should Phil Galfon. And I know there were some companies involved. Obviously, they can't play. But yeah, pretty much anyone in that lawsuit or anyone prominent that was part of this story should be offered to come down and play. Not saying on Doug's money, but they should be able to play in the game. So I definitely would do it. Now, how does Doug feel about that? Because I don't really know Doug. You know, he knows who I am, and I know who he is. He calls me Todd Whittles, but aside from that, you know, he knows who I am. I know who he is, but we've never met. I don't have any kind of relationship with him, good or bad. So, would I be invited to this? Well, from what I'm hearing, the answer is actually yes. That my suggestion is exactly what they had in mind. So it turns out I didn't need to suggest it. They already were thinking that they'd like something like this, where it's not just Postle playing against 8 randoms, but it's Postle in a game that is more relevant with the other opponents. I don't know which of these people, for example, in that lawsuit would show up and play. Of course, Doug and Joey were sued as well. Of course, they'll be in the game, I'm sure. I can't even say I'm sure, but I think they would be. But like Matt Berkey, is he going to really come? He hates Doug. I don't think he'd want to help promote anything Doug is doing or help promote the Lodge. He just does not like Doug Polk. And as much as I think he would like the exposure of the whole Postle thing and the eyeballs on that, I just can't see Berkey participating in anything involving Doug. So I have a feeling he'd probably sit it out. Pretty sure Veronica would come play. I don't know what size this game would be either. I can't imagine it's going to be like super high stakes. But maybe it won't be really low either. But I don't know whether Veronica could be able to play a higher game. But even if she couldn't, I'm sure that she could find people to stake her in it. And I actually wouldn't want the game to be too high. I would want to more be there for fun and not be sweating out that I'm losing huge pots or winning huge pots. So I'd actually prefer it's not a huge game. I think it would be good to just be a 1-3 game, since that's what was mainly going there at the Lodge. If they want to be higher than that, that's fine. But like if they made it 25-50, I wouldn't love this, because I don't play 25-50. So hopefully they'd make.
What would that prove, Druff? Him coming in to play a field like that compared to what he was playing at Stones.
Well, right.
Of course, he's not going to have that win rate against the All-Star team.
Well, so that will be his answer, I bet, if he doesn't do as well.
Right. They'll be giving him the out for that.
Yeah, that's the one problem. So I guess on one hand, though he said that it'll be, quote, hundreds of hours. Now, I don't know how many hours Postle really put into this, but if they really do have hundreds of hours, I'm not going to be there for hundreds of hours, and I don't imagine that these others who are sued would be either. So there probably would be plenty of time to also have people in the game who are just regular Joes, regular 1-3 players. So maybe that would be done as well, so he couldn't use that excuse. See, I don't know, because I'm not involved in the planning of it. I did hear that the prominent figures in the whole Postle thing would be invited to come, including me. That's the plan right now. But I don't know if there's also going to be other games where just regular Joes are going to be able to come in and have it more like what Postle played against at Stones. Though he did play at the very end that 25-50 against some fairly big names there and did very well. So it's not like he was always just beating nobodies. But yeah, you raise a good point that the excuse pretty much writes itself right there. If he's playing a whole group of well-known poker pros, then he can say, well, yeah, sure, I can't beat those people, but who can? So that's a good point. Let's say everybody who was named in that suit comes there. That could be a pretty tough game. Like, imagine you got Doug Polk there, you have Phil Galfond, you have Jonathan Little, you have Bart Hansen there. I mean, it's a tough game. That's a tough game. So, yeah, I guess that is an answer. It's kind of like you're in school and some kid a lot bigger than you wants to fight you. And provided you're not worried about getting hurt, you're like, well, there's only an upside here, because if I get my ass kicked, everyone's expecting it. But if I somehow beat him, everyone's going to really, really admire me. So maybe that would be the motivation also for Postle to show up, that if he can show up and beat that lineup, people go, oh, wow, he really is great. And if he loses, okay, well, a lot of people lose in that lineup. Yeah, that's a problem. I didn't even think of that. Well, if they get enough hours in and there's different lineups, then that should smooth itself out, even if he's not going to beat the All-Star lineup. But I guess Postle should have sued some fish, then down the line that'd be easier to win. The funny thing is he and Everett keep talking about me playing him heads up. He keeps targeting me to play him heads up. In fact, at one point, he was saying that he wants to play me heads up for my own money. And the way that would work would be, and this wasn't proposed recently, this was like a while back, that he wanted to basically play for the $27K he owes, where it's really playing my money on both sides. So, of course, I said no. Like, why would I ever do that? And he could say, well, if you're confident you can beat me and I'm a fish, then you'll get the judgment paid too. But no, because this is money he already owes. It's like I wouldn't want to win $27,000 off of him and get paid the $27,000 to satisfy the judgment. That really means I won zero and he just paid the judgment. So why would I ever do that? You can say, well, he's not going to pay otherwise, but he could pay otherwise involuntarily sometime in the future.
Well, what if he put up 54,000, Druff?
If who put it up? Him?
Yeah, in other words, give you both 27K in chips, and then, he has a chance to win back the 27K he lost, or you can make an additional 27K.
Well, so that's more reasonable. See, like, if it would be reversed to where he would pay off the judgment first, but then I'd agree to play him heads up for the same amount once that's done. Pretty much he pays off the judgment, and then we just play a match heads up. That's a different story. Then I'd consider that. I think the reason he's targeting me is he probably was told by someone that I'm not a heads-up no-limit player, which I'm not. So, I doubt he challenged Doug Polk to this, but I think he likes going after me for this because he feels like he's played more heads-up no-limit than me, and he'd probably be right. I just haven't played much heads-up no-limit. So, I would have to study some heads-up no-limit before doing such a thing. Now, if he wants to play heads-up limit, that's a different story. But heads-up no-limit, that I'd have to do some work here to feel confident with that. And I don't think Postle's a fish. I've never said that either. It's not like I've said he's a horrible player and that he'd get crushed against anyone decent. I've never said that. I'm just saying that he's not the player it appeared to be on Stones. That's what my opinion is. So we'll see with that. I'll give you guys an update. There is no set date for this. Postle hasn't agreed to it yet. It's just been thrown out there. Postle is aware of it. I know that he's considering it, and that's about all I know. So I'll give you any updates with that. And I'm serious, though. If it happens, I will fly to Austin and go play, which I usually don't do. I don't travel to places for poker. So this would be unusual for me to get on a plane specifically for poker. But I think it would be an interesting novelty. And let's say I was sitting in a game with that whole lineup. Obviously, I'm not going to feel great about the table there. It's not like I'm sitting with a bunch of fish and this is a great money-making opportunity, but it would be an interesting novelty. That's why I wouldn't want it to be too high. I just like to play in a game like this with Postle. It would just be an interesting thing to be part of because I was part of the whole thing, you know? Like, I think that would be an interesting story for poker if it took place. So yeah, I'll really do it if it comes up. And I'll give you updates on that if it occurs. So okay, that's the end of this long topic. And we will move on. Talk about the other big story. Tom Dwan is in a lot of controversy at the moment. And I'll tell you the whole thing here. Some of it is old, a lot of it is new. So Tom Dwan, also known as Dur, actually began on a forum called Never Win Poker. A lot of you don't know that, but that's where he showed up. He was a complete unknown. He was young at that point, of course. This is the mid-2000s. And I was on Never Win Poker. I was really the one who was instrumental in building it up. It wasn't my site, but I was the one who got it active. And I eventually became a moderator there. I was never an owner. But there was a young guy on there named Dur. And he was kind of a degenerate. And he even asked me some advice there about bankroll management, funny enough. And I remember when he was asking me some questions about bankroll management, and I gave him an answer, he said, "Shit, I wish I read this before I had just played now." So I guess he had just busted that day. But it was one of many times busting for Dur, and no one knew who he was, and this is before he had his big run-up. And I actually met him in person. I think it was in 2006. And I met him in person at a karaoke place. I don't even know how he knew it was going or what, but a bunch of poker players were meeting there, and he came up to me, and he's like, "Oh, Dan Druff, yeah, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Hey," you know, and I said, "Oh, who are you?" He said, "Oh, I'm Dur." I said, "Oh, yeah, I know you from the forum." So, like, he was excited to meet me. I was like the big name player to him at the time. But that quickly changed, and then once he blew up, he stopped posting on Never Win Poker and just kind of forgot about all of us. So Dur's story after that is a little bit mysterious. Some various weird things happened with him. There was a thing he was doing on Full Tilt called the Dur Challenge, where he would play people for a set number of hands at high stakes, and then at the end, whoever's ahead pays the other one some additional amount of money that's agreed upon beforehand. So he had a Dur challenge with Jungle Man, and he didn't complete it. And he kept dodging him regarding playing that much, and he just was stalling. And then eventually Full Tilt went down from the Black Friday busts in 2011, and Dur pretty much abandoned the Dur challenge. And he was down to Jungle Man, and he was basically dodging playing anywhere else, and he just wasn't finishing it. And Jungle Man's like, "Hey, look, I'm ahead here. So if you're quitting, then quit and pay me the money you owe for quitting," because that was part of the agreement too. "But don't just leave it hanging here." And he just left it hanging for eternity. And it's still not done. Like 15 years later, it's still not done. It'll never be done. So Jungle Man was very unhappy about that. Dur never gave an official reason for why he did it. He claimed there was a very good reason that he can't say, but this was never made public. I thought that maybe this had to do with Full Tilt. I thought that maybe the excuse, whether true or not, was that Full Tilt was bankrolling a lot of this, and that once they went belly up, that they could no longer do that, and therefore he couldn't afford the challenge anymore. That he only made this challenge to people in the first place because this is kind of thing to get eyeballs on Full Tilt, and now that they're not backing it anymore, he doesn't want to play these good players for these stakes. But that doesn't totally make sense because Durr is known as a degenerate who will just take on anyone and gamble wildly. He's not known as a game selector, so it's really weird for him to make that type of a claim. And he hasn't said it, but that's kind of my guess as to this like circumstance beyond his control that he couldn't finish the Durr challenge. That was one of the weird things that happened. Another weird thing that happened was he was playing a whole lot in Macau, but it was thought by some, and I'm not kidding about this, that he was actually playing with the bankroll of the Triad in China, which is like a organized crime ring. He was playing for the Triads. Paul Fua became a close friend of his, and he's thought to be associated with the Triads. There were even rumors that I don't believe were true, that he was being held prisoner there and basically forced to play for the Triads because he got in debt to them. Now, it's possible that a modified version of this that's less dramatic was true. Maybe the truth is something like he is in debt to them and he made an agreement that what he'll do is be staked by them until he works off his debt. But he was playing in Macau in huge games and presumed to be backed by, at the very least, Paul Fua and maybe the Triad as well. So he had these long periods where he'd just be unreachable. People had no idea where he was, or if he was even alive. Well, he is alive. And something else, which we're now getting closer to the present, and it's much more relevant to what we're going to talk about today. Haralabos Voulgaris claimed some years ago that Tom Dwan owed him 7 figures and was dodging him, and that he was very frustrated. He said it had something to do with a sports book, but he did not tell the whole story. But he said it had to do with a sports book. It kind of seemed like he was vouching for Tom Dwan to bet high stakes on a book, and that Tom Dwan lost a bunch of money there, and then Tom just wouldn't pay. But it turned out it was a more complicated story than that. But that's what was kind of believed for a number of years. But as far as people knew, number one, Durr never finished the Durr challenge with Jungle Man. And number two, he never paid Haralabos the 7-figure debt that he owed him. And people knew about this stuff for a long time, and they didn't think that highly of Durr for doing that, but it became an old story, and people were less and less focused on it. However, this all got reinvigorated in February when Peter Jetten, who is a friend, or shall I say was a friend, of Durr's, came and posted warnings about Durr on Twitter. So this is on February 18th. Peter Jetten, that's Peterjetten, wrote this. Word of caution against doing business with Tom Dwan. He's owed me $226K for 4 years and continues to use delay tactics to avoid payment. He says he'll pay next week, next Triton, poker stop, etc., but never does. So he's annoyed that Durr is playing in these big Triton events and played in that big Hustler Casino live game, and that he can't pay $226K, which is not very much money compared to what he's playing for at these poker tables. And it's gone on for 4 years, and he just jerks him around. So then a person named Raisfold on Twitter said the chances of ever getting paid just went from 20 to 0%. So then Peter said back, the attitude, meaning your attitude, is likely why others don't speak out about Tom, but it's been 4 years at this point, and I'm done taking the bullshit quietly. Now that this is public, he's incentivized to pay if he wants anyone to trust him. Who's going to do business with or revere a guy who doesn't pay his debts? Now, he's exactly right here. There's an incorrect belief that if somebody owes you money in poker and you call them out, that out of revenge they're not going to pay you, and your best chance of getting paid is staying quiet and keeping them in your good graces. That's false. people who owe money in the poker world love when it stays quiet. They love that because this way their reputation is not affected by what they did. And they love the idea that you won't call them out because you're afraid you'll piss them off and that they won't pay you. So this is perfect for those who are stiffing people with loans because then they can get loans from other people who aren't the wiser. So once the story comes out, it's the reverse of what you'd think. Because, yeah, they're pissed off that they get called out, but they've got to make it right at that point. Otherwise, no one's going to loan them money and keep them in action. So at that point, you become the squeaky wheel who needs the grease. So that's why I always encourage people who get stiffed to call out those who've stiffed them after enough time has passed. Because then there's a much higher chance you'll get paid at that point. And it's the right thing to do anyway. The only exception is number one. There's two exceptions. Number one, if it hasn't been that long and you want to give a person the chance to get the money together before completely severing the relationship so you haven't lost all hope of getting paid yet. Or number two, if it's someone who you feel close enough to and you believe that the need for the money or the availability of money is reasonable why they can't pay you. Even if they got themselves in a hole they shouldn't have in the first place, if you kind of feel like they have nothing, they have no way to get anything at the moment, you don't want to humiliate them because you care about them still, then, okay, I can see not doing it. But just someone you know through poker, you might as well just call them out once it becomes clear they're not paying you anything. So going on. 2 days later, February 20th, he wrote, I decided to tweet about Tom Dwan because I think there's zero chance of him actually paying me if I don't. My view is that he's got such a massive ego that even if he makes $20 million tomorrow, he'll punt it off gambling before he even pays. When I get a minute, I'll share texts that show how awful it's been dealing with him. Well, we never got those texts, so I guess it's been more than a minute, but it still hasn't happened. Doug Polk started to get involved. On March 5th, he said, I'm going to cover the latest Tom Dwan debt situation. There's been some developments there. Peter Jetten, Jungle Man, and Haralabos, who else am I missing? Feel free to come forward if you'd like to be included in the piece and Tom owes you money. Then Jungle Man said back, you're missing many, many more. I don't know if it does much good to actually go after him, though. So Jungle Man claims a lot of other people are owed money by Dwan, and I think that's true. When there's somebody who borrows money from you and then doesn't pay and dodges, usually you're not the only one. Usually there's a lot of people they've borrowed from, and that's why they don't really want to pay you because it's not going to do them much good because they owe so many people money that it's all kind of the same to them. Why pay off one person when there's 15 others with their hands out to also get money that you owe them? So really the only incentive you're going to get there is if that you think that person's going to come forward. Peter Jetten said back to Jungle Man, I think it's worth it to prevent others from suffering the same fate. I see he's already been rubbing shoulders with crypto people who probably don't know who he really is. Basically meaning that Tom Dwan is now into the crypto world who believe he's a successful poker pro and have no idea of the debts he owes and that he screwed people. Peter Jetten also wrote, after I tweeted about Tom, he sent me $30K. So look, it worked. He got part of what was owed. Things aren't looking good, though. One of our recent convos went something like this. He says he'll pay remaining balance in Jeju. That's Jeju. Now, what is Jeju? I'm actually not sure. I think that's a Triton series. Yeah, that's what it is. I think he's saying that he'll pay the remaining balance at the Triton series called Jeju. I say no, I don't believe you. He says, if I don't, I'll add $25K on top. I say no. He then switches gears and says he doesn't owe the full amount and that I'm a liar / scum, etc. This is after 4 years of saying he'd pay the full amount soon. He was always civil when I was giving him more time, but when I put my foot down, he changed tactics completely. I've never dealt with someone this unethical. Well, then Tom Dwan responded back to him. By the way, it took him a long time to answer. He answered just 6 hours ago, so it took him almost 6 days to answer. Tom wrote back to him, no, I sent the money after you finally sent me accounting, you clown. You clown. We'll get to Tom's responses, which have been coming fast and furious over the last 2 days. But going back in time a little bit, back to March 5th, Jungle Man responded back to Peter Jetten saying, I found him nearly fucking impossible to deal with. Apparently this isn't an angle shoot, though. Compared to the other stories about him, I actually think I'm lucky in comparison to what others have dealt with. Then Haralabos, also on March 5th, piped up. He said, okay, my turn. Tom Dwan, can we finally get the last $350K you've owed me since 2010? Pretty please? For those that don't know the whole story, it's a wild story. Happy to share all the details of this thrilling tale of Tom betting hoops, bearding for me, with one of the largest bookmakers in the world and nearly bankrupting him. So let me explain what bearding is. And no, it's not about pretending to have a heterosexual partner when you're really gay, though it's kind of using the same terminology but applying it to betting. So bearding is where you're getting someone to bet your picks whom the bookmaker believes is a sports betting fish. I guess in a way it's a form of multi-accounting. So Haralabos Voulgaris is known as one of the most skillful sports bettors in the world. So as you can imagine, books are not going to take big action from him. But what if Haralabos finds someone who's known to be a degenerate and maybe someone who's lost a lot of money in the past gambling and just wildly betting on things? Will they give that person big action? The answer is probably yes. So Tom Dwan fit that mold perfectly, where he could give Tom Dwan sharp picks, and Tom would bet this in a big sports book that was willing to take big action from him. I'm thinking maybe it was Pinnacle, but some big sports book that was willing to take big action. And then Tom would get some percentage of the profits, which we'll get to. So then Haralabos explains, to be clear, we won high seven figures. So that's a lot. That means he won almost $10 million doing this. Tom was on a free roll and earned 25% without any risk. Unfortunately, Tom lost money betting on sports bearding for another group with the same bookmaker and didn't have the cash to pay me my winnings. Okay, let me stop right there. It's kind of complicated, but I can see how he's frustrated. So basically, the bearding thing worked. Haralabos' picks were great and won almost $10 million. So they were betting pretty damn big. And then Tom was going to be getting a quarter of that without taking any risk. Tom's entire role was just being the guy who was betting, but it was Haralabos' money, and it was Haralabos' picks. It was just in Tom's name. However, he didn't realize that Tom was doing this for somebody else and using the same account on the same book. And then that person's picks were not winning. So what was happening was Haralabos was winning through Tom, but instead of the account balance going up like Haralabos expected, it was actually going down because Tom was betting for somebody else, also doing the bearding, and that person was losing. So it was knocking down the money that was being made for Haralabos that he didn't realize was happening, because this is Haralabos' money and this shouldn't have been happening. So I don't exactly know what happened, why this other group wasn't putting their money up. That's what I'm not understanding in this story. Because you think if Tom was just losing by bearding for somebody else, then it would just be losing somebody else's money. But maybe he was adding some of it for himself. I don't know what was happening. But whatever it was, whatever they were building on that book, Tom was chunking back off betting for this other group. So then when it came time to withdraw, then Haralabos learned the bad news from Dwan, who was his account, so I guess Haralabos couldn't see what the balance was. He found out the bad news that there was nothing to withdraw. So he was owed 7 figures for this. He then wrote, through various annoying methods, I was able to collect most of it, but I'm still owed $350K. Tom does not dispute the debt. He knows he's responsible for it. In our last conversation after the Hustler Casino Live $1 Million match was me requesting him to pay a small monthly amount, at which point he ghosted me. So if you remember, he was on the Hustler Casino Live $1 Million game and won $3.5 million on there. And Haralabos was annoyed that this didn't wipe out the debt. So then he did clarify that it wasn't actually in 2010, it was in 2012. He said, just check the records, got the year wrong, it was 2012. I had 3 different guys into that same bookmaker, all moving for me, fun times. And yeah, CLV, meaning closing line value, was awful that year. This is what happens when someone's taking $500 a pop, 30 minutes to post. So I think he's trying to say that even though Dwan was betting $500K per game for him, that Tom was too slow, and a lot of times by the time he posted the pick, the line had changed. Like posted the bet, that is. By the time Tom put it in, the line had changed because he took like 30 minutes to do it. And it was frustrating Haralabos because he was losing points there on the spread that he was betting. The other wrinkle to the situation, he writes, was that there was a partner of Tom's whom he was staking. He puts in parentheses Justin S. I think he's referring to Justin Smith, Boosted J, who had a figure with me for $400K. Tom guaranteed this figure in order to work with me and also get a 25% free roll. Told me to stop betting with JS and only bet with Tom, and he would settle the figure. So what he's trying to say here is that Justin S., probably Justin Smith, was betting directly with Haralabos, it seems. Like Haralabos was booking the bets. And he said he had a figure of $400K, meaning that Justin Smith was down $400K to him. He owed him $400K. But that in order to do this bearding we were just talking about, that one of the conditions was that he would be guaranteeing the figure. So basically, I guess Justin couldn't pay. It sounds like that. He doesn't say that directly, but it sounds like Justin couldn't pay the $400K. But instead of just being out the $400K, that Dwan said, okay, I'll work with you, but only if, number one, you give me a 25% free roll in this whole thing, and number two, that this $400K figure with Justin Smith, I'm the one taking it over. So that's the upside for you. So provided we win, then I'll pay the $400K out of my winnings. So he's saying that kind of sucks here, that was also a part of it as well, and that he didn't get that, of course. He writes, another fun detail was that Tom very rarely offered up any of the money owed. Luckily for me, I had a good relationship with another former beard who was also working with me that year. That person owed Tom some 7 figures through some poker thing and agreed to pay me instead of Tom. Without this help, I'd likely be owed mid-7 figures from Tom. That's, wow, imagine he'd be owed like $5 million. Wow. So basically, there is somebody else that was doing the bearding for Haralabos, betting games for him. And it turned out that this person owed Dwan some money from, quote, some poker thing. I don't know if it was some kind of staking arrangement or whatever, but this person owed millions of dollars to Tom Dwan. And Haralabos convinced this person, hey, you know what? Don't give it to Dwan. Dwan has owed me millions for years. So how about you just pay me? How about you verify that Dwan really owes me, and then once you verify this is a real debt, just pay me. And the guy's like, oh, okay, fine. So he did it. So that knocked down the figure from $5 million or so down to 300-something K, which is a big improvement. But then it got stuck there. 350K is stuck because the only reason he got anything was through this third party who was about to pay Tom. That he was just lucky enough to know and know well enough to convince him to pay him directly. Someone said to Haralabos, a 25% free roll seems insane. Was it mainly sides or totals? What percentage do you have to cap roughly to break even with that? So he's basically asking, how could you be profitable this way if you're eating all the losses and if you're giving away 25% of the profit to Dwan? So Haralabos just said 25% free roll is totally doable if you can use the account long enough to apply your edge and you win. I had no problems winning. That was the Haralabos part of this. But there's more. Tom Dwan decided to fight back. And that started on March 8th. First of all, he wrote, "Hi, Haralabos. For years you talked shit when it was convenient for you. Almost every time you were public and I'd mention you weren't being fair, you'd try to push a spot where we both felt I had some legal exposure. Not that I should have, but a lot of people were targeted or pressured around that case which weren't fair. Sometimes to try to force your way, sometimes to try to get in AB poker spot and then go blab about it nonstop." Now, I don't know what AB poker spot means, but he's basically saying that he would try to push something that could get Tom in trouble, some kind of legal trouble, to scare him into paying up, it sounds like he was saying. But he's not done. A minute later, he tweeted, "Haralabos, your story's way off. Not once or twice where it could be unintentional. Bet me on your story. And until you do, in a way that I think is fair, I'll take a page out of your book." So then he drops the big bombshell. This is at 4:44 p.m., also March 8th, so about 40 minutes after that last tweet, saying that he'll, quote, take a page out of Haralabos' book. He writes, "Haralabos, how much action did you have on basketball when under contract with the Dallas Mavericks? I wonder what contract and legal spots that could bring up. Does the same thing happen with your soccer team?" Uh-oh. So in case you don't know, Haralabos had a pretty high position with the Dallas Mavericks in player development. And he was assisting the general manager in deciding who to sign. He was doing a lot of analytics for the Mavericks. He actually had some controversy there where he wasn't getting along with some of the people in the organization who didn't like the way he was doing things. And then he also either owns or partially owns a soccer team, Haralabos. So Tom Dwan is saying that while he was working for the Mavericks, that he was betting on basketball through people like Tom. So that, I guess, the bearding wasn't necessarily because Haralabos couldn't get action, but because Haralabos wasn't allowed to be betting by NBA rules, being an NBA employee, and was anyway. So Tom is saying, hey, I wonder what contract and legal spots that could bring up for you. Ha ha ha. So he's basically saying, look, every time you brought up this debt, you tried to scare me with something that could be a legal problem for me. So now it's time for the shoe to be on the other foot, Haralabos. How much have you been betting, or how much were you betting on sports, on basketball specifically, when you were working for the Mavericks in an executive position? So then Jason Moe wrote back, "So you steal from a man, then blackmail him to try to get out of debt? ACR, you guys got such a winner, congrats." And we'll get to the ACR thing shortly. Dwan wrote back, "Want to bet? No money was stolen, you spaz. Why didn't you say anything when Bob was trying to blackmail me?" Jason says back, "I guess it's just a coincidence that a bunch of people with stellar reputations regarding financial matters have issues with you. Where was Bob doing any blackmail? He just said you owed him money." So Tom said back, "So you're not betting, yeah? Bob has a stellar rep? What world are you in? He wrong-sides everyone and always sees stuff 100% his way. Bob would regularly try to push over a sports spot where we both felt I had exposure, not talk through what was fair." So I'm not sure what he means. Then Jason Moe didn't understand it either. He said, "I don't understand what any of that means, but I'll have to sit out betting because I don't even know what I'm betting on and how it's settled. There's a pretty large information asymmetry." Peter, referring to Peter Jetten, has had a stellar rep for the 10-plus years I've known him. Same with Jungle. That's not really true about Jungle Man. He was in some scandals himself. Again, maybe just coincidence, but it does appear a pattern that seems to follow you around at this point. Well, Jason Moe is right. That has been Dwan's reputation recently, is just stiffing people on debts. So then Jetten decided to push against Dwan somewhat. Very shortly after that, 5 p.m. March 8th. I see Tom is back on Twitter, and his first order of business seems to be spewing more lies. I'm disappointed but not surprised. Many people have reached out to me about Tom flaking on his debts, and yet he sees everyone else as the problem and not himself. I told him last year that I would have always been empathetic towards his insolvency if he was just honest about his financial situation and worked with me to make a payment plan. Instead, he has always, until recently, claimed that he would pay the full amount imminently and never did. Then, a day later, March 9th, saw that incomprehensible Tom interview where he briefly touched on the debt. As expected, he was unable to substantiate why he isn't paying. I've already told Tom that if he insists on pretending that this debt is contentious, then we can have it arbitrated by a reputable member of the community. I do consider arbitration to be another delay tactic, though, so he'll have to escrow the money. So what interview is he talking about? Well, I will play it to you. Tom went on Poker News, and he talked to Chad Holloway for about 8 minutes about what's been going on. So let's take a listen to that, and then we will continue.
All right, I am Chad Holloway, joined by one very special guest, Tom Dwan, on the other side of the world. Tom, how's it going over there at Triton?
Well, like I said, I just went on some Twitter rants, so I'm a little grumpy, but other than that, it's all right. We've had our biggest ever Tritons, actually. It was like crazy numbers the first 3 or 4 events.
It's awesome. The Tritons get a lot of due respect. Let me ask you, you mentioned, you might have been away from Twitter for a little while, but then you're back doing a little rant. What's that all about?
So I had my 2FA thing on, because in crypto, there's all these crypto scams where people like hack someone and then post a fake, like a wallet drainer link or whatever, right? And so apparently I think supposedly the proper hygiene is you set up 2FA that's not your text message or phone, right? So I just had like Google Authenticator on my phone, only logged into Twitter on my phone, which probably wasn't the smartest thing, and then it's very difficult to get back through support, but whatever.
Well, I'm glad that you did. So the Twitter rant, I seen one of them. It was towards Haralabos Voulgaris, who, recently called you out. Is that what's kind of got you grumpy?
Haralabos and Peter both. I think that, I'm not saying I'm perfect in spots, right? I'm not even saying I dealt with either of those perfect, but both of them, there's been times in the past we talked and I said I didn't think they were being fair, and then they try to push things publicly. So
yeah,
to me, I don't really respect that.
Yeah, no, I get that. Is it? Have you had private calls with them or anything recently, as opposed to just the public?
Bob hasn't even messaged me for ages, so it's like if he, whatever. And then Peter just randomly is blowing up my phone a bunch. I don't even want to get into that one that much. That one, we were close for a long time, so that one, that's weird.
Yeah, I definitely know the history there. Is it, obviously it's something you don't want to have to deal with, but it is out there. Is it something you're hoping to get resolved, sooner than later?
What do you mean by resolved? I
guess that's a good question. Yeah, like, do you agree with what they're saying? Like, do you owe them that, or you're saying?
Well, you saw the thing I just said to Peter. Peter like pissed me off enough, and I was like, there were 2 times I was like, listen, like, I didn't mind taking the worst of it or whatever. He pissed me off enough. All right, we can arbitrate. And then he was like, no, we're going to arbitrate in the court of public opinion or some shit. And when he knew I didn't have my Twitter too. And I'm like, okay. And then whatever. Because there's like old texts and stuff that he's saying are a certain way. I'm like, okay, then send them to me. It's not credible to say you think someone owes you money and you're not going to help any. You're not going to say, that's just not real. Like, and it's just like out of, whatever. It's a spot I'm very grumpy about, but
that's fair. Well, one thing to be happy about is a new sponsorship for you. We just got the press release earlier today. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, so this was, handshakes were done months ago, actually. I still have a deal with like Wii Poker and Poker King and stuff, and now also ACR. So I think it's probably like one of the first times someone has that. And I think that actually Phil and I just did an interview that'll probably come out in a little bit, but I think back in like the Full Tilt and Stars days when Full Tilt and Stars were fighting a lot, right? I think that wasn't great for poker, but at that time think it was a very different time. Now there's like so many issues and vulnerabilities around poker, especially for online like RTA stuff. And I think the sites having some kind of like friendly competition is important. So it's something I'm trying to do my part in.
Sure. One difference, between well, a little bit, but like ACR is technically an unregulated site, but you still feel confident in what everything that's going on there enough to at least sign your name to it.
I really believe in Phil, and I've seen that a bunch of different ways. I'm not like, I know they just had a big bot scandal, right? And I'm not too up to date on that stuff, right? It's not like I was playing the games online. I think it was often like not even the highest games online where that stuff was happening. I think they're willing to face stuff, and I think that's pretty important. And I think there was a lot of time of people trying to sweep stuff under the rug in poker, whether it was poker rooms, poker like live rooms, or poker brands or tournament places, and especially online sites. And I think the thing I believe in the most probably about Phil is that he's not trying to do that. He's down to, I would hope they're not going to mess up or have mistakes, but I'm way more confident that if they do, they'll face it than other groups. And
let me stop this right here. It's getting a little bit ahead of what we're talking about on the show, because I wanted to talk about ACR and their issues and signing Tom Dwan. So we'll have to get back to some of those things. I do think it's pretty funny, some of the stuff that's being said there. So first of all, what is Chad Holloway doing asking Tom Dwan if he feels comfortable to associate his name with ACR? Wait a minute. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Shouldn't it be ACR that doesn't want to associate their name with Tom Dwan? I don't know. When he's got all this controversy, he's not the one with a clean name. It's not like Phil Galfond is signing with ACR and they go, Phil, with all that's going on there, are you sure you want your name associated? That'd be a good question. I think maybe Chad Holloway asked that on purpose just to get Tom's answer. Chad is a bright guy and he knows the questions to ask. Because I have a feeling this is kind of like a quiet troll there by saying that. But Tom's answer was funny also, because his answer was not that ACR is secure and that everything is fine there. It's that, well, at least they acknowledge their problems. They don't necessarily fix their problems, but at least they say, okay, there's a problem. Okay, we've got issues. He's saying, well, other sites don't do that, and they get these poker journalists to cover up for them. He even mentioned Poker News, which this is a Poker News interview. He's going, yeah, Poker News, they cover for them, even though I'm interviewing with you guys right now. It's so funny. That's such a weird explanation of why you feel good representing an offshore site, is that they are willing to acknowledge their issues. Not fix them, just acknowledge them. Okay, let's go on.
I think as someone that's played all over the world, had a lot of shenanigans go on, that is a really important thing, in my opinion.
Yeah. Speaking of, do you spend most of your time in Asia? I know you've been back in the U.S. for Hustler Casino Live and stuff. Like, is there a home for Tom Dwan these days?
I mean, lately I was in London like nonstop. But now those games have died down a little, so I probably won't. I don't know. We'll see. Those games were good, but I ended up losing at the end. But I'm in Asia for like another 2 weeks, and then I think I'm going to Europe and probably London again. So I don't know.
I got to ask you, it's like this urban legend that surrounds you, and I don't know if I'll ever get the opportunity again, but like there's all these stories about Tom Dwan and being kidnapped and held hostage by the Triad.
I'm 1%, just so you know. No, that I don't know. Like, obviously Macau and stuff, there's overlap those kind of worlds, but like I've never really had weird stuff like that. Other gambling spots had weird stuff like that or whatever, but I always was lucky that like my friends, they weren't into weird stuff really. So
yeah,
I think it started Paul's case because there were a bunch of things people said about Paul that were just like very not true, and then people knew I was close to him, so I don't know.
Yeah. Well, before your phone dies, can we expect to hear more from Tom Dwan on Twitter now that you got access back? You're going to be a couple more.
I'll try to rant less, but I think I was just, grumpy and itching to rant for a while. So, but probably about less ranty things. Sure. I mean, I just don't think I don't think it's generally. I would rather avoid the public rant type shit.
Yeah.
Usually my philosophy is if I'm missing something, talk it through. If I think someone else is, talk it through. But the poker world, sometimes people do the public rant shit. So.
Yeah. We love it as, the poker media, but will we see you at the World Series of Poker at all?
I was there last year. I almost played about 4 different tourneys, but there was a lot of cash and I ended up just not each time. I think this year I almost for sure will. I played the main event last year, actually. I think I ran up chips actually for the first time ever, but still busted. Never cashed in the main event.
All right, Tom. Well, I thank you for taking the time. I know your battery's getting low. Good luck over there at the Triton, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
I mean, we can gamble and just keep going if you want. I don't know. I'm guessing any minute it's going to die, but
I'll take every second I can get with you for sure. But so if it just cuts off, that'll be that. But
if it cuts off, it cuts.
So what is coming up there? Are you about to jump in a tournament over there at Triton, or what's going on?
I think today is the mystery bounty. If I minimize to pull up WhatsApp in the schedule, will probably increase the chances of the phone dying. But I think it's mystery bounty. There's been a bit of cash. I actually didn't play any cash. I've been here 3 days, I think. And then there's a bunch of PLO and short deck at the end that are going to be amazing. And I think I might need to miss, which I'm going to be very grumpy about. Because we had 200 something players for the first 3 tournaments. It's been huge. Right. Do you guys have people here?
We don't know. I know there's some other poker media, but Poker News doesn't. We're kind of just sweating it from afar, and of course watching the live streams, which Triton has some of the best live streams in the game.
Thank you.
I guess it cut there because that was the entire interview. Thank you. I guess it ended pretty well though. Thank you. It's funny how even Chad Holloway didn't finish. He just ended the video there. So anyway, that was the interview that Peter Jetten was talking about, that it was, quote, incomprehensible that he only briefly touched on the debt and that he wouldn't substantiate why he isn't paying. And referring to the arbitration thing, because he complained that Peter was saying that he's not going to do arbitration and that they need to arbitrate this in the court of public opinion. That was Dwan's claim. Peter Jetten said, I already told Tom Dwan if he insists on pretending that this debt is contentious, we can have it arbitrated by a reputable member of the community. I do consider arbitration to be another delay tactic, though, so we'll have to escrow the money. So basically he's saying, yeah, sure, we'll arbitrate, but no, we're not going to wait until the arbitration is done. You're going to post the money with someone we trust while we're waiting for the arbitration to be done, so at least I'm 100% certain to get the money if you lose the arbitration. Joey Ingram then asked Peter Jetten, do you have more details somewhere about what the dispute is over and why he owes that debt? So basically Joey's asking, what's this all about? Peter Jetten responded, he wanted action on high roller tournaments in Australia in 2020. I put up the money for his pieces and he hasn't paid for it. So basically, I guess he was buying pieces of people who were playing in Australia in 2020. Those people did not win. And that Peter Jetten paid for Tom Dwan's part that he was buying of these players. And then when they lost, Peter went to Tom and said, hey, so give me that money I put up for you. And Tom did not. So then Joey said, and it's confirmed that all the money was spent on buying into the poker games and events? And then Peter Jetten said, I played the events he took action in, yeah. So it was actually, I guess it was his own events he was playing, and he claims he can prove it. It kind of sounded at first like he was saying that it was other people's pieces, but it apparently was his pieces. So Peter was selling action of himself to Tom Dwan and claims he can prove that he played the events. So then Matthew Waxman said, what could there possibly be to arbitrate then? If he owes juice or not? And then Peter Jetten said, no, there's nothing to arbitrate. I never asked for interest. This is just Tom trying to save face publicly and have an excuse for his non-payment over the years. hence him repeatedly saying that he'd pay in full. Wasn't until I said that I'd tweet the debt that it became contentious. So, yeah, basically, he's just saying there's nothing to arbitrate. He owes the money. He admitted he owes the money. He said he's going to pay me, and all of a sudden he says he wants to arbitrate once I made it public he owes the money, which I believe. Jungle Man took kind of an odd line recently. I just read you some other tweets from him, which seemed to be very anti-Tom Dwan, which you'd expect given their history. But this is what he wrote on March 8th at 6:10 p.m. Re the Tom Dwan drama, I have realized that, in fact, he does intend upon paying back his debts and has worked tirelessly towards that. I think he's made a lot of mistakes, but also had some fucked up things happen to him, and I think it's important to focus on the most mutually beneficial outcome. Then someone named Steve posted back, I think you sold out. Tom finally paid what he owed you, so now you can come out with a statement. So then Jungle Man said, no, he still owes. So then someone else asked, what are the really fucked up things that happened to him? And people that owe money always have a lot of, quote, problems. Jungle Man said back, true usually. Alex Duvall asked, what's the point of continually bringing it up then? And Jungle Man said, because it's not resolved. So I don't understand why Jungle Man is even saying that he believes that Tom is working tirelessly towards paying back his debts, because it sounds like he hasn't at all. It sounds like he's just ignoring them. And given that he's owed Jungle Man for over a decade, way over a decade, it's like, what could he possibly believe that is indicating that Dwan is working to pay him back? So I think the Steve guy might be correct, that maybe Tom is starting to make payments and that Jungle Man is doing this to encourage him. Otherwise, this makes no sense. Notice that all Jungle Man said is, no, he still owes. So, yeah, Tom could be paying him partially, and yeah, he technically still owes. And why would Tom not mind Jungle Man saying that and almost implying like he hasn't paid anything? Well, because then this statement looks sincere. If he says, yeah, he's starting to pay me back, then everybody says, oh, okay, so this is the agreement. You write something like this, and you start getting paid back. Okay, so we can ignore it. So this way, it makes it seem like the Jungle Man just decided that Tom Dwan is an okay guy. So I think that's what's probably going on, especially notice that he sent $30K over to Peter Jetten as soon as Peter made it public. So maybe he sent $30K to Jungle Man as well, and then he thought, okay, well, I'm going to find a way to get Jungle Man to make some positive comments. So maybe he went to Jungle Man and said, hey, I'll pay you too, but I've got to have something preserving my rep here. So can you help me? So I bet it was something like that. Otherwise, this makes no sense. How can you possibly say that he does intend to paying back his debts and work tirelessly towards that? It sounds like he's done the opposite. So what's he talking about here? It's been like a decade and a half. So that's still going on, of course, as each day is ticking by here. I'm sure I'll have an update on this next time. But let me move on to talk about ACR, because ACR is a whole different issue, but it ties into the Dwan thing. So let's get to that. ACR is back in the news for various reasons. One of them, obviously, is the Dwan thing, but that's not all. So ACR went down on March 6th, but it was intentional downtime. And they said that they're going to be updating the client. Now, prior to this, 3 days beforehand, Phil Nagy, who I guess was on the way to the Triton Jeju event, I hope I'm pronouncing Jeju right. Probably not. I didn't even know what it was until I looked it up during the show. But anyway, on the way to this Triton Jeju event, he made another ill-advised tweet. Someone should just take away Phil Nagy's Twitter account, because he's always posting stupid things that makes ACR look bad. And when you're the CEO of an embattled site that is already facing reputation problems, the last thing you want is a clownish CEO. Because running a poker site isn't a laughing matter, and you can only act like a clown if the site is running flawlessly. But if it's got all kinds of problems and you look like you're just screwing around constantly, people are not going to take you or your site seriously. So that's exactly what happened here. On March 3rd, he wrote, "On my way to Jeju to play poker with a 9-hour layover in Amsterdam, and they have this cool new VR to play." So he's wearing these VR glasses. He has on a sweatshirt saying Moneymaker Social, which is something associated with Chris Moneymaker, who's a ACR pro. And then he's showing himself. There's not much to see here. You hear like background noise. But he's showing himself looking like he is jerking off and sucking 2 gigantic dicks at once on the VR. You heard me right. It's exactly what it sounds like. You can find this if you want to go to his Twitter, which is WPN_CEO. On March 3rd, you'll see this video. So he says he's playing around with this cool new VR in Amsterdam and is showing himself with his hands in a motion like he's moving them up and down as if he's holding a dick in each hand. And then just to make sure you understand that he's not climbing up a pole or something, he then does the same motion with his mouth as if they're going into his mouth. So I don't think he was really wearing the VR and sucking dick through the VR. I don't think that's really what was happening. But I think that this was a joke that they've got a dick-sucking VR there in Amsterdam, and that's what he's been doing. So, if you want to act like a clown like this on Twitter, and you're just a regular person on Twitter, fine, but you're the CEO of a site that people have had a lot of problems with lately, with the bots and all these other things. The last thing you want to do is show that this is what you're thinking about, that this is where your focus is, that this is the message you're putting out to your players. I'm not fixing the bots, but I am sucking virtual dicks. I am doing that. I'm sucking 2 giant virtual dicks at once on a VR in Amsterdam. That's what I'm doing with my time, guys, and I'm showing you. So it's a very bad look, and everybody panned it. Everybody made fun of it. Everybody put it down. No one said, ha, 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 that's funny. Oh, yeah, wow, what a fun guy. Nobody said that. Nobody. Nobody enjoyed it because of who it is. It would already be kind of cringe if he's just like a regular dude in poker, but it was the fact that people are expecting him to fix a major problem on his site of bots that are robbing tens of millions of dollars out of the ACR economy, and the next we hear from him is a video of him sucking virtual dicks through a VR. So you see why this didn't go over well. To say this is unprofessional would be the understatement of the year. So they already had that to contend with. And how many times is he going to mess up with his social media? Really? I mean, I hate to say it, but the Christmas poem about their downtime was great compared to this. What is he doing showing himself sucking virtual dicks? Why? Oh, boy. So anyway, they finally did something good 3 days later. They said the site's going down for a much-needed update, and it'll be down for 4 hours in the early morning, blah, blah, blah. So I said to them, I hope this update includes putting back the country locations of all the players. I don't understand why you took this away, but you need to put this back if you want to show you're serious about stopping bots. The reason I said that is because these were removed some time ago, and they never gave a reason for why it was removed. There's one really stupid explanation that was given by support when someone asked about it, that people were being bullied in chat about where they were from, so they just removed it, which doesn't make any sense, because if there really was such bullying in chat regarding where people were from, why not just ban the chat of those who are bullying, and it fixes the problem? But no, they claim they removed it for that reason. Well, that's bullshit. The real reason they removed it, I have to assume, is because it became more and more obvious that accounts in Belarus and Kazakhstan were often bots. There were big bot rings out of those countries. So when there was a player who was already playing very bot-like, a suspected bot, and then you look in there from Belarus or from Kazakhstan, then you know it's likely a bot. You know it's likely not Borat playing on ACR just because he likes playing poker. So what would happen is I assume their support was getting inundated with reports about these bots in Belarus and Kazakhstan. And they said, hey, you know what? Rather than solving the problem, why don't we just cover up the problem and stop allowing people to see who is from Belarus or Kazakhstan? Just take away the listing of the countries, and this way we won't get as many reports. Yeah, we'll still have reports about suspected bots, but we won't have as many because when someone suspects a bot, the second they see Belarus or Kazakhstan, they report it. So we're going to stop that. So I think that's what they mean by bullying. I think they mean that in that people were probably calling these accounts bots, and that's what they're referring to as bullying, which of course is stupid. So, surprise, surprise, and I really mean that, they actually did put that back on March 6th. I just said that thinking, okay, if you're going to update something, why not finally update this? Well, they did. They actually did it. They actually put back the country listings for all the accounts. So good. That was a positive development. I give thumbs up to ACR for that. So it looked like they were on the way to improving. However, that doesn't mean they're taking the botting seriously, because they still have not clamped down on Poker King. Poker King is a skin into ACR, meaning it's something that Poker King runs, but they don't actually run the poker games themselves. They're just connected to the ACR network, which is known as the Winning Poker Network, WPN. And then the same games are offered on Poker King as on ACR, and you're playing against the same players. It's basically identical, except you're going through a different interface to get there. Poker King does not offer games to Americans, and Poker King is suspected of being the gateway for most of these Eastern European bots. So the Belarus, the Kazakhstan, that's all believed to be through Poker King. Now why? Why would these bots go through Poker King instead of mainline ACR? Well, the policy on ACR with its skins is that each skin manages their own Know Your Customer process, KYC process. So if Poker King decides they're going to be very lax on Know Your Customer, and they'll just let anyone sign up with any ID without proving who they are, and letting unlimited accounts sign up, and they really don't care or put much effort into figuring out if people are using multiple accounts, using bots, or are they really who they say they are, where they say they are. If they just don't care, then these accounts get onto ACR, because Poker King is expected to do the verification. If they don't, ACR doesn't know, because the verification is being done on Poker King's side. So all ACR sees is that these accounts are playing in their games that were verified by Poker King. So if there's little to no real verification done, ACR has no transparency into that and can't do anything. So why have they been allowing this? Because it's not like ACR is unaware of this. They've been told many times by people that Poker King seems to be the issue, that it seems like these bots are going through Poker King. Why are they allowing this? Why don't they clamp down on Poker King and say, do better verification or we're going to kick you off as a skin? And nobody can get an answer on this one. I had someone who listens to this show send me messages a while ago insisting that Poker King actually owns a large portion of ACR, and that's why ACR can't just kick them off. And that might be true. Others have said, why are you so worried about what Poker King is doing? Because people can simply VPN into the system. So, number one, the country display doesn't matter. And number two, people can just make up bullshit and appear to be from a different place than the places that the bots are suspected. Well, here's the issue. It isn't that difficult to be able to tell when someone's using a VPN. The big VPN myth is that you can go on a VPN and locate yourself anywhere in the world that you want that the VPN supports, and that any website you visit is going to believe that's really where you're from. No. Why? Because there are a number of ways you can detect VPNs. I know this because I run a website, and even on Poker Fraud Alert, I can detect VPNs. In fact, when someone attempts to sign up with a new registration, and I go to validate it, because I validate all accounts on Poker Fraud Alert, I don't just let you post right away when you sign up new. When I go to validate, if I see someone has used a VPN to sign up, I just delete the account. They get a message why it was deleted, but I just delete the account because I don't want someone signing up with a VPN. It's already a bad sign. It's already a sign that they're trying to hide something and not take responsibility for whatever they do here. I'm not trying to collect info on people or anything, but when you're signing up to my site and right off the bat you're hiding where you're from and what your IP is, then that shows that you're hiding for a reason, and I don't want that on the site. So those don't get validated. Anyway, if ACR wanted, they could detect VPN just like I do, and then they can clamp down on those using them. They can tell people immediately turn them off or we're going to ban you. And they could also enforce a strict know your customer process. They could take over the verification from the skins. So Poker King will no longer be doing verification. ACR will do the verification. And then they can do a strict verification to make sure these people are who they say they are and that nobody is signing up a ton of bots at once. So this would greatly reduce the botting. It wouldn't do away with the botting, but it would greatly reduce it. But is it happening? Probably not. I don't see them separating from Poker King anytime soon. But hang on, we're not done here. Because a day after they released that update, which at least put the country locations back, which is a step in the right direction, what did they do next? They posted a teaser that they're going to be signing Tom Dwan as a site pro. And then the very next day, March 8th, which happened to coincide with most of the major fighting back and forth involving Tom Dwan and his debts, they put out this tweet. Monster news. We're thrilled to welcome the legendary Tom Dwan to the ACR team as our newest pro. Why ACR? What's next? Watch our interview with him for all the exclusive details. So, okay, let's do it. Let's watch. That's fitting music here. Listen to this again. Listen to this again. This is fitting music for signing someone like Tom Dwan. It's kind of like sad, messed up music. It's depressing music. It's like, wah, wah, wah. It's kind of like along those lines. Listen again. This is really how they begin the interview. Okay, I mean, it fits. Let's hear what he has to say.
At the end of the day, I believe in ACR. I believe in Phil, especially, more than, just about any other brands in the industry.
He's talking about Phil Nagy, by the way, that Phil.
There's very few other brands in the industry, especially online operators, that are even close to that, where I think they kind of their heart's in the right place. I happen to be really optimistic on the next few years of poker, but I don't want to bet on the stale stuff, right? I think you kind of got to be, trying some new stuff and doing interesting stuff, and I think a lot of the poker world is missing that in a lot of different verticals.
This is going to get weird. It already is sounding kind of off the rails here. It's a 2-minute interview, at least it's edited down to 2 minutes. And so he starts off saying that Phil's one of the few people he trusts, and that ACR is one of the few sites that he thinks really is in a place that he wants to be part of it. So, yeah, kind of generic stuff there. Then he starts getting into how he thinks poker is going to be big, but it's got to start doing some new things, some innovative things. Like, okay, where's he going with this? Let's listen.
Specifically for online operators, I think outside Asia, Phil's, the only person I would say I really align with on that stuff.
So he's saying that what he really likes about Phil Nagy, not that he's trustworthy, not that he's a great CEO, is that he's willing to try new, weird, and interesting things in poker. Now, I mean, that's not terrible. Like, you're willing to try some experimental games in your site, but should that really be the reason you sign as a sponsored pro on an offshore site? But okay, let's go on.
I think most of all, the spirit of my deal with ACR is that we have a conversation, and especially between me and Phil.
How dare you!
Also other people at ACR. Personally, some of the stuff that's moving the ball forward, of trying new stuff and stuff like that in poker, I might be more interested at a slightly different area. But, like, I got to give props to Phil with what he said of the cage stuff. I do find that, like, kind of hard. Right? It might not wake me up as much, personally, as some, progressive Squid Game variant.
What? Do you understand any of this? I don't understand any of this. I really don't understand any of this. Okay, let's rewind back a little bit here. I got to listen to this again. It makes no sense. Maybe I'm stupid. I don't know. Maybe he's like on a different level than me. Let's listen again.
Of trying new stuff and stuff like that in poker, I might be more interested at a slightly different area. But, like, I got to give props to Phil with what he said of the cage stuff. I do.
Okay, so I got to give Phil for what he said of the cage stuff. What cage stuff? The cashier cage where you get your money after you cash out from what you were gambling with? What is he talking about, the cage stuff? He said that they have... Hold on, let's go back here again. This is just so bizarre. How can they put this as his introductory interview? What happened to, like, hi, I'm Tom Dwan. I've been in poker since 2005, and I've played some of the highest stakes games in the world, and I'm happy to join ACR because I believe in them. I think they're a great site. I love the action. And I'm happy to work with Phil Nagy, the CEO, on some innovative new games that I think you guys will really like. Like, what happened to that? That would be fine. But listen to all this again.
Also other people at ACR. Personally, some of the stuff that's moving the ball forward.
What does that even mean? Moving what ball forward? Like, what are we moving? What's moving forward? I don't get it.
Of trying new stuff.
And stuff like that in poker.
I might be more interested at a slightly different area.
So now he's already qualifying that. Like, yeah, Phil's helping push the ball forward of new stuff in poker. Okay, kind of understand. I might be interested, though, in a slightly different area. So, like, we're not agreeing in where we're pushing the ball forward, but at least we're pushing that ball.
But, like, I got to give props to Phil with what he said of the cage stuff.
With the cage stuff. You got to give props to Phil, though. They don't really agree in the new stuff they want to bring, but he's got to agree with Phil. He's got to give props to him for the cage stuff. I don't know. Maybe he really isn't in a cage. Maybe that's the truth. Maybe he has been locked away. Maybe that's what the cage stuff is. What the hell?
I do find that, like, kind of hard. Right? It might not wake me up as much.
It may not wake me up as much. How is this enthusiasm? Well, we're interested in pushing the ball forward here, but we gotta have a slightly different view on that. But anyway, I'm really glad that he's into this cage stuff, and then it doesn't wake me up that much, meaning like it doesn't excite him that much. But what? Oh my gosh!
Personally, as some progressive Squid Game variant at really high stakes or whatever.
He doesn't explain what that's supposed to mean. Some progressive Squid Game variant at really high stakes or whatever. So I had to Google that. I'm going to admit I had no idea what a progressive Squid Game was. So I looked up progressive Squid Game, and I still don't understand it. But I'll tell you what I kind of understood is that it's some new form of poker that's popular in Asia where everybody puts some money into what's called a squid pot, which is some kind of side pot, and then I think like it's something to do with you have to win hands in order to get to the squid pot, and if you're just like the last one to win a hand, then you don't get the squid pot. It's something that encourages action. It's something that pushes people to not just sit there tight and wait for aces and kings, because they're going to keep losing the squid pot if they go a long time without winning hands. So it starts to put pressure on you if you've gone a little while without winning a hand that you have to, or you're going to lose this squid pot that you've got to contribute to. And it's just going to be too hard to show a profit if you keep losing the squid pot. So I think it's along those lines. It's kind of similar, I think, to the stand-up game where everyone stands up and then gets to sit down when they've won a pot. And this encourages people to play more hands. Except this one, you're putting money into this squid pot. So I think maybe it's that everybody puts money in the squid pot and then everybody wins a piece of it except the last guy, and the last one to win a hand there doesn't get a piece of the squid pot. Something like that, where it's like a tax on those who are not winning pots. So I think that's what a progressive squid game is. Don't quote me on that. But he's just mentioning it here with no context to the person who's watching this promotional video, who is presumably a recreational player.
But I think it hits that kind of spirit of what I find interesting and valuable in poker, right? And then I think also there's going to be, me suggesting, a little progressive squid game, stuff like this.
So some more progressive squid game going on here. He still doesn't explain what it is, though. Like, I Googled it and tried to kind of decipher what that is. And I'll probably have a listener who knows better than me what a progressive squid game is and tell me more about it. But you're making this for the masses. ACR is marketing Tom Dwan to the masses. They're not marketing it to the pros who don't really give a shit who's a sponsored player on there. The ones that Tom Dwan will attract would be fans of his, ones who are recreational players. So they have to understand his intro. He can't be ranting about a progressive squid game and a bunch of other cryptic stuff that nobody's going to understand. This is like the best 2 minutes of the video they're doing of him.
And then there'll be some kind of more joint stuff that we try out too. And I think some of that stuff will do well. I don't know.
There's some more joint stuff they're going to try too. Are they going to smoke joints together? What does he mean?
Kind of things of like trying out new ideas, trying stuff like a progressive squid game.
Oh my God, the progressive squid game is back. He's got the squid game on his mind. He can't stop talking about the progressive squid game. I think ACR should just add the progressive squid game to shut him up, so he can talk about something else and they can do a better intro.
Yes. And being like, okay, sometimes we're going to do stuff that doesn't work out great. Every now and then we'll have a game that was a little bit of a bust, but sometimes we'll have...
Okay, a game that's going to be a bust. You think maybe the game that's going to be a bust on ACR is the progressive squid game?
Stuff that, I don't know if we'll make it like old high stakes poker where 12 years later people still come up to me like, yo, what happened in this hand? But that's the idea, is try it out.
Was this a good intro? Did you hear enough about the progressive squid game, or do you think he should have mentioned it one more time? What did you learn about Tom Dwan at ACR, aside from he likes the progressive squid game very much, and aside from the cage, whatever that might be, he's not quite there as far as being excited with anything that Phil Nagy's doing. But he does like that cage. And he thinks that maybe Phil Nagy could possibly add the progressive squid game. That's a great promo. That's a great promo. It's not like they just shot this on one take. Well, maybe they did, but they shouldn't have. It's not like they had to do this live and he just ranted about weird shit. Like, this was what they put together. Someone had a camera there at the Triton event and filmed Tom Dwan talking about how he's now an ACR pro, and they couldn't do another take or give him some guidance? Like, these are the best 2 minutes they could come up with? I want to see what they cut. I want to see what hit the cutting room floor for this video. Oh, my goodness. Progressive squid game? I don't understand. So that's their signing. Tom Dwan. Owing money and playing with progressive squids, I guess. ACR does not need another pro like Tom Dwan. They don't. He's not going to bring in very much business. You can argue that maybe they already had their contract signed right before this whole shit show with Peter Jetten and Haralabos calling him out. So at that point, they were stuck with him. But number one, you'd think they'd delay the announcement for that reason alone. And number two, why are they signing him in the first place? Just because people know who he is? Like, they already have Chris Moneymaker. They have some other pros on there. Who cares? Like, at some point, and it happens pretty quickly, there's a big law of diminishing returns. They'd really be much better off spending this money on improving the site and stopping the bots. And if they really are partially owned by Poker King and they can't get rid of them, then they're screwed. And if they are not in that situation, then I don't know why they don't either get rid of Poker King or move over the verification to where they're doing the verification and warn Poker King that they have to stop allowing these players on who are botting or using VPNs. But as long as Poker King still exists, and as long as they operate the same way, they're going to keep having the same problems at ACR. It doesn't matter who they hire. In fact, even if they hired me for security there and let me set all the policies, if I could not set the policy that they do the verification on the network side, if that was the one thing they forbade, then I'd be screwed, because then Poker King could just shove on so many accounts there'd be no way for me to keep up with them. Poker King rubber stamps every account as verified when it's really not. What could I do? So I think ACR is not serious about the botting thing. Some have theorized that they just make so much rake from these bots they don't want to close those accounts. And I still don't believe that. I still think that if ACR had their choice, they would have no bots. That the bad PR just isn't worth it, especially at this point. But I just think they don't want to invest in getting rid of them. They just think it's too hard and it's a fool's errand. They're just going to let them stay there and do some token enforcement here and there to try to make it look like they're doing something about the problem. That's what I think is going on. So yeah, that's what's going on at ACR. They've got Tom Dwan and his debts. Now, I tweeted, it would be epic if you guys directly paid Peter Jetten and Haralabos Tom Dwan's salary. And the funny thing is, my reply got 83 likes, which is nearly half of the likes they got from this announcement. So they got 315,000 views for this announcement and only 193 likes. My response got 5,200 views and 83 likes. And I noticed consistently I was just a little bit under half their likes the entire way. So about half the people who liked theirs liked mine, and yet I had a fraction of the views. I had like 1% of the views they had, and yet about half the likes. And it's because people know I'm right. It shows that people are watching what's going on here, and they don't understand why they're signing someone who's in this controversy of not paying his debts. I'll tell you one more thing about Tom Dwan before I shut this topic down, not about ACR. I mentioned during the Jamie LaFay thing last year that some name pros were messaging me and either giving me messages of support or they were asking me questions. Well, one of those messages came from Tom Dwan. That's the first time I've heard from him in many, many years. But he messaged me, and he essentially asked, what's going on? What's the story with Jamie? So I told him the story with Jamie, and he said, okay, thanks. That was pretty much it for the conversation. But I thought it was weird. Like, we haven't communicated in so many years, and then that's what he asked me. He wants to know about Jamie LaFay. So I told him about Jamie LaFay. This is in the height of everything going on there, and haven't talked to him since. He does follow me, in case you're wondering, and he's not one of those pros who follows a ton of people. He only follows 398 people, but he has 204,000 followers, and I'm one of the 398. So I guess that's flattering in a way. I'm within Tom Dwan's top 398. But yeah, Tom, just pay your debts. I mean, I know you're probably staked for things. It's harder to do than it appears, but at least make an effort. All these guys want to see is an effort. What's bothering them is that you just aren't voluntarily going to them and giving them money. So hopefully you finally do the right thing and you don't find excuses to just keep stiffing them. Okay, so I'm going to tell you something. Usually what I do on this show when it's very long is I split it into part 1 and part 2 when I'm editing it. So I'll do like a big long-ass show, 10 hours, sometimes even more, and then cut it into 2 parts and release one and then maybe release the other like 4 or 5 days later. This time I'm not going to do that. This time I'm not going to record it all in one day. Why? Because I'm tired. I can't do it anymore, guys. I'm too damn tired. By the way, Forum Wars said I think Phil is talking about the Cage Live promotion on ACR. That's probably what it is. Let's see what it says. It says the Cage Live returned last summer to San Jose, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it is some promotion they have, which I don't care enough to read about. But yeah, that's the Cage. Okay, at least we solved that. Thank you, Forum Wars. Philosopher in the chat said, I don't think Mike will expose himself by going on Doug's or anyone else's stream. Now we'll see. So anyway, what we're going to do here is I'm going to end part 1 here, and I'm going to do all the rest of the topics in part 2. We have a lot of topics left. Looks like about 8 topics or so. They're a lot shorter than these topics we did. We only did 3 topics here. I'll actually try to do these tomorrow, sometime very soon. So it's not going to be a long time between part 1 and part 2, at least live. And then I'll post them as separate shows as they really are. Just had too much to talk about. The Postle thing took over 4 hours anyway, so that's what ate up a lot of the time here. And I don't know, I just don't have the energy for this to keep going. You guys know how it is sometimes. I'm getting old. What can I do? See you guys soon. Shalom.